very jealous about me being born. He was still in diapers when I came home from the hospital, and he didn't like that at all because it was an instant, removal of mother's attention. So he would push me on any rake, anything that was rusty, because they'd rush me to the hospital and get an injection of something that would make me sick for weeks, and that was the tetanus shots. And, back in those days, they believed tetanus was good for a year. But because I was a child, my mother being a nurse and many uncles who were doctors and aunts and uncles who were RNs, they fear lockjaw. So they were giving me tetanus shots every 3 to 6 months. So when I got my third one at 18 months old, it went to my brain. In most vaccines, 96% of the vaccines, you have liquid mercury, formaldehyde, aluminum, and detergent and ether, all poisonous. 2 of them neurological toxins. And those are more than what the disease that they breed in, and they breed it in either raw eggs or diseased animal tissue. So if I blended that into a little soup for you, could I pass it around and everybody drink it? Well, why would you have that injected into your body? And all injections are made with some form of those ingredients, whether it's an antibiotic or whatever it may be. There are always those poisons in it. The reason for that is Louis Pasteur never had an animal survive a vaccine. Not one animal survived a vaccine in his entire research and work. So they found that when they put neurological poisons in it, the body no longer went into anaphylaxis. When you inject that much disease into a body, it automatically thinks it's going to die. So it goes into anaphylactic shock and dies. So they realized that when they put things like formaldehyde and liquid mercury in and aluminum, it would destroy the neurological ability to be able to discern that the disease is a high rate and a problem. So it goes after the mercury and the formaldehyde and ether and the aluminum. And the aluminum destroys the zeta potential, and that's the potential for nutrients to remain suspended in fluid. And the body can only chemically analyze anything as long as it stays suspended in fluid. So it's like taking liquid aluminum and put it into an aquarium, and the fish at the bottom can no longer swim. So that's what happens in the blood. So it stopped anaphylaxis. Injecting a disease into you has never proved to be a remedy for anything. It doesn't prevent anything. How do you know that you're going to get a disease? How do you know the rate of people who are going to get a disease? And what is the cause of the disease? So vaccines is nothing but a money market, a racket, created by the Rockefeller family and the Rothschilds. The Rothschilds in Europe and the Rockefellers here. It was their big money bag, and boy, it made them a fortune. They had a good intention at first. They wanted to find the chemical active ingredients in any food that caused a reversal of disease. So they wanted to isolate it, concentrate it, and heal people. When they found out by the mid-1920s that it didn't work when they isolated the ingredients, except on 20% of the people, instead of 85 to 90% of the people, they were already heavy into a big money scheme and scam, and it's continued since then. And of course, the pharmaceutical industry, besides the oil industry, is the biggest racket in the world. So, pharmaceuticals are of no value ever. They are chemical, and they're always processed with a lot of toxicity. That's why every one of them has a side effect. They're only palliative. They are not curative. So, as I was growing up, I got more and more injections. When the one at 18 months old went to my brain and nervous system, I became autistic. So I could no longer communicate. I could not understand the spoken or written language dealing with concepts. It was unimaginable to me. My brain could not put those pieces together. By the time I was 8 years old, as a matter of survival, I learned to parrot phrases. So I learned the phrases that I heard at home. Shut up, sit down, be quiet, you're stupid, you're an idiot. And I took those to school with me, and that's what I said to people, because those were the phrases that I heard. You know, and you're saying those to nuns and priests and other people, they don't look favorably upon it, you know. So I was constantly disciplined, and I mean beat. And when you're saying things like that to a nun, at least my parents didn't swear, so I didn't say anything, you know, except damn. My father would say damn once in a while. So that came out of me very infrequently. So, but, you know, the nuns and priests got pretty angry about it, so they would take, rulers with that metal blade and smack me, cut me across. They'd take combs, crack me there in bleeding spots like that, because they were angry of me telling them such things as shut up, sit down, mind your own business, and stuff like that. And I didn't really have a clue what I was saying. And I would say it very friendly and nicely. So, and I always thought that I was doing a good thing. I was saying what people said to me. I was trying to have conversation. So that went on, and I always picked the smartest, most sensitive girl in the class to sit next to. And I copied her hieroglyphs, because that's all it was to me. I mean, at a distance, sometimes I had to be so quick, developed a good, photographic memory, but sometimes I couldn't relate to a design being the same because everybody had different handwriting. And, I would copy her handwriting or the person who I was copying almost identically. So my handwriting would change for each year according to the person I was copying from, that I was cheating off of. And a lot of times the distance and the quickness of the cheating, because I knew I'd get in trouble, I got in trouble many times doing that, sometimes I didn't even write a proper word or letter. And that would really confuse the teachers even more. And like all autistic people, I had an idiot savant faculty developed from that. I could do mathematics without doing a formula. So you give me a problem, I'd write the answer. So they always accused me of cheating in math, and that's the only thing I didn't cheat in. Because there was a certain comprehension in my brain with numbers. That was a design that I could relate to, but can't communicate that way. But that's a talent I had. So they isolated me in a room several times with mathematical problems. I wrote the answer down, and they realized that there was something strange about me. So again, they thought I was not only not an idiot, which I was, they thought I was a brilliant, just being a jerk. Talking to people that way and behaving that way, and not saying anything of depth at all. So they just thought I was like a James Dean Wise guy. So all this went through until I always got beat up. So by the 6th grade, I picked the biggest guy in the school, not the class. So even though I went up to the 8th grade and picked the biggest kid in the whole school, and beat the hell out of him the first week. Because I was in school, so everybody would know not to mess with me. And because I was so animal-oriented, I knew where to go. I went for the throat, the temples, and the diaphragm. And I sucker punched. I didn't wait. It was immediate. Just down them, and that was it. They were incapacitated, couldn't do anything. So I was left alone. And of course, the older I got, the more phrases I learned to parrot. and some of them were nice and some of them weren't, and I still didn't know which was which. If I said a nice phrase with, a scowl, of course, I got resentment because it was sarcasm, but I still couldn't distinguish any of those nuances. By the time I was 12 years old, I developed peritonitis. It was misdiagnosed as an appendicitis. And they went in, found the appendix in good shape, cut it out anyway, and the report said, in case it caused me problems in the future. And that's the medical profession. That's how they look at things, If they don't understand it, it doesn't belong in nature, right? And what I found is the appendix is a very, very important organ. It's not a gland, actually. It should be viewed as both a gland and an organ. What it does is it's your library of everything that's ever entered your body and the resolution for it. So if you've got, let's say, a certain bacteria, let's say a dog bite, and you got that saliva in you that is meant to digest bone and anything else the dog is eating, that starts digesting in your blood and your tissues wherever it goes. So your body has a response to that to neutralize that particular toxin. So the body chemically analyzes it the first time, and it takes about 36 to 48 hours till it's complete. If you have an appendix and it keeps that in its library, it'll take 20 minutes maximum for you to analyze it, 40 minutes to already being working against it. That is the worst amount of time. Sometimes people are so healthy, like children, it can respond in minutes, as long as the appendix is there and the formula has already been made. When that's gone, every time a new substance enters your body has to reanalyze it. It takes 36 hours, 48 hours before your body is ready to deal with it again. So, anyway, my appendix was removed at 12 years old. And then I had so many injections. I was getting injections every 2 to 3 hours, sometimes less during during a 4-day period. And then the 5th day, I just wouldn't let them inject me anymore. I was having fits. Didn't stop them. And then at the end of the 5th day, I was finally released from the hospital. And everything was downhill majorly from that point. So by 15, I developed diabetes, angina pectoris, which is an old person's disease. That's cramping and spasms in the muscles in the heart and around the heart. Very, very painful. I had over 300 heart attacks from the age of 15 and a half to the age of 22. And 50 of them made me unconscious. I didn't die from any of them because it wasn't congestive heart failure. My mother, being a nurse, of course, took me to the hospital and the cardiologist because she would see me go over in pain in the chest and pass out. And of course, I couldn't communicate the situation except hurts. I knew what hurt meant. That one I could relate to, that sound, but couldn't spell it. So they found nothing wrong in the EEGs, EKGs, so they were telling the doctors were telling my parents that it was all in my head. Now you got an idiot autistic child and it's all in his head. You can't even discern left from right, and you're saying it's all in his head because he's got a brilliant mind and can screw himself up. Again, the medical profession, if they can't tell you what's wrong, it's in your mind, which is an absolute ridiculous statement. It just shows their stupidity. So, and they don't look for, when they look for heart problems, they look for congestive heart failure or abnormalities within the structure. However, when you've got a mercury or formaldehyde that buries itself into the muscle tissue, you're going to have a Charlie horse in the muscles. Even if lactic acid builds up, you could have a Charlie horse in your heart And the medical profession could never diagnose for that because they don't look for it. If they looked for it, what would happen? They would be the cause of 70, 80% of all heart attacks. Because medication buries itself many times in and around the muscle tissue if lactic acid is built up. So they just thought it was all in my head. They didn't medicate me for it, thank God, because who knows what would have happened to my heart. So I just live with it. I met a very, the smartest, the second smartest girl in the school when I got kicked out of Catholic school for my first day, my sophomore year in high school. I got kicked out for being such a disciplinary problem the year before. These were Franciscan priests, and they were really tough and mean. These guys used their fists. You know, if you're a disciplinary problem. I had 45 days of detention, 2 days of sanding crew on weekends, and 2 weekends of shoveling coal. That's how bad of a disciplinary problem I was. Because again, I went into the classroom and said stuff that I heard at home. And other kids were saying to other kids, and none of it was nice. You know, very rarely was anything nice, and I just repeated the things that were repeated most often. And a lot of the kids thought other kids were cool saying these things. You know how cool kids are. I wasn't discerning any of this. So the Franciscan priests really were offended by me, so I got expelled my first day. They told me to never come back, but I didn't understand what they were saying. I just know that I got on a bus and I went to the school. That's what happened, you know. So they put me in a public school. It was a very different environment. Everybody was more compassionate, understanding, and kind. And they realized that, you know, I had some very difficult problems. Of course, this is early 60s, so they really didn't understand autism the way they do now. I can't say they understand it. They just deal with it in the best way that they, from their misunderstandings, deal with it. So life got better. A girl who was a year older than I, or a year ahead of me, second smartest in the school, liked me. We didn't have to communicate on a verbal level. She was a very interesting and smart person. So we fell in love. I was 16 years old. We got married, had a baby when I was 17, and I was still an idiot. So it really did, you know, I look back on it, I said, how could she ever have been with me, you know? Could she ever be that smart, but to let herself get involved with somebody like me? But she did, and that, you know, this is history. Once she had the baby, she wasn't interested in sex or anything else, and I had to work and go to school, and she had to work and take care of the baby, and I had to go to school, take care of the baby, and then go to work at night. So we didn't see each other, and maybe a couple of hours a week, just in passing, and I was very unhappy. So I started drinking and staying out with the buddies after work and drinking. Of course, I didn't have to have you know, you have to have communication with drinkers. You know, it's just, yeah, that's cool shit, man, you know, say things like that and you're drinking and smoking. So I was drinking a lot and smoking a lot. I learned at the age of 8 years old that I was chronically fatigued. So I started drinking coffee. Now, my parents wouldn't let me drink coffee, so I would sneak in the middle of the night because I wasn't able to sleep much. I was always in pain in joints everywhere in my body, so I had fibromyalgia from probably 4 years or younger that I remember. So I would sneak into the kitchen and have their leftover cold coffee and then put it in a container, a bottle for myself, and drink it throughout the day to give myself some energy. And that went on for all those years, and then when I started smoking, also at 8 years old, that would give me a stimulant too. And then I was having even more and more difficulty sleeping. So I started drinking alcohol to help me sleep at night. You know, coffee and cigarettes in the day. I'm starting at 8 years old. So by the time I hit 19 years old, I had eaten a hole in my stomach, and I started vomiting blood. Projectile vomiting blood. So I knew I was in serious trouble, so I went to the doctors. I took Maalox, to handle the ulcer. That turned into a tumor next to the ulcer. They said they had to go in and, at 20 years old, they had to go in and give me a vagotomy, which is severing all the vagus nerve to the stomach and making me the same as an octogenarian, the person who doesn't secrete hydrochloric acid. So I would never again be able to secrete hydrochloric acid the rest of my life. They said I didn't understand any of that I would be in danger of death from parasitical and bacterial and microbial of any sort and viral contamination of the food, and I could easily die, and I would die if I continued to do that, eat raw foods. I had an uncle who was going for his PhD in psychology at UCLA. He was a TA. He went to the military for many, many years first, so he was he was almost 30 years old when he was going to his doctorate. But he understood my problem. He's the one that got me to move out to California from Cincinnati and helped me a little bit easier. And, he tried all kinds of things. UCLA was experimenting with LSD in those days. And I was immune to that, so that wasn't a way for me to reach any kind of consciousness. But they tried various drugs on me. It didn't work. But he was very helpful. He showed me through pictures, that I was not allowed to eat anything raw. I had to take an apple and dip it into a boiling pot. Everything had to be completely cooked. That's what I was told, or else parasites, bacteria, viral, some kind of microbe could get into my intestines. With no hydrochloric acid to kill it, it could get in and infect my body. So that's what I was told. So after the surgery, if I ate meat at all, and I ate it cooked, of course, I loved well-done meat. If it was burned, I loved it. Charcoal, I loved cooked meat. That's the way I liked it. The fat being very crispy, that's the way I liked it. But I found that after that surgery, because no hydrochloric acid, I would get these huge pustulations from my scalp all the way down to my knees. Why it didn't go below my knees, I don't know. I guess because the lymph system wasn't very developed below the knees because of my diabetes. And I was taking insulin, took insulin until I was almost 22. And all these pustulations would come out. I mean, big pustulations, huge and sore. I was still doing a lot of drugs because I was autistic. Of course, I wasn't expected to make a lot of money. However, once I graduated from high school, my mother took me to a new tech university that opened in Cincinnati that taught unit record equipment, wiring unit record equipment, and writing programs. This was the early days of computers, where everything was on key punch cards. And my mother took me to the school, and it was great. There was no comprehension test. There was nothing to do with language. It was all symbols and mathematics. And I just understood immediately and started writing programs. And I could write a program in an hour that take without any errors that would take people months and years to write, or 6 months, year to write sometimes. So they understood what was going on, so they had somebody with me at all times to write everything down, except for the actual programming. But anything that had to be written in English, they had somebody by me to write all this stuff. So I was an idiot making a lot of money, so they farmed me out. So when I moved to California, they transferred me with Time DC, one of the largest trunking companies, and then also started working for the Carte Blanche Corporation, which was at that time the biggest credit card company, even bigger than Wells Fargo was
Chase? Diners Club?
Pardon?
Diners Club?
No, the Diner Club was big in that day. Diner Club was just under Carte Blanche, but there's another one, another credit card, not Visa or MasterCard. American Express, that one. So that became the big one when Carte Blanche folded, and Diners soon went out of business after that. But I was making a lot of money, so I had a 2-bedroom house in Beverly Hills. And I'm going through all this, this toxicity with the medical profession, from the incision that they had made, cutting out the tumor, and doing the vagotomy pyloroplasty. Pyloroplasty means that they took the duodenum and stretched it out to 3 times its normal size. So it created all this massive scar tissue in my duodenum to hold the food up in my duodenum so it could digest better. The doctors, their thought process is about this far, so they caused all kinds of problems. Not only with meat, but anything that I ate never digested properly. And of course, mainly bile dumps into the duodenum to digest the fats. And causing that scar tissue, they must have damaged the duct from the gallbladder to the duodenum that secreted the bile, because I wasn't digesting fats well at all. So this incision that they made here turned tumorous, what they call keloiding. Keloiding is nothing other than a tumor that's not carcinogenic, but they found one area that looked like it was, so they said they needed to irradiate it. So what's behind here? If they're irradiating me here, what's behind my spinal cord? So they gave me so much radiation in a 10-week period that it cauterized my spine. It's like taking clay that's very malleable, firing it about cone 6 to cone 10, and what do you have? You have a piece of pottery. So this was my movement. It was very, very painful. I couldn't sit, I couldn't lie down, I couldn't do anything. And it isn't an instant thing. This is something that develops. It's like you get poisoned with something, it takes a while for it to take effect. So the worst of it came, within 6 months. I developed cancer of the blood and bone within 6 weeks of the radiation therapy. But the further I got along from the radiation, the damage starts mounting. So I couldn't sleep for 10 minutes without waking in excruciating pain. So then the blood and bone cancer was diagnosed and analyzed, so they said they had to give me chemotherapy. So they gave me 3 months of chemotherapy, and they gave me, it was outlawed a year later because they found it too toxic for humans, it was AZT. So then they pulled it out in the late 70s or the 80s for AIDS without even testing it. They had so much AZT, a couple of $1 billion worth of it in the vaults, and they needed to use it. So they pulled it out of the vaults and used it on AIDS patients without any clinical trials or anything. And what happens to most of the AIDS patients who were given AZT? 97% of them died. Big business. That's what it's all about. So I was going down. I was crippled after the chemotherapy. I was crippled from the pectorals down. Not that I couldn't move anything, but if I tried to move anything, I'd go into immediate Charlie horse, cramp. Even if it was my one finger, no matter what it was, if I moved my body, especially quickly, I go into a Charlie horse, and the Charlie horse could last 10, 15 minutes, and I'd pass out from the pain. So I was unable to move. I was basically crippled from the pectorals down. And I had to crawl on the floor very slowly. So to get I closed off the 2 bedrooms. I lived in the living room on the floor. I couldn't even get from the couch to the floor. I had to live on the floor. Took all of the carpets out and everything because I had to urinate, defecate in bottles and pots and pans. And usually getting up onto it because of the cramping, I couldn't do it. So I was defecating and urinating all over myself on the floor. And they wanted to put me into a hospice, but I refused to go to the hospice because I was autistic. I didn't want people to think that I was being, a wise guy and going through all of that stuff. Also, after the radiation therapy, all the bone around my teeth dissolved, so my teeth dangled in my mouth. So if I bit down on my own teeth, I bled, sometimes a half a cup at a time. So everything had to be put into a blender, and I had to drink everything liquid. And mostly I lived on cereals, Sugar Crisp, and have sweet Sugar Crisp are. I would add 3 or 4 tablespoons of sugar per bowl on top of that. So I was a real sugar fiend. Powdered donuts were my favorite because there were more sugar on them. Powdered sugar is much more concentrated than granulated sugars. And I love donuts of all kinds. That's basically what I lived on, an RC Cola. So I would put RC Cola in, or the people who helped me put RC Cola and donuts together and blend them up, and that's what I would drink. So these 2 hospice volunteers would come in and take care of me 2-3 days a week. So they'd clean up all the defecation and urine around me, do my laundry, shop, make food for me for the week. And one of the volunteers was just an 18-year-old African-American boy, 6'2", something like that, 6'1", 6'2". And he said, you should try to drink some carrot juice. And I didn't know what that meant. I knew what carrots were, and I hated carrots. They made me projectile vomit. When I was a kid, I was always forced to stay at the dinner table from an hour and a half, usually from an hour to an hour and a half, after everybody else left the table, because I couldn't keep down my cooked vegetables. If I ate a cooked vegetable, immediately vomit. Within 2 minutes, vomit. And if it were Brussels sprouts or broccoli, I could hit that wall. They were that bad. They were that offensive to me. So they would force me to sit at the dinner table to eat all my vegetables. So I had to learn to use like a teaspoon of milk. I'd mash up the whatever it was, cut off all my senses of taste. And this took hours to do, long times to do, like 1 bite, 1 teaspoon of peas, to mash it up, or, what were those things, those beans?
Lima beans?
Lima beans was another one that I could projectile vomit and hit that wall. Mashing those up, and then taking a teaspoon of milk to wash it down, because I was only allowed 1 cup of milk at dinner. So I had learned to do that, so it took me hours, because then once I got that down, I had to make sure that my stomach didn't start contorting as it naturally did and vomit. So I had to force myself to hold it, stop breathing, hold it, breathe, hold it until so it would take 3 or 4 minutes every bite. So it took me usually an hour and a half after everybody else left the dinner table. So that was another torture that I had to endure all the way up until I left home. And when I left home, it was great. Cereals, sugar, RC Cola with my cereals. It was an enjoyable diet, but obviously it didn't help me any better health-wise. So this young boy got me to drink this carrot juice and then raw milk. So I started drinking all this carrot juice and raw milk, and within 10 days of doing that, autism turned off. I woke one morning, and all of a sudden I comprehended communication and language. I mean, I realized I couldn't even write the word the day before, and here I was able to write and comprehend what the letter T, H, and E was, how it made the word the, and I understood adjectives, prepositions, nouns, all came to me in a flash. So I thought, how great. So I called my uncle, Lanny, and had a conversation. He thought this was a friend of his, using my voice and mimicking my voice, so he thought it was somebody else making a joke, with him. And finally, he did realize it was me. And I said, I want to go get some books. What do you suggest? And he said, well, diet seems to be working with you. You obviously should get some books on diet. He said, but the first one I suggest you get is a book called Siddhartha, a very short little book. And you're a diehard Republican asshole. You mimic your parents. And you need a different reality to show that there's compassion and love and all that other stuff out there. Half the words that he said I didn't have any comprehension about. But I bought the book, Siddhartha. I called Steve, the volunteer, the African-American boy, and said, Steve, I have no more money. All the money went for doctor bills, chemotherapy. I mean, one treatment was, in 1968 was $40,000. So it wiped my whole bank account out, and I was getting evicted from my home. And I thought I'd be dead by the time they could evict me, so it was fine. So I called him and said, I'm comprehending. Would you take me to a bookstore? Could you loan me money? He was making a lot of money. He worked for, he was a singer for a group that was sponsored by, what group was that? Up and Away. They were the Going Thing. He was in the group The Going Thing, but they were sponsored by Up and Away. Anybody remember that? They did Aquarius, that group. Anyway,
Fifth Dimension.
Fifth Dimension, right, the Fifth Dimension. So they were, see, that was so long ago, I'm forgetting all names. They helped sponsor, a lot of the individual work from some of the kids that were in that group. The oldest person was like 27, and they were writing most of the music that the Going Thing was doing, working for the Ford Motor Company, advertising the Mach 1 and the Mustang. So that was a group that toured all over the world advertising for the Mustang and Mach 1. So he's made a lot of money. I said, Steve, can you loan me some money to buy some books? Can you take me to a bookstore? So he got a wheelchair. We went to the bookstore, and he loaned me $110. So $110 in those days was a lot of books, because you could get a paperback for like 50 cents. 95 cents for absolutely a thick, 900,000 page novel was only 95 cents. If that, 75 cents usually. And hardback books were anywhere from $1.25 to $1.50, sometimes up to $1.76, something like that. So I bought a lot of books for $110. And I read Siddhartha first, and it was about this, this kid who grows up in a rich family, has everything. He becomes a wayward son, whoremonger, does everything he's not supposed to do, even kills somebody, in drug rage. And then he becomes enlightened and evolved and comes around to be a very spiritual kind of prophet. So this kind of behavior, all I saw were my asshole brothers, my father, my mother, who was pretty compassionate, but that's a woman, and I wasn't a woman, and you weren't supposed to be a sissy, so I certainly wasn't going to emulate my mother. And I was always ridiculed because I wasn't allowed to play like the other kids because I was so sickly, so I stayed home and cooked and sewed with my mother, so I had to deal with that. So I really was a shithead macho kid, just from reflecting the behavior around me. So when I read this Siddhartha thing, I said, my gosh, the way a person can change can be different, can be so much, more of the world than I had comprehended living in Nazi Cincinnati, Ohio. And let me tell you, Nazi Cincinnati, Ohio is still Nazi Cincinnati, Ohio. I go back there many times a year to visit my parents, and it's almost the same way. Very few people are open-minded. So, and I don't know if it's anywhere else in Ohio, but at least there. Well, they got behind the Bush thing, so it's got to be pretty bad in Ohio. So anyway, I realized there was a whole different behavior. So I was in the proper environment for that, being in, far out La La Land, Los Angeles. So it was a perfect environment for me to explore different parts of myself that didn't have to be macho. So I started getting progressively a little better, and one of the books I bought didn't have to deal with nutrition and diet directly, had to do with mind over matter. So, and I like that mind over matter. I could go back to my powdered donuts and Sprite and RC Cola, and I could eat bullets and it wouldn't affect me. I'd still be healthy, This is kind of bullshit that, I was reading from this one book, so I can do that. So I was ready. So I went back to my donuts and everything and got very sick. And within about 10 days, I was back into autism. So I freaked out because it was like having the light switched on and then turning off, after being only on for a day, So, and it seemed like a day, even though it was months. And so I went back to eating, the milk and the carrot juice again, mainly carrot juice. I did like the milk, but it was not as easy to get a hold of, or I couldn't afford it really, even though it was dirt cheap in those days. Raw milk was dirt cheap. It was just the same price of other milk. But I was having a lot of difficulties financially. So I became an actor to make money. And that was very good money, because all you do is sit around most of the time, get on camera and say a few lines and make a lot of money. So I made a lot of money doing that. And I just happened into the right people. That fellow introduced me to other people in the business, so then I was able to make it glide right into it pretty easily. So there was lots of money there to support myself again, so then I could eat better. So progressively I got better. All the books, though, by the time I finished all the books, about a year and a half later, one book contradicted the other books. One book said you had to be a vegetarian, you had to avoid all these foods. Another book said, no, you have to have all those foods and you can't be vegetarian, and it was just all confusing. Everything was negated and everything was supported, so I realized that I wasn't going to find the answers, in books. And I met this man who tutored me for 3.5 years, and he was considered one of the top nutritionists in Los Angeles. I met him at a panel at UCLA. He had studied for his doctorate and dropped out because he was all drug-oriented. And he had an Italian background on the poverty end where you ate for remedies. His mother fed him according to what problems he had, and they usually worked out, like 80% of the time. So he tutored me for 3.5 years, but because he had a fat problem, he had an overweight problem, and it wasn't when he ate fat that he had the problem, he continued to eat his pasta. Even though 75% of his diet was raw, he still had a weight problem. I got into the fats, the raw cream, the raw butter, and I felt so stable and grounded and happy when I ate lots of fat. And he was very paranoid of that, so he was always like, an irritation to me about that. So after 3.5 years, I said, okay, I've learned what I can from you, I have to leave you, and that's it, because I have to have my fats. So a year after that, I got on a bicycle and traveled all around North America, living off of a bicycle with a sleeping bag and a bunch of saddlebags full of biochemistry, physiology, and anatomy books. So I had about 70 pounds of books on my bicycle, and going up mountains didn't make it easy because I still wasn't well. I still had fibromyalgia to an extent. I was weak, even though I was eating lots of dairy before I left. I stopped eating meat completely, in 1969, so that wasn't a problem there with the postulations. But I still had, achy joints and weakness in my joints, and lots of back problems. So I'd be bicycling for 45 minutes, an hour at maximum. I'd have to get off my bike and do some yoga, stretch my back out, do the plow, spinal twists, till my back would settle, and that could take anywhere from 15 minutes to 45 minutes to get my back to the point where it was excruciating pain where I get back on the bicycle again. So this is how I lived for almost 3 years. At the end of 2 years, during that time I lived with lots of animals. I figured if I was going to learn anything, it was going to be with animals and primitive tribes, because man was so full of itself with its intellect, it didn't know its ass from a hole in the ground about nutrition. And of course, if it was taught at university, everything that's taught in the university has to have a medical doctor's approval. And doctors don't know anything about nutrition. They know nothing about health. All they study is disease and drugs. That'd be like me going, I want to become rich. I go to the guy flipping hamburgers at McDonald's and say, teach me to be rich. And this guy's flipping hamburgers. So you're not going to go get rich by a guy flipping hamburgers. So I wanted to go to animals and primitive tribes who are into healing, more natural healing. So I lived with 4 Indian tribes in the Mayans down in the Yucatan, and the Yaqui in Northern California, and the Sioux in the Dakotas, and which I'm a relative of the Sioux on my mother's side, and the Inuit in Alaska. Every one of those tribes told me to eat raw meat. I was so against it because of the postulations. I didn't relate it like I did other foods. You eat raw foods, you get healthier. But the raw meat, because of the vagotomy, having that I would die from parasitical invasion, bacterial invasion from raw meat. Everybody knows you get parasites, right? From raw meat, you're going to die from eating raw meat. So I was totally against it. So my last stint was with the Eskimos in 1976. It was in September, late August and September of 76 when I went to Alaska. And it was already getting cold, even though it's summer. Everywhere it's summer. It's very, very cold. And I hadn't eaten dairy for 2.5 years at this point, except on a rare occasion when I just had to have it. And I got it from a farmer, or got some cheese in a health food store, some raw cheese, unsalted cheeses. But that was rare. So I was breaking down again. If the temperature dropped below like 49 degrees, I was in excruciating, crippling pain where I couldn't move, in tears. And the Eskimos had this celebration where they dug this stuff out of the ground, this hides, unwrapped this hide, and there was moldy substance in there. It had green, black, white molds, all blue, patinaed molds all over it. And it stunk terribly. It still stunk like worse than a dead animal at a slaughterhouse. And I grew up on, my grandparents had a farm, so in the summers I got to go visit on the farms, and there was a slaughterhouse nearby, and I know how badly that smelled. Well, it was worse than a slaughterhouse that had not been cleaned well. And it stunk terribly, and the children smelled it, and they're all excited, jumping up and down, and I'm wanting to barf, vomit by this smell. And the adults are happy with the smell, and they decided didn't stink well enough because they got a bird call from somebody way down the ridge, and if it didn't stink a half mile downwind, it wasn't ready, so they wrapped it up, buried it again for another 5, 6, 7 days. I don't remember exactly what it was. They uncovered again. It was worse than before. It stunk worse than ever. So if I got within 5 feet of it, I actually started choking like I was going to vomit. And they're all eating it, and I mean eating a lot of it. You know, adults ate probably about a pound each. The children were almost eating that. I mean, little children eating a pound of this stuff. There were no maggots in it. There were no parasites in it at all. It was all this fungus and mold on it. Gangrene. You know, would you eat gangrene? Yeah. That's what they were doing. So I didn't know that meat. I thought meat just got worms, and the worms ate it, or just hardened into, beef jerky and then turned into dust and went away. I didn't know that meats molded, and I never related gangrene as a fungus to what was in this meat. So I just thought it was herbs. I thought it was some kind of vegetation. And you see in a compost pile, you see all kinds of molds like this, breaking down the leaves and the stalks and the roots and stuff like that. So I thought they were lying to me that it was raw meat. So that they buried and fermented. So I had some, about a ping pong ball sized amount. I had to take cotton balls with musk oil on it and stuff it up my nostrils so I wouldn't puke. And I ate this, and that night I had less than, probably about a tenth, maybe not quite, maybe a 20th of the pain that I had had for many nights leading up to that. Plus, in the morning, I would get out of the sleeping bag after the sun had beat on the sleeping bag for about 2 hours. Then I would climb out. I was always naked in the sleeping bag. I'd climb out and lie naked in the sun for 10, 20, 30 minutes before I could move without excruciating pain. So after that little ping pong ball-sized amount of that rotten stuff, I was able to get out of the sleeping bag in about 45 minutes. I only had to spend about 10 minutes in the sun directly, and I was able to be mobile. That lasted for quite a few weeks. And I kept going to, the chief there, or the wise man, or the shaman, whatever you want to call him. They had a name for him. And asked what that herbal formula was. He says, no, it's caribou mixed with seal blubber. He said, that isn't what happens to me. I'm acting like I know something about it because I studied chemistry and, physiology and anatomy. I know this guy is a primitive being. He doesn't have the kind of education I have. So I'm jumping right back into the trap that everybody else does who's been educated in any kind of school. Everybody's an innocent idiot if they're a savage, right? If they're primitive and haven't been to school. So I didn't buy it. I thought he was just trying to fool this white guy. So I was still in a lot of pain, so I hopped freight trains on the way back to California, bungeed my bicycle up to the sidecar, and then just took the trains all the way back to Southern California. Well, I decided I was going to fast myself to death and die. I just wasn't going to go through it anymore. I hadn't found the answers to health and probably wasn't going to find it before I drove myself crazy and killed myself from all the pain. So I went back to Coachella Valley, near the Salton Sea, an old Indian burial ground in the San Martinez Mountains, and built a little rock hut into the ground. I had people come out and dig and help me. Of course, I couldn't do it all myself. I certainly couldn't carry some of those boulders and rocks. So built that. It was about probably 5 feet underground and about 2 feet, 2.5 feet above the ground, and then with a plywood roof on top, and I built a pyramid on top of that for the energy, so I believed. And I was fasting myself to death, only drinking water. It was about 2 weeks. These den of coyotes, or a group of coyotes, lived in a den up in the canyon there, and they'd come down every night about midnight and make these crazy sounds. They sound like they came out of a loony bin. And they played this game, woke me, and then do this dancing around. And after about 10 days, 2 weeks of that, I was able to sense where they were, even though there was no moon. And they were not making sounds. Just one of them would get out there and scurry around and do his dance and yelping. So when it got to the point where I could sense them like that, the next night they hunted and gave me a jackrabbit. And they ripped it open, put it at my feet, and, we made this offering. And, I had been vegetarian for 6.5 years. I hadn't eaten any meat in 6.5 years, except for that one that I didn't know was with the Eskimos. And also I stopped eating meat because I loved animals and I didn't want to hurt them. So here the Easter bunny was on my feet, bleeding, warm and squishy. All of that made me very nauseous. And then all of a sudden this sound bite of my uncle telling my brothers and his children who were going rabbit hunting that if they killed a rabbit, they had to cook it thoroughly. There couldn't be any pink on the inside because rabbits, similar to pigs, had an organism in their intestines or in their bodies that would infect my intestines, and it would be so painful within 2 days I'd be dead of excruciating pain. And I thought, and all that came back, and I remembered that because when it was told to my brothers, they got to go hunting. I didn't. I had to stay and cook with my mom. So they got to go hunting. So when I heard that, I thought, that's what it is. These coyotes want to help me die quickly. So I thought 2 days of pain, I could handle that easy. I've lived my whole life every day in a lot of pain, especially the last 20 years. And 2 days, easy, no problem. So I picked up and ate some of the rabbit and came right back up vomiting it. And I went back to my place at the dinner table all those years where I had to sit there and get down to vegetation, cooked vegetables without vomiting. So I started doing that with the rabbit, and after about 10 bites, it started tasting good. So I ate about 3.5 pounds of it. And I mean, I'm voraciously eating it. It's delicious. And I was so full after 3.5 pounds, I decided that, I couldn't eat anymore. Gave it to the coyotes. A young jackrabbit is probably about 7.5 pounds. They're big animals. So the coyotes shared what was left. I went back to my campsite to get in my sleeping bag, and I knew I was dying because I felt good. And the only times I felt good in my life were near-death experiences. When 2 times on the operating table where I died from anaphylaxis shock from the anesthetic or antibiotics, whatever they were putting in the IV, or whatever they were doing surgically to me, like when they took my appendix out, and I had 106 fever and all of that, died on the operating table. They had to revive me. I left the body and there was no pain, and that's the way I felt after eating this much jackrabbit. So I knew I was dying. I couldn't be anything else than death. So I went back to my sleeping bag, expected to go through the tunnel of light like I had gone through, and I hadn't gone through it. I'd gone into it so bright I came back those other times in my near-death experiences. And I woke the next morning, and I'm still here. No tunnel, no nothing. I wasn't in, a 20th the pain, just like reading that ball of moldy food, moldy meat, and seal fat, blubber. And I felt pretty good again. I was able to get out of the sleeping bag in about 45 minutes. I was only able to sleep in the sun for 10 minutes after that to be mobile again. Well, that lasted longer than it did, and I felt really strong. Difference between a ping pong ball size amount and 3.5 pounds is a lot of difference. So I was moving around for 3 days with all this energy, and the third day came and went, and I had no stomach problems, no cramping, no diarrhea, just felt good from all that meat. And I realized all the Indians had told me for that 3-year period that I heard, raw meat was what I needed. So then I started killing, all kinds of animals. So the first thing that went by me when I had that realization was the sidewinder rattlesnake. Now I'd see the Indians going up, put their foot on its head, pick it up in front of the rattler, whip it around, snap its head off. They just peel the skin back and it just pulls right off. And they'll eat it. And all through South America, Central America, and Mexico, the most medicinal food is snake. You've heard of snake oil? Getting snake oil is, what I've seen is 1 teaspoon of that will get rid of arthritis and rheumatism for a good 7 to 10 days. So it's true about it. It's just that people were selling snake oil and having no snake oil in it was mineral oil, and they were selling it as snake oil. So that's where all that snake oil thing came from. So the snake is very medicinal. It helps the bones and the joints. So almost all my pain went away. So when I saw this sidewinder, I was naked. I went right up and put my foot on its head, picked it up in front of the rattler, started spinning around and said, oh shit, what am I doing? Is this thing going to bite me? Is its head going to flip off? And I'm rotating my arms and I'm getting so sore in the joints. I said, well, it's either going to kill me or I'm going to kill it. Snapped its head, came right off, just like that. It's so easy. I don't know how that works. Peeled it back and ate it. I don't know where, but some cats had this instinct what I was going to do because there were quite a few farms down about a half a mile away. 5 cats show up within 20 minutes of me killing the snake, and they eat it with me. And almost all of my pain went away. Almost entirely went away, except for one of my knees and hips. And but all the rest of it went away. So I was eating, eggs, some bird eggs, scorpions and rattlesnakes and tarantulas. I'd pop the poison gland off of them and eat them. Tarantula, that's a difficult one to eat because it's so hairy. And the inside is like a white cream. But most of you women have been eating roaches most of your life. Lipstick was made exclusively with roach guts up to 10 years ago. Yeah, they throw them miles of these trays of roaches, and they squeeze the white guts out of it, and that's what they made. That's how they made lipstick for 60 years. It was the only thing they'd get to stick to the lips that wouldn't cause contamination. Now you women are using completely chemical lipstick, and guess what? It's all poisonous. So when you're eating the lipstick that was made from roach guts, you were much better off. So anyway, I ate the tarantula that was much like that. The milky white stuff inside. Not a bad taste. Odd. But because it was so hairy. But they're big, there's a lot to eat. The one time, everything else was, the chipmunks that I caught, by the time you peeled the skin off of them, you got like 3 bites out of it. And you have to eat the bones and everything because you can't separate the bones from this little bit of sinew, this little bit of muscle. So ate the whole thing, guts and everything. So I was going hungry all the time. So I bicycled to all the farmers around and made deals. I'd shovel manure, I'd milk goats, cows, any kind of farm work in exchange for food. And let me tell you, I ate, and I ate, and I ate. In about 2.5 months, I gained 50 pounds. And for the first time in my life, my shoulders developed. I had very small shoulder range, like many women do, and big hips. And they called me Fatty Arbuckle until I was like 14 or 15 years old, and then I got really skinny, when just the opposite, from all the insulin. And before that, I was very fat. So I was big hip, broad in the hips and small in the shoulders. After eating that meat, my shoulders started growing, and here I was nearly 30 years old. My shoulders are going up, starting to look like a man. It was cool. And I went back to Los Angeles to spread the word. Raw meat is the answer. When I got there, everybody said, "Are you out of your mind? You'll get a brain fluke. You'll be an idiot." I said, "I've been there and done that." So this was making me feel good. So I was absolutely going to stick with my raw meat. So after 3 years of eating it, or 3 years of eating it regularly, everybody telling me, "Oh, you're going to get a brain fluke. Don't do that. Don't do that. You're going to get sick. You're going to get liver problems, parasites, viruses, bacteria, amoebas, all these monsters that they've heard in all these B Hollywood horror films are coming out. They're going to be in this meat." So at that point, I started worrying a little bit every time I ate it, but I still continued to eat it because it was good. It helped me. It made me feel good. So I ate raw meat 3 times a week. 1 meal 3 times a week. So 1 meal at a time, 3 times a week. Then I ate a poison mushroom by accident in 1981, the death cap, the only deadly mushroom in the world. A lot of them will make you sick. This is the only one that can kill you. I ate 15 times the amount that could kill a person my size and my weight. I misidentified it and ate it, and it gave me blood and bone cancer twice as bad as I had before, the multiple myeloma. So I was very weak. It took me 6.5 years to become remotely normal again. I was suicidal and homicidal sounds. I mean, a bird chirping could just drive me crazy. Crickets would drive me crazy. Any kind of constant sound at a certain pitch and a certain volume could drive me crazy. So I started eating meat after 1.5 years of that. I realized that every time I ate meat, I felt a little better. So I started eating meat on a daily basis, twice daily. And that was in December of '82. So the progression from there probably would have never recovered if I hadn't started eating meat that much. But I still had this in my mind. I'm going to get a brain fluke. I'm going to have multiple problems, because I was not well. The paranoia sets in. So with 13 years of eating meat, never had a problem with the meat. Never got diarrhea from it, never got a brain fluke, a liver fluke, nothing. So I realized, wait a minute, 13 years and I'm eating meat twice daily, raw meat twice daily, and never have a problem with it. Let me see this research the doctors did to prove that people are going to get sick from raw meat. So I went to the main universities to look in their library and see what tests they had done. Not one of them did any test, not even Duke, not Dartmouth, not Yale, not UCLA, not Berkeley, none of them who would have done that kind of research did any of them. There was never a test done on animals, either humans or otherwise, feeding them raw meat to see the results. Not one. So it was all myth. And it still is myth. Every time you hear about raw milk causing a disease, it's myth. Every time you hear about raw meat causing a disease, it's myth. Remember, I had a vagotomy. No hydrochloric acid dumping into my stomach. I've eaten parasite-infested meat many times and never got the parasite myself, even though I don't have the hydrochloric acid in the stomach. Now, we produce hydrochloric acid throughout the intestinal tract, not only the stomach. Dogs and cats, the felines and canines, they produce hydrochloric acid mainly in their stomach, 15 times what we have. But we produce it all through the small intestines too, to digest the meat. So I still have some in the small intestines, but not the initial to kill things we're taught in the stomach if you have some kind of amoeba or parasite or bacteria or virus in your food or anything you ingest. So it's all myth. So here I am. I was supposed to be dead 39 years ago. I'm the only person who's lived with a combination of multiple myeloma and lymphoma more than 3 months. And here's 39 years. I eat exclusively raw foods, which I'm not supposed to be able to eat any of without threat of death. And here I am. So don't listen to the medical profession. Anything they say about health, they don't have a clue. They are indoctrinated by the pharmaceutical industry. The manuals are written for doctors by the pharmaceutical industry. They know drugs, they know disease, they do not know health. They don't have a clue about foods, and I'm talking 99.9% of all of them, everywhere in the world. So, if you want health, don't go to if you want health, you go to a doctor, just like I'm not going to go to the guy flipping hamburgers at McDonald's to learn how to be a millionaire. I'm going to go to Donald Trump, somebody who knows how to make money. And I hope that's why you're here. I know how to make health. I don't make it myself, the food does it, but I know how to get it from the food. So that is my story. That's why I'm here, to help you learn. We're going to do a workshop which will last about 5.5 hours. In it, I'm going to explain how the human body works. So you'll never be afraid of it again. You'll be able to relax when you have a problem and get through it, and not run off to a doctor and get some medication that's going to make your situation worse in the long run, or even bad symptoms in short term. Then I'm going to explain how the human body digests and eats, what it's best to eat, what time of the day, everything to make your mind and body function to the best clarity and ability and livelihood according to your particular condition, if you have a condition, and how to reverse those conditions. So when you leave here, you'll be able to take care of yourself and you won't have to run to a doctor after that. And that is my intent, so you can be healthy and happy and alive. And there are plenty of people to do it. 95% of the people who have a disease reverse it on this diet. Why 5%? It's consistent over the years. Why 5% die? I don't have a clue. Some of them are healthier than others, but they die anyway. But still, it's only 5%. And mainly those are cancer of the lungs and cancer of the esophagus. Those are the two main cancers that don't recover easily on this diet or in any situation or case. Those are two very difficult ones. The lungs fill up with fluid. They constantly have to be tapped to drain the fluid because nobody wants to be bedbound, and if you have fluid in your lungs that develops, you basically have to be bedbound because you can't utilize oxygen properly to get enough strength and health, and everybody fears that, so they go to the doctor, they get tapped and have medication, even though they may be doing the diet. The esophageal, very narrow esophagus that starts getting choked off, you can't breathe, you're going to die. Surgery. I had one man that came to me, the doctors had cut out all of the esophagus, had lengthened some of the stomach, put his stomach up in his shoulder, cleaned out everything out up here and put his stomach in his shoulder. So And the guy had to been on, enormous amounts of morphine just to be able to tolerate the pain. And even though when he went on the diet, he wasn't as depressed, probably about 80% of his depression left him. He still was slightly depressed. His life was better. The pain was excruciating. As long as he had the morphine, he wouldn't eat because it destroys appetite. So he couldn't have the morphine for that amount of pain that he had to suffer. And when he'd move his arm in certain ways, he'd have a lot of trouble and it'd be like a back going out of place. So he died after about a year and 2 months on the diet, but still it gave him a good a year and 2 months that he had with his wife and children before he died. He was a young man. He was only 38 years old when he died. But that was, very young. But that's the problem with esophageal and lung cancer. They're very difficult to reverse on anybody's diet. And those are the main ones that I lose, those two cases. They're predominant that are lost. And some of them, this guy looked healthy as a horse, except for that esophagus was his whole problem. And he's strong and healthy looking. But you can't make it if you have that kind of medical damage done to you, because you're not even going to get through the pain from it. So we're going to I'm going to be presenting a workshop in a few minutes. We'll take about a 15-minute break. We're going to take about every 1.5 to 2 hours. We're going to take a break, so there'll be 2 breaks before we finish the workshop. Now, the reason I call it a workshop, your work is to pay attention. I'll be up here giving you lots of information that nobody's going to be able to retain. I have people that have attended 16 of my workshops, some students, and they say they get as much out of every workshop as they did the first, because through the experience they are able to understand and perceive more each time. So I encourage everybody to attend the workshops whenever I'm around, because you will get more from it and you'll be able to take care of yourself a lot better if you do that. So if you haven't signed up for the workshop, see Sherry, you can sign up for it. Everybody else, just take a break, go get some food, and enjoy yourself. Thank you. Okay, we're going to rock and roll here. All right, first we're going to talk about the human body. Start with the digestive tract. The food goes into the mouth, starts digestion there with your saliva, depending upon what it is. If it's a sugar product, you definitely want to chew it more. If it's meat, you don't need to chew it at all. Just enough to swallow it, just like dogs and cats do. They don't do much chewing, they just swallow. For us, it's a little different. We have the Tylen enzyme in the mouth, like the horse, and that is an alkalinizing reaction, and you don't want to alkalinize a coating on your meats, because then you won't digest it as well and neutralize some of the hydrochloric acid. So it's best not to chew your meats. So if you need to cut in little pieces or grind it, so you don't chew it so much, that's better than chewing it to swallow it. So whatever you can do to make it swallow easier. I've got a very small throat from all the medication I had as a child. I can't even take down an egg, Rocky style, without gagging. So as you can see with an egg, I dent the fat in. There's a membrane in which the yolk and the egg whites sit. And that membrane is attached here, and it's attached here. So I will dent this in, not break a hole in it, but dent this in. If you break a hole in it, you're going to have egg coming out the other end. So you just dent it. A fairly wide dent, let's say the size of a pea. And then you put a hole at this end. Usually I'll start it with this eye tooth and then go to the front tooth and put a little happy smile on there. And then I suck out the egg white first, small amount, so I've got a little throat so it doesn't gag me. And then, usually the egg white will always come out first, and then the egg yolk second. Turn up time, suck it. When you suck it with this dent here, that membrane will collapse, and you get all of the egg yolk and everything out. If you don't collapse that membrane, you're going to have some of the egg yolk and some of the egg white remain inside the egg, and you lose some nutrients. So as the food goes down into the stomach, we secrete hydrochloric acid, mainly to digest meats. Now, if we weren't meat eaters, we wouldn't have a stomach with the majority of substance that goes into the stomach, produced by the stomach lining, is hydrochloric acid. But we are supposed to be meat eaters. That's why we have all the hydrochloric acid. Then the body moves from the first part of the stomach into the duodenum, the second part of the stomach. And that's where the liver that manufactures bile passes the bile to the gallbladder, and the gallbladder dumps the bile into the duodenum, and that's where the majority of bile entering the fat digests the fat, breaks down the fat molecules, and depending upon the bile should be a complex bile. Your body can make 60 varieties of cholesterols. So your body has to be very, very adept. Your liver has to be very adept and fed very well to manufacture all of them. Then the body puts back together, combines these cholesterols. A lot of that development has to do with the pancreas. Pancreas just doesn't handle sugar making insulin. It handles a lot of digestive activity, including the formation or the reformation of fats into cholesterols that are proper for your body. It makes a lot of different enzymes and hormones for that process, not only insulin. The medical profession wants to keep you sick, so they don't want you to know the whole story. A third of those cholesterols will protect the body, will coat it, will lubricate it, will protect it. A third will cleanse the body. With almost all soaps, before they became mainly stearates, all soaps were made from fats. The soaps in the human body are mainly made from fats. So a third are for fats for cleaning the body, cleansing the body, breaking stuff down, body soaps, including viruses. And we'll get into viruses later. Then you have a third which produces energy. Your greatest amount of energy comes from fat. You have 2.5 times more energy, 2.5 times more calories in fat per gram than you have in carbohydrate or protein. Carbohydrate burns 2.5 times less more energy. So does the protein sugar, pyruvate. 2.5 times less energy than the fat can produce. To give you an idea of that, how many people see skinny weightlifters? I'm not talking about bodybuilders, I'm talking about weightlifters. How many wrestlers do you see which are skinny and thin and ripped? You don't see any. These guys, the most incredible athletes in the world, are your wrestlers. They are gymnasts and body bangers. And I mean, they are brutal. See them flip up in the air and land on each other, land on ropes, land on chairs, on tables, stuff like this, on people's, legs and knees. And you have to take a good look at that. If they were skinny, what would happen? They wouldn't be able to buffer those blows. So they have a tremendous amount of fat. Every one of your bodybuilders every one of your wrestlers. Your bodybuilders are really skinny, so your wrestlers and your weightlifters are heavy, lots of fat. They have the strength. Take, for example, Arnold Schwarzenegger when he was working out. During the times before he was exhibiting, he would eat tremendous amounts of fat. Get the weight up to build the muscles. And then about 3 weeks before he'd exhibit, he'd stop eating the fats and get as lean as he could. But with that much muscle, you can't get as thin. You can make yourself look lean, but it still holds the fat in the muscles and keeps the muscles swollen. So he had all this muscle tone, but he was wise. He kept the fat high. And in Austria, almost all of your athletes, your gymnastic athletes, eat raw meat, raw butter, and raw eggs. That's the only country in the world that has their Olympic team consistently eat raw meats, raw eggs, and raw dairy. And he was one of them. And now he outlawed the raw milk by basically making it more restrictive in California. Why? He doesn't want you healthy. He's got a lot of money in pharmaceuticals. He's got a lot of buddies in pharmaceuticals. They want the money. They don't care about your health. And when he was a bodybuilder, and I knew him around that time, God didn't know him personally, but I was at the gyms doing research and watching these people. He was a very rude, selfish man. He would do mind games on anybody who was there and make them feel uncomfortable during the showings. He's a selfish man. He's got his self-interest of going. And as a governor, he's the same way. And when he made the restrictions for raw milk, he knew what he was doing. He knows what the benefits raw milk has. So he's not a good guy like everybody wants him to think. He wants them to think, and and a lot of people think. He's not a good guy. He's a selfish man. He's been a selfish man ever since he was a competitor. And when he grew up, his father was a Nazi. So, when you grew up around that, just like I was a male chauvinist pig, diehard Republican, with that attitude of, I'm more important than anybody else. I was that way. He couldn't be anything other than that. So, he needs some understanding. Of course, I'll give it to him, but I also understand he's a jerk, especially when he outlaws our milk. Makes the restrictions so bad that we can't get cream and butter. And that's what he did by signing that bill. He knew what was going on. He knows the value of foods better than most people. Because he made his money. He became Mr. Universe 7 times. You don't get that big of a body naturally without knowing what to do. So, those stats are very, very, very important, especially in our toxic environment. But let's get back to the digestion. Then foods move from there. So first we've got the hydrochloric acid for the protein, most important first stage. Also, you need to fractionate those protein substances to release the fats. So we go into the duodenum, we get the bile delivered there to start breaking up the fat molecules. Then the rest of digestion occurs in the small intestines. Lots of bacteria. You've got a variety of salmonella, listeria. All of those things medical profession wants you to be afraid of. The food industry prays that you'll be afraid of them because what? You'll only want your food processed. So it doesn't have all those substances in it, which naturally help you digest. So they have a great shelf life and little product loss. Lots of profits. And that's what it's all about, not your health. So you have lots of bacteria. You should have parasites in your intestines to help you digest and eat. The pig and the humans, most of the primitive ones on this planet, have trichinosis. Now, a lot of people in here, trichinosis, that's terrible, that's bad. We're programmed to believe that trichinosis is a bad thing. But it isn't, and I'll get into that later. So we're supposed to have parasites, we're supposed to have bacteria, many varieties of bacteria, plus the hydrochloric acid in the bile being secreted and produced all throughout the intestines. You have little villi all along the walls. It looks like an ocean, little amoeba, and what do they call those things? Hairs. Yeah, those hair, whatever they call. I forgot what they call them. Cilia. Cilia. That's what they call them in the intestines too, cilia. And when the food passes through them, the cilia realize what food it is, and then start secreting enzymes, digestive enzymes, to help digest that particular food. Because they break it down, they eat it, they are our digestive tract. The bacteria eats it, its excrement is our food. The cilia eat it, it breaks down the food, its waste is our food. And that's the way it is. They eat, feed us. Can be no other way. Because people have this idea that our body just uses bile and hydrochloric acid and some other digestive juices, and that takes care of your health, are very wrong because of all the digestive problems we have today. Because of that. We need that bacteria. We need those parasites to help us produce a lot of things that can't be produced from our food without those bacteria and those parasites. So 90% of the digestion that happens for the whole body happens in the small intestine. Then it moves into the bowel. And the whole digestive tract is about 12 times the length of our torso. A pig's is about 10 times the length. 10 to 12, depending upon the pig. It's a wild pig or a domesticated pig. Wild pig is about 10 or 12 times the length of our torso. An herbivore is 30 times the length of its torso, or 2.5 times longer than ours. Just about 2.5 times longer than ours. So in that space of time, it goes to the bowel, and for the last 3-4 hours, sometimes 5 hours, it passes through the bowel. In there, the bacteria that is so important is E. coli. E. coli is the final stage of digestion for fats and proteins. It doesn't feed on sugar. Sugars will destroy E. coli. That E. coli lives on fats and proteins. It breaks it down to the finest molecule to feed your brain and nervous system. Do you know anybody who takes regular colonics? How emotionally and psychologically stable are those people? They don't have their colonic off, and what happens to them? They become very panicked, very emotional, overly emotional. So you don't wash out your E. coli. You need to eat better so you're not constipated. A lot of constipation comes because your body is so starving that when the fecal matter gets to the sigmoid colon, the body wants to absorb everything that the E. coli has touched. And that leaves everything so dry and so compressed and so hard. That's a sign that your body's not starving, not that you need to flush it out of there. You need to put some raw fat in there. And the best formula for that is 3 to 4 tablespoons, upon what size you are, 3 to 4 tablespoons each of raw cream, butter, and coconut cream, 1/4 to 1/2 teaspoon of unheated honey. You put those together in like a 4-ounce to 8-ounce jelly jar. You immerse in a bowl of hot water, not hot enough to burn your hand. Get a little above body temperature, shake it up really well, and take a bulb syringe and then put it in your butt right before you go to sleep. And you leave it there. And what that will do, your E. coli will start digesting right away. a lot of that fat, and it leaves it excess, which is, fats are so needed, like I said, in our toxic society, that the E. coli will eat that matter very quickly. And when it can, it'll still moving up into the bowel, up to the transverse colon here, and be digested all the way through there. So it feeds the E. coli. They get stronger, they multiply more, and everything is wonderful. And then you get better brain and nervous system. Yes?
Sorry,
Yes?
we just want to take a part from the room here.
Okay.
Thank you, I'm sorry for interrupting.
So your brain and nervous system get fed properly because the E. coli have been fed what they need the most is the raw fats. All of a sudden your constipation goes away for 2, 3, 4 days. Then your body's starving again. Because let me tell you, your body, once you get onto this diet, you've been on a toxic diet, your body's going to absorb that fat in the glands and in the organs very quickly. I have people that eat sometimes a half a pound of butter a day and their skin's dry. Why? Because they're so deficient in fats on the glands and organs, there's nothing left to get to the skin. It's like an orphanage, where the big kids are in line first and they're going to get most of the food and the kids in back don't get any, even though there's lots of food. There's enough to go around, but the ones that are closest and the bigger are gluttons. They're going to take it. And they don't care what happens to the other kids, basically. They are out for their own. When your body's that sick, it is a certain amount of it's going to be that way until it gets healthy. Healthy cells are just like healthy people. They are very kind and compassionate. Unhealthy cells are just like unhealthy people. They're irritable, they're selfish, there are a lot of problems because they're unhealthy. And they can't help it. That's their physiology, that's their biochemistry. So you have that condition in the body, you just need to feed it and take care of it. So, that fat does it. But every 3 or 4 days, you're going to find yourself constipated again because not enough of that fat is making it to that bottom area in your colon. It's becoming too dry. So you need to feed it directly the other end. Just like you need to feed your skin. Now the moisturizing lubrication formula allows the body to digest fat so quickly that the glands and the organs can't absorb it all at one time, and then some can get out to the skin, the lymph glands, and the connective tissue, and the bones. So that is very important, but I'm going to get into that when we get into the food section. So let's take a look at the other body parts that are involved. Now we talked about the liver. The liver is very simple. Liver, if you have it analyzed, it's mainly protein. It's responsible for digesting fat by making the bile, but yet it's predominantly protein. So a lot of people think if they're eating liver, they're getting lots of fat. You're not. You're getting lots of bile and you're getting lots of protein. It's very much like the heart. The heart has all of its fat on the pocket, on top of the heart. And if you look at any heart from any animal, you see that white pocket of fat that's on the top. Always drawing from it, but it can't be in the heart directly. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't function that way. So the heart is very lean, and so is the liver, the two leanest parts of the body. The adrenal gland and all of the endocrine glands are high in fat. like 60% fat. The brain is 60% fat. Yes, you're all fatheads. You should be proud of it. Because that fat protects the brain. What does the brain do? It conducts electricity and transfers light for communication. What does it use to do that? Metallic minerals predominantly. The metallic minerals, what happens with the metallic minerals? That's lead, that's cadmium, that's iron, copper, gold. All of those are conductors of electricity. What happens when you cook a food? It turns them into free radicals. So if your brain and nervous system mainly use metallic minerals for its functions, where are most of your metallic toxins going? Whether it's mercury from vaccines or lead from tin cans, it's going to go to the brain and nervous system. 60% fat. We're the only animal that takes in that kind of metallic toxicity. And what happened? Our brain has expanded. How big since we started melting lead and making metals? The brain has gotten very large in the human body, and we're so proud of having that big brain, but it's a dump site for metals. The brain has to keep getting larger the more we deal with molten metals and make them a part of our lives. 200 years ago, people were drinking out of, and proud of it, chalices of silver. You know how much mercury leaches into the food from drinking out of silver containers, vessels, especially wine? And why did these people get so sick? Because they became industrial dump sites for metallic poisons. The Queen and the King of England, one of their first big, besides salt, was making coal. They were selling coal all over the world. They were a monopoly on coal. And what happened with coal? Coal has mercury vapors. People burning coal in their homes for cooking and for heat. The mercury vapors were in your household. The Black Plague after 4 generations. And they blame it on rats. Hello? Everybody's ignoring the industrial pollution that causes 90% of all diseases. Sure, tribes that eat raw foods, they have no disease whatsoever as long as they're eating a raw diet with heavy meats and dairy. Even the Fulani who eats a little bit of cooked meats and 90% raw dairy products, they have no diseases, but yet they've got different styles of bodies and they sleep more. They aren't as energetic and active as the Maasai and the Samburu and the Inuit, who are much stronger and happier and smarter. So you see that eating the raw meats creates a different type of people. The tribes that eat only cooked meats and no vegetation, like in Borneo and New Guinea, and some of them used to be cannibals, they have gout, they have arthritis and rheumatism, they have some osteoporosis, very little bit, and that comes from cooking the meats. But the tribes who used to only eat the raw meats and raw dairy had no diseases whatsoever. So you can create diseases even though you don't have industrial pollution. But then you have to look at fire as maybe industrial pollution. Because no other animal goes around lighting fires to cook their foods. That's an industrial process. So you have to take a look at all of disease. Probably 99.9% of all disease comes from industry if you look at cooking as an industry, and it is. Sure, there's plants which will cause some kind of disease, but are they fatal? Not necessarily. There are natives that touch the poisonous frogs that don't have the reaction that most Caucasian people do, because Caucasian people aren't healthy and they haven't been exposed to all of the other substances and chemicals that are in nature. Now that frog doesn't produce that poison. It's not, those frogs that are poisonous do not produce that poison. They eat the ants that eat the herbs that are poisonous. So it's a secretion from eating the ants that cause that pollution. But they can eat the ants who've eaten the poisons. Pretty incredible. Well, a lot of the Indians do the same thing. Like I used to have serious problems with poison ivy, poison oak, and poison sumac. If I got near the oil, it's the oil in it. And it doesn't break down easily and it burns. It starts dissolving like a virus. It gets under the skin, the body. It's not contagious, it doesn't spread. The body thins the oil out in the lymph system and pushes it out to the skin. It does it in different spots. Push it all out to one spot, you'd have a huge ulcer in that one spot where that little bit of oil is. That oil is so abrasive and toxic that the body takes, absorbs it, and then spreads it out and puts it to many parts of the skin, trying to keep it from blistering one particular spot. So I was exposed to the Indians, and they would eat the plant. Every spring, they eat the poison plants. So I said, okay, I'll do that. Well, my first time eating it, my neck swelled up this big. So I had no neck. And my penis and balls got that big too. And I mean, I was itching in those two spots. So it was miserable for about 3 days. One time that I ate it, all around me, all around my house up in Malibu Mountains, I'd go around touching it, don't get it again. Because it's a natural part of my body. It sees it as an agent rather than a toxin, because I've allowed it to adapt to it, just like the frog did by eating the ants and eating the poisonous plants that would be poisonous to a lot of animals. So even those natural toxins we can adjust to, but the industrial toxins we can never become acclimated to enough to prevent all diseases. Some bodies are very resilient. They go through the whole life smoking, drinking, eating toxic foods, and seem never to have any disease or problem until they hit the older age, and all of a sudden they die like that. I remember one real swashbuckler cowboy type that my father used to commune with to go to work at General Electric. Even wore a cowboy hat. We're in Cincinnati, Ohio. This guy's got a cowboy hat. Everybody's a sissy who couldn't do what he did. So I was the big sissy, and he always ridiculed me. I didn't understand what he was saying. I just knew he didn't like me, so I didn't give a shit. So what happened? 38 years old, had a heart attack and died just like that. 38 years old. Real tough guy, wasn't he? A lot of these people do not understand, because they pump a lot of hormones, and the hormones bind with a lot of that toxicity, gives them a lot of energy, so they have no idea how unhealthy they are or what's happening in their body. So even those people don't get by without a problem. And if you look at the other animals in nature, and all creatures in nature live 7 times the time it takes them to finish maturation. For us, that's 21 years. Approximately 21 years. So we should be living to 147 years old, right? So if we're dropping dead at 65, 70 years old, that's less than half of your lifetime. Why is that happening? We know that in their research and writings that there are people that live to 150 years, even in most recent times. In Georgia, Russia, I remember an article, I think it was February 1971 issue of National Geographic. They were interviewing these people from Georgia, Russia, who mainly lived at that time on raw dairy products and meats, and a lot of it was raw. And they were living, a couple that was together for 74 years. They got married late in life. They were in their 60s when they got married. They were living 138, she was 138, he was 142. And there were numerous people who were living that long, 150 years old. That should be our ideal, or the extent of what mathematically, according to other creatures in nature, live. That's where we should be living, to about 150 years old. If you're not, then you're not living to your health potential, lifespan. A lot of people say, well, I'd rather live a short life and an exciting life. Hey, that's your choice, and I have no judgment against that. I'm just here giving people an idea of what their health potential is. Now, I'm 100% raw fooder. Well, 99.99999. When I'm in Asia, I can't get all the cream that I need, and I start getting excessively hungry after 2 months of not having any cream. So for a week, I'll eat a third of a cup of rice 3 times in a week. So I'm having a cup of rice in a week. That'll take me through almost 3 weeks and prevent me from secreting all the digestive juices that want that cream. So it's palliative. It's not the ideal, but it's difficult to get cream in Asia because they're not, except in India, because in other parts of Asia like China, Laos, Cambodia, Burma, Thailand, and Indonesia and Malaysia, they are not a dairy-oriented race. India is. These other Asian countries are not. Up in Northern Asia and Russia, yes, they're dairy-oriented, but I don't go up to where it gets that cold. I enjoy the cold to an extent, but not that cold. I mean, I can go somewhere and ski for, a few days, and then I'm saying, that was great, back to the warm climate. So we can have whatever we want. I'm here to just show you the potential, to show you how to get there if you want it, you want to improve it, you want to extend your life, make your life healthier and better and happier now, fine. If you want to live a short life, that's okay too. I've got no problem with that. But just our potential should be approximately 150 years old. So if we're living half of that or less than half of that, there is a reason for that, and know what it is. Okay, be aware of what it is. So when you're getting old and you're getting feeble, you'll know why you got there. This is not health when you have to walk like this. It's not health. Those are not live, healthy cells propelling the body that way to allow it to function and behave that way. I don't particularly want to be there. I was that way as a child. I would stumble going up the steps as well as going down. I was everything wrong. I had it. I was always in pain, fibromyalgia all the time. Except in the summertime, in those few months that it was warm. And that was about 6 weeks of the year, really. Because in Ohio, lots of clouds, especially Cincinnati with all, P&G and Procter & Gamble company polluting the air and the sky, and General Electric, all of them were producing all this pollution, making their war toys and everything. So we had clouds all the time. Very little, even our sunny days were cloudy days. This isn't like California, which was beautiful. So know that pollution is the reason for probably all diseases. Very few would be the poisonous things that can be poisonous to certain organisms out in nature. Just know what they are and stay away from them. The tribes did. Or they knew how to eat like the poison oak and poison ivy poison sumac family, because, you know, if you're an Indian or any kind of primitive person living in the wild, you've got these things growing all over the place. They're part of you. You can't go around in gloves cutting it all out and burning it, because even the burned tar creates lung damage. I mean, the areas where they were cutting and burning such stuff, all those people that cut and burned had all kinds of lung abrasions for months afterwards and had to be treated as if they had gotten radiation poisoning. So no matter what you do, you have to live with it. So the Indians learned to eat it, took care of it. Sure, of course, they had an initial reaction from eating it, but then they were immune to it. It didn't cause them any problem. That oil didn't cause any problems. Their body could break it down instantly. Now, that doesn't depend upon the pancreas, the appendix, thank God, or else I wouldn't have worked for me. That has, that particular oil substance is registered maybe within the tissue and not in the appendix. Or maybe I've developed some other way over the years of dealing with that, holding the memory of those kind of things to be able to handle them when they enter the body, since I don't have an appendix. But, I had to live with viruses for many years because of the toxicity in my body, but I'm going to go into that after we finish going through the organs. So, we've gone through the brain and the nervous system, the amount of toxicity because of the metallic metals that are used for brain activity and neurological activity. We have the pituitary gland in the brain, which functions, it has to deal with growth. When you're 21 years old, pituitary doesn't stop functioning. You still create growth hormones throughout your body. Growth hormones means it's just a quick way for cells to divide. It's nutrients to allow for quick cellular division. Once you hit 21 and are toxic diets, that cellular division slows. Older you get, because of the toxicity, the way you eat, the slower cells divide. So you're not populating your body, this huge body that you've had developed from one single cell and then a double cell, and it kept growing into the mass that you are now. You need a lot of growth hormones to keep your cellular life at a high level, and that's 90%. When a baby's born, 10% of its body, 10% of its cells are dead at all times. 90% of the body is alive at all times. We as adults should have that all through life. The wild Eskimos did when I met them back in the 70s. And they lived on, mainly 92, 95% animal matter. Summertime, maybe they ate some vegetation, chewed on, spit out the pulp. They ate blueberries like the grizzly bears, and other bears. But that's about all they ate. There's no fruit up there unless it's cultivated. So they live 95% or more on just meat and blubber all year round. Vitally healthy. Incredibly healthy. So the pituitary produces growth hormones all the time as long as it's getting the proper fats and proteins. Remember, hormones are 60% fat. Most hormones are 60% fat. Anywhere from 30 to 35% protein, with about 5% carbohydrate, maximum 10% carbohydrate, or pyruvate, which is a protein sugar. Now your body can use hormones in place of fats if you're lacking them. You take a lot of skinny athletes. You see them vital and strong, and you say, they're eating garbage like everybody else. How can they maintain that kind of an energy level? Because they're producing hormones. It's like taking a drug. And they are drugs. Hormones are mainly used for high-end activity, whether it's adrenaline, pituitary hormones, whatever. It's for high activity. Now, adrenaline is something that animals don't normally produce, except for fight and flight. They're very small little things. A human, about the size of the little finger here, up to the second joint, down to the second joint, and they sit on top of the kidneys. A little bitty, thousandths of a microgram of adrenaline can allow a mother that sees her child going to get run over by a car to lift up a 3,000-pound car. That little bit of adrenaline. It's not something that normally gets into the body except for fight or flight. The Norwegians, the Vikings and all of that, used to eat molds, LSD, to excite both the brain activity and the adrenal glands by eating moldy breads with the lysergic acid in it, LSD, before they go on their killing sprees, because it would blind out their consciousness and make them hyper and all physical, like a raging lion. Well, a lion just goes to eat something. It doesn't go to pillage and rape when it goes into its crazed mode like that. But they would do it to do all kinds of aberrant behavior. And that, again, creates aberrant behavior. You have moldy cooked bread to create aberrant behavior. And they purposely did it so that it would get rid of people's morals to go out and rape and pillage. Because to conquer, you have to be rather incompassionate. To go and kill somebody just to take their land and their wealth and to usurp them. A lot like Bush and Cheney. So, how they do it, what they drug themselves with, I don't know. Just power, who knows? But they're doing it. So, these hormones in the body can be used to bind with certain toxins in the body too, and not even be used for what they need to produce energy. I know a lot of people that have very good adrenal glands, but yet have chronic fatigue. Why? Because they've got toxins in the body that are using all that adrenaline to deal with that toxicity to keep them from having a more serious disease. So they don't get to utilize their hormones for energy. They have to use them for detoxification. That's a good preventative, because a person could end up with cancer or some other severe disease if the hormones didn't get utilized to detoxify these substances that could create cancer or some other disease as they collect and store in the body. So the body can utilize different things. You can make your body be vegetarian for a certain period of time without a severe disease. But you are going to get some kind of problem. 99.9% of the human race is going to have some kind of problem when it's vegetarian. How long it's going to take to get there, in my experience, 7 years is usually the wall that they hit. 99.9% of all the people that I've known were vegetarians were hitting the wall at the latest in 7 years. Take, for example, David Wolf. Now, when he started being a drug advocate, he was a year into it. And I said, David, you haven't been on 7 years. Wait 7 years. 7 years passed last year, and guess the reports I'm getting from people who work for him? He's eating raw dairy and not telling people. Telling people they can still do it on just all raw food vegetarianism. Not working. Even for him, guy who has all this hormone that he's pumping. Other people will break down within months or a year because they need that fat and they need that protein from animal matter, whether it's dairy or meat. We have the pineal gland, however you like, tomato or tomato. That is supposed to be the seat of consciousness. We don't know what kind of hormones it produces. We don't know what they do, except they create experiences that are more of a metaphysical, psychological nature. The mystics call it the seat of consciousness. It's the bridge between the spiritual world and this world. I haven't been able to test that, so I don't know. Then we have the thyroid and the parathyroids in the throat. Now, the thyroid is supposed to regulate function of any gland that's below the neck. Again, you have to understand that the pharmaceutical house, these pharmaceutical companies always want to give you a very narrow, wrong picture of the human body. The thyroid gland produces hormones. The thyroid, all the thyroxins that are produced from the thyroid and the parathyroid keep the lungs functioning and the heart functioning. The thymus here is also protective of the lungs and the stomach. So each place you have a center that controls activity in that general area. Again, that is in case emergencies. We have a lot of emergencies living the way we do in our toxic environment, eating toxic foods. So we're constantly using these glands, not just fight or flight, injury. We're under constant injury with pollution. So these glands are always overworked, every one of them. The tonsils protect the brain. Any toxin that is taken in the mouth and is absorbed into the mouth goes to the tonsils. Why do you think children have so many sore throats when they're eating canned foods? Until World War II was finished and man started eating, America and Europe started mainly living on canned foods, what was the rate of tonsillitis before that? In the early 40s, it was, in earlier, hardly ever was there tonsillitis. Then when canned foods came in within a year or 2 years, when they were on everybody's shelves, guess what began happening? Tonsils were constantly inflamed because they're having to deal with this metal poisoning from this canned food and the preservatives in the food in the canned food. So the tonsils protecting the brain, and all of a sudden you have the tonsils ripped out. What happens to the brain? It gets damaged and deteriorated. We only need 10% of our brain. So why we have such a big brain? Because it's a dump site. And I can repeat that 100 times. Your brain is a dump site. When I was 20 years old, according to urology, only 10% of my brain was alive. I've got 80% now, and I can't say I'm that much smarter. Einstein, when he left his brain to science, the tests that they did on showed that only 12% of his brain was active. That was a genius, 12%. So why do we have this big, massive brain? Again, it is a dump site for toxins. Where does it dump? When the brain dumps, it dumps out the sinuses, the gums, the tongue, and the salivary glands predominantly. Where do you think dental decay comes from? Little bacteria that people have been living with for millions of years that didn't even have toilet paper. They would wipe it here and then handle their food, and they were eating shit all the time. Licking each other. Animals go around licking each other's butts. They don't get disease. They don't get dental decay. So why do we have bacteria in a cavity? Because something's damaged the dentine tissue cells, and the bacteria is there as a janitor eating up the damaged cells. What causes the dentine damage? The dental damage. Heavy metals coming from the brain. The body uses calcium, magnesium, and phosphorus in large amounts, like from dairy, to bind with them, and you have plaque. The plaque is mainly calcium, phosphorus, magnesium, potassium, locking those poisons together, trying to neutralize the acidity of those poisons. With all these injections of mercury and vaccines and other injections, how much mercury do you think is in the brain? How much dental decay do you think we should expect? Children are born with cavities now. That's how bad it is. 100 years ago, you never heard of a child getting a cavity until they were maybe 10 years old, 12 years old. So this metal goes out, goes onto the teeth, it plaques on. Even though, because those minerals are cauterized from eating cooked foods, that those alkalinizing minerals aren't as reactive. They're equal to about 30 to 10% less alkalinizing than they would be if they were raw, not cauterized. So you've got a relatively less functional plaque to protect your dentine from the heavy metal that's locked up in that plaque. So what happens if the plaque stays on there, that metal gets through and damages the dentine. The bacteria forms to clean the damaged tissue. It's not causing the cavity. You're taught that the bacteria causes the cavity, brush the bacteria away. It's absolute bullshit. It's all from industrial pollution. Canned food, additives, whether it's food coloring, preservatives, pesticides, herbicides, no matter what it is, that is damaging the dentine. The bacteria is just a janitor. It's a response. Whenever you go and see a damage in a hotel after a rock party is left, you don't blame the janitors for all the damage. What caused the damage? The tongue. You have a white coating on your tongue? That's the same kind of minerals. Mainly calcium and phosphorus, potassium, and magnesium binding with those poisons that are coming out the tongue. That's not a bad thing. The Chinese tell you it's a bad thing. It's an indication you got poison coming out of the body, but it's a good thing that your body has the calcium, magnesium, phosphorus, and potassium to bind with, or else your tongue would be bleeding with that kind of metal detoxification coming through your tongue. The deterioration of gums, same thing, only it's deteriorating gums as well as the teeth, or the gums instead of the teeth. But it all comes from the toxicity from the brain dumping out the mouth. If you understand what your problem is and why it's come about, you'll know what to do about it, and you can stop the behavior, stop the eating practices that cause it. So you can either live with dentures, if you want to continue your ways, and let your teeth go and your gums and everything go, that's fine. That was the choice of a lot of people these days. Everybody in my family has dentures except for me. I'm the only person who has teeth in my mouth of my 3 brothers and my parents. All of them have dentures. My teeth aren't all good, that's for sure. There are caps on 80% of my teeth. And the teeth here, these are almost all my teeth down here, and you see the discoloration. That's mainly from tetracycline. Tetracycline, cocaine will do it too. Change the teeth to gray-brown. If your body can't deal with it and throws it out the nerve tissue. So there are many responses that can happen. You can make your choices. Depends on what you want. I've had people come to me before my book was out, before it was published, and they'd hear about my work. They come to me because they had cancer. I would go through 7-8 hours. I'd have to go through this whole thing where I'm going with a group of people at a time for potential patients, and then after the 8 hours they'd say, I'd rather die of cancer than eat this way. Hey, I have no problem with that. That's a choice. And that's their choice. They can live however they want to live as long as they're not going to hurt me. You know? But that's a choice. And none of us should condemn that. But it can make you think, wait a minute, do I want cancer instead of eating in a different way? Is it that important to me? It's important to a lot of people, a lot of women who want a man who will accept them to eat this way. It's not easy to find. A lot of men who want a woman that'll cook or prepare food for them that way. It's not easy to find. These are a blessing right here. A blessing. Anybody who's got a mate who will allow them to eat that way. It's a jewel. It's a wonderful, wonderful thing. And there's a lot of people who won't do the diet because they don't have a social life. So they'd rather have cancer and eat toxic food and have a social life. Again, that's a choice that I don't make a judgment about, but understand why you're making the choices and who's more important. Okay, so we go down to the other glands. We have we have an organ that's a spleen. Now the spleen is not an endocrine gland. It does not produce anything. It holds red blood cells that are formed in the bone marrow. Now your bone marrow is the soft, fatty substance in the center of all bones. It's like butter. It's hard when it's cold. It's soft and creamy when it's warm. In the bone marrow is where the red and white blood cells divide, reproduce. They mature. They live in the bone marrow until they're matured, and then they enter the bloodstream. When they enter the bloodstream, the spleen goes to work. It said, okay, if we're too cold, the spleen will dump a lot of red blood cells into the blood serum. The blood gets thick, gets hotter. Heat starts radiating out from the bloodstream because of all these red blood cells which are more active, producing more oxygen, giving more heat to the body, able to utilize the fats better because of the oxygen intake. So you're utilizing much more fat for energy. So you're heating the body. When the body needs to cool itself, the spleen removes red blood cells from the bloodstream, thins the blood, you get cooler. There's another way that the body does it, but it doesn't, not normally how it does it. The body cools and warms itself via the kidneys. When you get cold, what happens? You pee a lot. Body's trying to thicken the blood by getting rid of excess H2O. If you drink water, you're constantly filling your blood with non-nutritive tissue, non-nutritive fluid that will cause the body to cool itself and to break down lots of good substance. It leaches, breaks down. Remember, water is a solvent. If you look at an archaeological book, the first word under solvent, water. It rains, it dissolves rock, plants eat. That's why I say people shouldn't be drinking water. They should be sipping on milk all the time. Things with nutrients, or vegetable juices. Things with nutrients in them. If you've got all these toxic water in the body, and you get cold, you're going to be pissing all the time. And the spleen's not going to be doing its only work. The kidney's going to be involved in this heating and cooling of the system. And if you get very hot, the kidney's not going to allow you to dump the fluids. It's going to retain the waters. Unless you've got a lot of toxicity, a lot of acidity, acrid substances in the blood, then of course the body, regardless of how cold you are, is going to have to retain those fluids with that acidity. And maybe even can't help it but dump them. And then you're going to have to get heat prostration because or you're going to get too cold because your body has to, you're going to get too hot because your body has to dump that fluids when it needs to be thinner. So you're going to have heat prostration. So understand why you have these reactions by understanding how all these organs and glands work together to make you have a functional life. If you know that, you're not going to be afraid of what's happening. And that's the whole point. You don't want to run to a doctor that knows nothing about health. They're not going to help you. Ever. They are not going to help you. Unless you get, a limb torn off and they need to sew it back on. Those are good mechanics. They're very good mechanics. They're not good healers. Okay, so let's take a look at we took a look at the gallbladder. Remember, the gallbladder doesn't produce anything. It holds bile like the spleen holds blood. The gallbladder holds bile that the liver produces. Kidneys, we talked a little about the bladder. We have the bladder because you'd be urinating all over yourself all the time if you didn't have a bladder. The kidney would constantly be flushing some waters out of your bloodstream, and you'd just be urinating all over yourself. So bladder is to hold urine so that you can urinate at times instead of all over yourself all the time. So remember, the bladder is just a reservoir to allow you not to have to be pissing all the time. Very simple, very easy, no big thing about a bladder. If you got bladder infections, why do you have a bladder infection? Some toxicity is getting into cellular walls of the bladder. It's not a bladder condition. It is a dietary condition, an environmental condition of poisons getting into those tissues. Antibiotics not going to help you. You got an infection in there. Those are janitors. Why do you want to wipe out the janitors? The janitor's trying to make your bladder well, your kidneys well. Why would you destroy your janitors? Oh, it's palliative. Stop the infection. Yeah, but that's temporary. Then you're going to end up with a disease in your kidneys or bladder because you've gotten rid of your janitors. So you have to think about all of this before you go attack your body. Because that's all the medical profession does, is attack the body. They search, find, and destroy. They're a military. And what was one of the greatest generals we have ever had? General Eisenhower, the only Republican I've ever liked in my lifetime. What did he say? You are never going to have peace as long as you're planning for war. And this is 4- or 5-star general who was President of the United States. He says, our greatest enemy is the military-industrial complex. It's all about money. They want war to happen. Medical profession wants disease to happen. It is their livelihood. So careful on how you think of your body. If you just go into a panic, oh, I've got an infection, it's irritating, it's bothering me. There's a nice, easy, curative way to handle it. You have to have patience. Where did the word patient come from? Hippocrates knew that people had to be patient for a disease to heal, for the body to heal a disease of discomfort. So he called people who were injured or ill patients to remind them that they had to be patient while they did what? Ate raw foods. Hippocrates used raw food in all of his work. He did not use one tea or anything. Mainly raw milk is what he used in cases of diabetes, emphysema, tuberculosis. Complete raw milk diet. Father of modern medicine? It's the father of ancient medicine. And they keep calling the father of modern medicine. He didn't do anything with chemistry, except combine foods like I do. But all of his work was lost into some chemistry laboratory with a Bunsen burner. He healed with raw foods. Okay, we've gone over all the glands and the organs. Of course, you know what the bones are to have structure, so I'm not melting down to the floor like a jelly worm or jellyfish. Do you know a jellyfish is not one creature? It's 1,000 different creatures grouped together to make one functioning civilization. A jellyfish is a civilization. It's not one animal.
Wow.
Take a look at that. Pretty impressive, isn't it? It's a whole colony of different creatures grouped together which can function separately and live separately. And you have to take a look at our bodies too. All the bacteria in it can live separately or inside of us. And it's all helping us have a human healthy body. So don't be afraid of your bacteria. When you hear Listeria, when you hear Campylobacter, Heliobacter, E. coli, anything, don't be afraid of them. They're a natural part of your body. They're a natural part of the whole planet. They help you digest. They help you clean. There are 2,300 varieties of salmonella that used to live on your skin before you were a daily bath taker. Who took care of all the peeling skin that you had? Varieties of salmonella and listeria. They lived on your skin, colonies, trillions and trillions of bacteria lived on your skin, eating the skin, dead skin. You're not like a snake, you'll just peel it off. Well, I have one patient that does like that, has a body like that. But that was from vaccines, and I'll tell you about that in a minute. So that bacteria lived on your skin. It was prolific on your skin. You still got it in your nose, heavily in your nose and your ears, in your mouth, in your eyes. Why? Because you can't wash that without some severe problems. You get eye burn from soap in your eyes. You'll get nose burn and bleeding from soap in your nose. So you can't go there, so you still, what cleans your nose is bacteria. What cleans your ears is bacteria and fungus. What cleans the skin on your feet, because you keep them covered and exposed to a lot of humidity, is fungus. If your feet were open, you'd have salmonella and listeria eating that dead tissue. You wouldn't have to have a fungus. So even the fungus are helpful. They are your janitors. They're cleaning. Now we have all these soaps and everything. We get into water all the time. What's happening? We're getting poisoned with all this fluoride. All these other chemicals are in the water. Now we're poisoning ourselves from the outside in. How many people know that almost all of your makeup is dangerous? There's not one makeup that is natural, even though it's called natural. Almost all of it has some kind of lean in it, some kind of kerosene derivative, and formaldehyde. Almost every one of your cosmetics. Only natural cosmetic you can find is a clay or raspberries. You put it on, beet juice. Those are your natural dyes, and they will last much longer, and they're much more easy to absorb as long as you know how to put them on. I remember hearing the stories from people I knew who lived in the concentration camps in Auschwitz. And what was the other one?
Warsaw.
Pardon?
Warsaw.
Yeah, there was another. Forgot the name of it. They, what they did to keep them, when the Nazis would go around, see anybody who looked really pale, they would get rid of them, because then they can't work. So a lot of the men and women would prick themselves and get a little blood and color themselves with their own blood. So that's a good makeup, your own blood. And that would make everything colorful. And then they would survive another day, even though they were very weak. So they could fool, the people. And that's all makeup is about. It's fooling people to say, I'm healthy, I've got good coloring. Well, eat right and you'll have good coloring. You remember the pictures of all the was it Heidi and, all those characters that came from the mountains, Switzerland, they had the pink, red cheeks and all that beautiful skin, because they lived mainly on dairy in Switzerland, raw dairy. That was back then. They don't now. It's just outlawed like it is everywhere else, except for raw cheeses they allow there. So, if you want good radiant health that doesn't require makeup to hide the ill health, eat right. All these toxins, I know I'm giving you a lot of bad news, but at least you'll know where you stand in life. And your choices will be your choices and solely your choices and not out of ignorance from now on. I'm a bad boy, I know. Okay. The muscles, of course, there to have mobility and strength, and the sinews to keep everything together, the connective tissue, keep the muscles to the skin, the muscles to the bones, and the tendons are to attach the muscles to the bones, so they don't rip, so you can have a lot of strength in there. The lymph system, very important part of the body. One of the most, it's as important as fat is in the dietary perspective of reality. The lymph system is that important in our industrial pollution as fat is to the human body. The lymph system is supposed to do two things. Lymph system is supposed to feed every cell in the body, and is supposed to clean all the waste out of the body. Now, in a normal primate, the lymph system acts that way, unless it's a caged animal, and it's not fed properly. It's not allowed to graze and feed the way it normally does. And by grazing, I don't mean eating vegetation, eating whatever is natural for it, the primates, because some of them will naturally eat lots of carbohydrate, lots of fruits. Others will eat vegetation, spit out the pulp like the gorillas, and the gorillas also eat a tremendous amount of meat once a month. Gorillas have a period once a month, and they'll eat 14 to 28 pounds in 48 hours of meat. Kill an animal once a month, and they'll eat the whole thing. So they eat a tremendous amount now. Because they're not followed and the scene is happening, they're said to be frugivore vegetarians, and they're not. They just don't eat like we do. We eat it frequently, the meat, and often they eat it once a month. It's their period. So, the lymph system today rarely feeds the body. The blood is doing what it shouldn't be doing. The blood was built to do two things. The red blood cells is to transport oxygen throughout the body for body heat, for energy, whether it's heat or activity. And the white blood cells are to arrest any toxin that gets into the body, and the byproducts of using fat as energy, any kind of fuel as energy. The white blood cells remove that waste when it gets into the blood. So it's usually carbon dioxide where the white blood cells are active. Of course, if you get a bite, something gets into the blood, doesn't belong there, then of course the white blood cells become active and act as phagocytes, eating up that toxin and then killing themselves like kamikazes by eating that or delivering it somewhere in the body and dumping the poison, the waste, by having vomit or diarrhea of their own nature within their system. So the red blood stream is now detoxifying. Is feeding, delivering nutrients to every area in the body. And you realize how complex and complicated and wrong that is when you take a look at the lacteal system in your digestive tract. It's a web network, like a complex spidery network of channels, of tubes of this lymphatic fluid that's called lacteal. It looks like milk. When everything is digested in the digestive tract, everything that comes out of it looks like milk. Just like this. Everything is digested. No matter what was red meat, if it's blueberries, whatever, it looks like this after digestion. So it goes through that network of the lacteal system. When the lacteal system directly attaches to the lymph system converts it into a more translucent substance. So it looks like a little bit of milk mixed in with some kind of gelatin. And that's called lymph. That's what the body's supposed to feed itself with from the lymph system. The lymph is now, the lacteal system is now dumping into the bloodstream and delivering all these nutrients. Now you wonder why you can't shimmy up a tree in 5 seconds like a primitive animal can, a monkey or an ape. Get up a tree in seconds. Not many humans can do it anymore, except those who live in the wild and eat better and or have exceptional adrenaline production. We can just shimmy up a tree fast. We all should be able to do that. We all should be doing backflips and everything that every other primate can do. But we can't because we are so toxic. You've got one system doing what another system should be doing. The lymph system is so jammed with toxic fats, it can't even do its own job of cleaning out anymore. And the major problem with that happened when what? Trans fatty acids were produced, margarine, vegetable oils. Why? A vegetarian, a vegetable eater, which are called herbivores, they have a body temperature of 101 to 105 degrees. They break down the fats in cellulose properly. They take 48 hours to do that. Vegetation passes through us, any food passes through us in a minimum of 24 hours. They have 2 to 4 stomachs. We have one with 2 compartments. They have up to 8 compartments. They chew their cud, they swallow, they regurgitate, they rechew. Jam, and it's going to be your major problem. So you have all this lymphatic congestion in your system. So what happens? You get weaker and weaker every day. You get sicker and sicker every day because toxins accumulate. The more toxins accumulate, the more breakdown you're going to have in a particular area where those toxins are collecting. And that will be your disease. That will be your named, diagnosed disease. If it's in the intestinal tract, it could be IBS, inflammatory bowel disease. It could be Crohn's. It could be colitis, peritonitis, ulcers. Any one of those, if it happens in the intestines, it happens in the heart, congestive heart failure. Happens in the brain, aneurysms. Alzheimer's, Parkinson's. Happens in their nerves and other parts of the body. Parkinson's also, MS. If you've got a disease, realize that the toxins have stored in that area. You need to do something to remove those toxins from that area. That is the most important thing to do, is to first, if you're very weak, strengthen your body to get strong enough to detoxify. That's your second. Patience. Takes patience. If you're very weak and feeble, You need to eat a strict diet that does not detoxify. You need to strengthen your body and then eat a diet that will detoxify the area. And it takes years to do that. And you have to be patient. I didn't get well overnight. You know, I just entered my 62nd year last week. You know? And I was supposed to be dead 39 years ago. I'm not all of a sudden this healthy. I went from a worm on the floor to this. Everybody else is getting more closer to a worm on the floor, and I'm getting healthier every year because I take care of myself. It's not by accident. Nobody goes from where I was to this place by accident, nor by any miracle. I've seen few miracles in my life, and they were just that young boy, Steve Flanagan, come into my life and say, carrot juice and raw milk. I thought, out of his fucking mind. You know, carrot juice. I thought, disgusting, but I tasted it. It was delicious. It's the only thing you tasted, first thing you taste. After you've had radiation chemotherapy, everything tastes like metal, like you're drinking cans and cardboard. The carrot juice is tasty. It tasted alive and vibrant. The milk still tastes metallic because I was dumping all this chemotherapy and radiation into the milk. But still, the milk I craved because it was so pale. It just relaxed my body and allowed me not to be in constant tension and so much pain. It relaxed everything. But it wasn't overnight. It took time, so you have to be patient while you're detoxifying. And if you want to live with less symptoms of detoxification, you have to be on a strict diet that mainly builds and maintains the diet. You do very little detoxification, and just your years are numbered. But still, you can live the rest of your life much better than you did before. I have people that come to me with very serious end-of-their-life diseases in the next week and live another 2 years happy, reduce the pain tremendously, and live a much more enjoyable life. Only 2 more years, but it's always 1 to 2 good years that they really can express the love to their children, their parents, their whole lives themselves. So when you start eating this kind of a diet, it allows everything to broaden in your life, except for a few people. They're like 2% of the population out there that no matter what they do on this diet, nothing seems to relax or help them at first. Sometimes it takes a year, year and a half, 2 years, even 4 years to come out of that. From the poison mushroom, it took me 6.5 years to come out of and to think even normally. It took me 3.5 years to just come out of my depression. You know? So you have to realize these things take time. And of course, because I'm a huge pioneer, all this knowledge that I have now, this wisdom I have, was out there in all of the elderly people 100 and 200 years ago. It was handed down to everybody, to your children, everything. Amish community, Quakers, all of them handed it down, tribes. It is indoctrinated out of you. You go to a school to learn nothing about wisdom. You only learn what the pharmaceutical houses and the big industries want you to believe. Mathematics is important, business is important, money is important. Wear makeup, take medications, that's how you take care of your health. You hide your sickness in medication and makeup and surgeries, cosmetic surgeries. That's basically what our children are taught these days. They don't learn anything about health. They don't learn anything qualitative about diet. You go on the USDA's website and find out what is that balanced diet, it has nothing to do with reality. It's what the food industry wants them to say because they want to sell a lot of cereals. because cereals and pasta, grain substances are the biggest money makers in the world besides alcohol. So where's this, $80 billion a year in this country on cereals and pastas and all kinds of other breads and starches? Who's making the laws? Who's dictating what gets taught in your schools? So if you want to have stupid children, you send them to school. And I'm not kidding, you send them to school. The only person that I know in Congress, and I got to meet him last year when I was lobbying Congress for raw milk, was Dr. Ron Paul. This is an MD. Only man who's got as much smarts as Kennedy had. But he's going to be dead if he becomes president. They'll kill him in an instant, just like they did as soon as Kennedy, when 3 months after he signed the bill, that meant that we were getting rid of the Federal Reserve, which is a banking system that is independent, has nothing to do with the government. It's a corporation that prints the money. We charge them. The government prints the money, sells it to them for $28.50 per thousand billed, no matter what the denomination is. Then the bank turns around and loans that paper money to the government at high interest rates to run the government. So we pay 80% of our taxes to the banks for loaning us money that we printed for them. Kennedy said, we're not going to do that anymore, signed a bill, we started printing our money. One printing went on before he was dead. Also, he cut the military budget by 1/5 and started eliminating bases. He was going to wipe it out and was going to splinter the CIA into 1,000 pieces. And who was running the CIA? Bush. George Bush Sr., the most powerful man in the United States because he headed the CIA for 30 years. So, why do you think Kennedy was dead in 3 months after he signed his 3 bills? What was the first bill, the executive order that Johnson signed? Right back into the Federal Reserve, stop printing our own money. Johnson was on the airplane, signed in as the president, and signed that executive order all in 10 minutes. That was it. Ron Paul, same thing's going to happen to him if he gets in office. But he wants to get rid of all educational systems. Get back to learning, getting out and doing jobs, and learning wisdom, interpreting and interrelating with people instead of this school environment, which is a very stupid environment. Before, when somebody was apprenticing and learning some kind of trade, you worked in the trade. You didn't go to some school, get all this brain garbage, and then go in and learn. If you want to learn specifics about a particular trade, you have to go in and learn it every day. You have to see how it forms and how it relates and how it grows. If you're dealing with anything other than mechanics. In mechanics, it doesn't take that. All it takes is brains and people to develop machines. So, anyway, that's the state we are. You want good, wise people, you need to educate them on another level. You need to educate about the health. You need to educate about the diet. You need to educate about everything that personally affects their human body. I had, just 6 weeks ago, 5 weeks ago, I was called to Israel to help these very, very wealthy Israelis. This one man had a case of cancer, had been diagnosed 2 years ago, and it had metastasized. They called me, and said, This guy's in this shape. I said, okay, put him on this diet. I put him on lots of raw eggs and milk. That's all he got to eat. Raw eggs, 30 raw eggs a day, and 4 glasses of milk a day, but sipping a fourth of a cup at a time. So that's all he ate. For the first time in 2 years, he started getting energy and positive. So they offered me they asked me what it would take to get me over there. I gave them an absurd amount, and they said, okay. So I get there, and the guy's in chemotherapy.
No.
So I said, you wasted my time. Sure, I made a lot of money, but it wasted a week of my time. A week of my time. He died 8 days after he was in the hospital. 8 days. And he was feeling good and positive and strong in that 2 weeks on what I gave him. And when I went in and I saw that he had chemo, I saw him in the hospital. And I said, are you still going through the chemo? He said, it's one more day. And I looked at all the other people, his family all around, and I went outside and said, you got to get him out of the hospital as soon as possible. You won't have a chance in the hospital. Because when the chemo starts working 4 to 5 days after, he's going to be so sick and in so much pain, he's not going to be rational, he's going to be incoherent, all kinds of things are going to happen, and he will die here. So, they didn't listen. So the day after I arrived back in Los Angeles, he died. And I said to him, I said, you wouldn't go to the guy flipping hamburgers to learn how to be a millionaire. Why you go to the doctors to poison you to get health? It's absurd. He says, yeah, but I'm already at the hamburger stand. I've got the hamburger. But you don't have to eat the hamburger. If the hamburger's going to kill you, why do you eat the hamburger? Why do you keep listening to the hamburger flipper? I don't know, people just don't get it. So, you have to stay rational. I'm pleading with you to stay rational. Don't get stupid. Industry, government want you stupid. They make sure you're stupid. Okay? And you make very irrational choices. You were taught to make irrational choices. Don't do it anymore. Take your life in your own hands if you want the best quality of life. Okay, so let's take a break. I think we've gone to that point now. Let's take a break, eat something, relax, stretch. Okay, we started in a very nice fashion of responsibility before you went to lunch, so you can eat on that. Now I'm going to show you the promises. This is great stuff. See this? Chopped off finger, ground off finger, ground in a machine. Yeah. Girls in your vegetable juice one time.
I used to.
Finger, ground off. See this?
It's got a little bubble on its nail. Get down all the way through.
Finger, round away.
Yeah?
You put wrong in it? Yes. Got a bite accident and gash my leg open. I put wrong in it.
Right down to the bone. Okay, now show everybody to stand up and show everybody the finger. Both sides. See that finger grew back. Now we know that science is known, but the doctors kept it quiet. that all children who got any kind of a digit whacked off would grow back, as long as they're under the age of 7. Sometimes up to the age of 10, the finger would grow back if the doctors didn't mess with it. If the doctors don't mess with it, the digit will grow back. I believe it can happen in adults on this diet, and that's proof of it, right here. And this is how long ago?
It happened in September.
September. So we're not even a year, and the finger's almost completely normal. There's still, ridges in the nail that will all smooth out as it... Pardon?
Is it below the nail?
Oh, well, you can't see how deep this is? It's almost down to the joint.
I got part of the bone.
She got part of the bone. You cut the part of the bone?
I got that. That's right.
See that?
I get queasy.
Yes, I got better feeling. Yeah.
I'm not I can deal with it like if it's on my body. I've got one of my puppies has no condition there. I can deal it, do it, but
Deformed. Nails deformed. No, when I was 3 years old, I stuck my hand in a lawnmower, cut this finger off. I took skin from here and grafted it on here because they're not taught any better. They were stupid, even back in the 50s, early 50s, when this happened. I was 3 years old, so that was 1950. So they took skin from here, and grafted on to here. That was as hard. When it healed as hard as rock. I was able to put this finger through glass. I could put it right through a good plexiglass window. It was so hard, just like rock. The year that I started eating raw meat, almost a week to the year that I started eating raw meat, that whole hardened tissue that they took from here and grafted onto here fell off. The new skin grew back. I had sensitivity in there. The nail formed properly. Now I can't put it through anything because it's normal tissue. That was just a year on the raw meat that happened. And that was 27 years later that happened, when the tissue fell off. It just all of a sudden blistered and fell off. It didn't belong there, and the body rejected and grew its own tissue back. So you can see, the body can do amazing things. How old are you, Renee?
You never have to worry that.
Yes, in this class I do.
48.
48. So at 48, you can still grow back a limb. You have to be 7 years old or younger. You just have to know how to take care of it. The main thing is to keep it moist. I had to put lime juice on it to keep any kind of particle infection down. Lime juice seals any kind of toxicity, so your body doesn't have to use a lot of white blood cells to bind with it. An infection is 99% white blood cells surrounding toxins, removing them from the system. That's what pus is. 90 to 99% white blood cells defending that particular area. You don't need that if you put lime juice on it. Lime juice surrounds the tissue and coats it so it doesn't cause damage. So we sealed it off, any of the damaged tissue, any of the leaking tissue that got in from the blood into other areas that didn't belong there, and lymphatic tissue into other areas. So it sealed all that off and decontaminated it. Then she put coconut cream on top of that and then honey. And then kept it moist so it didn't dry out. Because if it dries out and turns into a scab with our toxic condition, it won't regrow. If it was a child, we wouldn't have to do all that. Well, the child these days, all their vaccines, as soon as they come out of the womb, they get vaccines. So probably most children won't grow their limbs back now, and you may have to put that mixture on, that combination on, to cause healing even in a child. But you see, in a grown adult, it still works. And how long have you been on the diet?
A year and a half.
Only a year and a half. You know, so you have to take a look. The body will do amazing things when it gets the right food.
Would clay have worked?
No, clay would have dried it out.
I thought cheese from meat too.
Oh yeah, raw meat and
Yeah,
butter.
raw meat
Yeah,
and
and butter, keep the raw meat from sticking to it. Yeah, but that was the thing that kept it moist. You know, you gauze sometimes with, as soon as it seals up, then you can use ball gauze with butter on it. But until it seals, and you need to use meat with butter on it, so the meat doesn't dry.
What would the coconut cream be? Was that just for the moisture?
Moisturizing, yeah. The coconut cream has water-soluble fats and vitamins, as well as the oil-soluble. And it's higher in water-soluble, and our bodies use more of the water-soluble fats and vitamins than oil-soluble in the healing process. So if she had just used coconut oil, it wouldn't have healed as quickly nor as well. You know, may not have healed properly at all. Maybe, probably 2/3 of what it did. But with the coconut cream, it has all that water-soluble fats and vitamins. Yes?
That's the first time I've ever heard the term water-soluble fat. It seems like an oxymoron almost. So, can you explain that again? I've always been taught that oil and water don't mix.
Oil, yes, but that's all oil-soluble fat. But you have water-soluble fats.
Oh, I just never knew that before. I always equated
Most,
that to oil.
almost all the fat in carrots is water-soluble. Carotene is a water-soluble fat. Vitamin A is both water and oil-soluble. Vitamin E is oil-soluble. Vitamin D is oil-soluble. However, most of your other vitamins are oil or water-soluble. And they're very, very important in a healing process and regrowth of tissue. Cream, water-soluble. What milk is 82% water, yet you've got cream dispersing into the milk. It doesn't become, when it becomes butter, then it's no longer water-soluble. But you put it through a process to extract certain fats that are oil-soluble to that point. All the water-soluble are lost in the buttermilk. And that's why buttermilk is so healthy. You know? My father thrived on buttermilk. He wouldn't drink any other milk but buttermilk. You know, and he was 93. He just had a stroke in December. And in the early 1960s, early 1970s and late 1970s and early 80s. My parents were having a lot of problems, especially my mother. So I got them to do quite a few raw things. They do the raw cheese, they do raw olive oil, they eat the raw eggs with orange juice and some cream. So I got them to do a lot of that. My mother did more, probably 50%. Then 7 years went by, 8 years, and they stopped doing all the stuff. Now that they're getting sick again, guess what they're doing? You know? I mean, I've been able to get my father to touch raw milk, in 20-some years. And he just had a stroke, and I was with him a month ago, and he ate my raw milkshakes, every one that I made. No questions. Yes, I'll eat them. It's so weird because the doctors, they say they're experts, and they put them on medication back in December. Now, the doctors come in and they read charts. They don't give a shit about the patient. They don't look at the patient at all. Look at the chart. They'll start writing things. If anybody says anything, they'll put that into the formula, write it down. They don't stay with the patient. They have no idea what the patient is going through. So, because of the stroke, they put a lot of old people on a thing which is called glycerin water, or glycerin fluids. So everything that is a liquid, they have glycerin in it to make it thick. So it slides down, it's not thin and will cause coughing. So they had him on this, and I was with him probably 8 hours, and I noticed that every time he had this glycerin in his apple juice, in his milk, no matter what it was, he all of a sudden went stupid. I'd ask him a question, he'd go. And it was always within 10 minutes of drinking that stuff. So I mentioned it to the nurses, and they said, oh no, there's nothing that causes a problem. I said, wait a minute. Do you sit with him for long periods of time and watch his behavior and see the changes after he does this? Well, we don't have to. There's nothing in it that will cause a problem. I said, you're not listening to me. I'm a biochemist. I watch it, I observe, and this is the reaction. So on the second day, they hadn't changed anything. I said, I'm telling you, the doctor's not answering his phone. It constantly rings. There's no answer. There's not even a message machine. He's obviously avoiding being contacted. He doesn't want to deal with people, but me he better deal with, because I will slap a suit on this place quickly. So you better listen to me. So nothing happened. So the next day I said, okay, if he isn't taking all that stuff, I guarantee you that this place will be shut down. I don't care if it's for a week or whatever, I will shut this place down. Sure enough, he was out of his stuff by that evening. He was no longer getting stupid. Drinking the milkshakes I gave him, eating fluids, coughing once in a while, because you're going to have that if you've had a stroke. You know, because the mucus doesn't form well, put you on those antibiotics and all those thinners and everything to keep the stroke, so the mucus gets so thin that it doesn't protect the throat from very thin liquids, especially things like apple juice. You just don't give them apple juice, I said. It's just sub-acid and it'll just irritate the throat. You know, so you don't give them apple juices. You don't give them pineapple juices. You don't give them things like that. So, of course, everything was fine. So he drank a good milkshake a day, almost a quart of it a day for 4 days. Amazing. And for the first time in his life, he cried when I left. And my mother said, it's a little late, isn't it? Any time is fine. Anytime anybody reaches consciousness, that's a good thing. There's more peace in the world. I don't care if he's been an asshole for 93 years. It's okay. He's had a change. It was a good thing. So, doctors do not stay and observe a patient. If you've got anybody that you've got in care, you have to stay there and make sure they're taken care of. My brother's got a PhD in accounting, and he takes care of my father most of the time because they live in the same town. He goes in there for 20 minutes and stays with my father. He doesn't have a clue what's happening with my father, our Father, our Father who art in a clinic. So you've got to observe. And if you see odd behavior after an injection, after a particular food that they eat, know that there's something wrong with that food. Substance, if you really want to help somebody that's in that kind of care, or lack of care. And the poor guy next door, he's just got an irritable next bed for my father. My mother is upstairs. She's in minimal care because she can walk now and take care of herself, even though she had a stroke 3 years ago. Pulled her pretty much out of it. And she got very sick and was wasting away. And all it took was feeding her a custard one day and 4 ounces of papaya every day for 5 days to get her to eat. That's all it took. She wouldn't eat. She just stopped eating. And when I got there, I fed her the custard. She ate 4 meals that day. Next day, she would eat the custard, but she ate half a cup of papaya one time in the morning. Ate 4 meals a day, every day. And my father said, your mother stopped eating again. I said, are you giving her the half a cup of papaya? No. And I said, then you want her to die? No. I said, well, then feed her the half a cup. So he fed her for a half a cup for another week. Now her appetite fully returned. She hasn't had any problem for 2.5 years. You know, that's all it took. So you can change things, you can help. Of course, you know, I don't know that they really want to live, you know, that disabled, but it's their life, you know, it's the way they're living it. And it's an exploration, too. I'm not going to take it away from them, but I'm certainly going to help them if they want my help. If they don't want my help, I won't help them. My father had refused the milkshakes. That would have been fine with me. It was up to him. You know, but he took them. I was shocked. And let me tell you, he didn't stop drinking them. I mean, he didn't stop until they were gone, empty and gone. Only gave him a cup at a time, 6 ounces at first at a time. But he didn't stop till it was down. But it creates big changes, very helpful changes. Okay. Now I'm going to tell you one more story about a woman that, very young woman, in Antigua a few months ago when I went there. She was the last patient on it was a Tuesday evening. They brought her in a wheelchair through the door, and over the door, what do they call that? The little
Threshold?
The threshold, yes. Brought her over the threshold. Excruciating pain just to get her in a wheelchair over the threshold. She was skin and bones. Her skin had black, gray patches all over her entire body. She couldn't move a muscle in her body except for her mouth, like this, and her head. Very little control. You think you're bad? Huh. This poor girl. And no movement at all. So the mother, big woman, would, you know, when they took her out of the wheelchair, because the wheelchair causes her too much pain. So I had a office chair that was all, you know, fabric. So she had to pull her over, you know, and pick her up like this. And I mean, moved like in slow motion because the girl was in constant pain. The skin was, everything touched it. It was pain, very painful. Put her down in the chair, and I mean, so slowly. To get from one chair to the other, it took 7.5 minutes. That's how. And she cried the whole time. The girl cried the whole time. This girl's 21.5 years old. She was a sophomore in high school. This was in February. They said that she didn't have certain vaccine records, so they gave her several shots of vaccine. 2 weeks later, the mercury started coming out of her skin, damaged all the muscle tissue underneath everything. So she's completely paralyzed, except for her mouth and a little bit of movement with her head. That was it. So she'd been this way 3 years. Doctors couldn't help, nothing, because they're not going to blame themselves. If they do a laboratory test on her skin, what are they going to find? They're going to find mercury, formaldehyde, and aluminum. And she can't be touched, she can't be washed. So you've got big layers of skin, this thick, peeling off like a snake. I mean, it's just horrendous, painful, this poor girl. So I said, I got to start right away. So I gave her a little bit of honey and butter. Loved it, you know. And then 10 minutes went by, no reactions. I thought, this is good. So I gave her a whole tablespoon of it. 10 minutes went by, good. So I gave her 2 ounces of kefir. 20 minutes went by, no problem. I gave her a whole cup. When she left, an hour and 15 minutes later, she had already put some weight on her face and was laughing. First time she had laughed in several years.
Oh, wow.
First time laughed. Got a report last week. She's moving her arms. You know,
So awesome.
all it takes is a good diet. You know, so to help somebody in that kind of condition, it's very beautiful, and it shows you, even though you guys aren't in that kind of state, on a subtle level, what it can do for you in your body, even though you're not noticing it. And most people aren't going to notice that kind of healing because you're not in that kind of condition. But it was beautiful. And she's moving her feet. So she's coming back. Half of her skin, the black spots are gone. So that's, one of those emotional times. See somebody in so much pain, so much agony for so long, and the doctors are they all should be lined up and just shot. Just lined up and gunned down because they're criminals. And it's really not their fault. It's the pharmaceutical industry's fault because they teach them to be stupid. Just like our children are not taught wisdom in school. So, anyway, this diet can do wonderful, wonderful things. It's the food that does it. It isn't me. I just found the wisdom that's been lost, so I can help people get there quicker if they need my help. So, anyway, those are some great stories, of a miraculous type of things, and it's a natural miracle that can happen to a lot of people. Okay, so we're going to get into nutrients in food. So we covered a little bit about fats. Now, we talked about fats being the most important because we're the most toxic civilization, I think, that ever existed in this reality, because of the heavy metals. Not even the Egyptian culture used metals to the extent that we do, and didn't have smelting plants like we do all over the world, causing all the metal toxicity and the formaldehydes and the strychnine and everything that's airborne that we have today. So we need all these fats. And if you look at any scientific research, you see that the body stores the poisons in fat. And you can relate that to when I said earlier, the brain is 60% fat. Where do most of the poisons go? Into fat tissue. A lot of people say, oh, the liver gets so fat. These are newbie health, new age thinking people that don't have a clue about what happens. The liver does not store a lot of toxins like a lot of people think. Imagine that it does. The liver has very little fat. The gallbladder will get full of fats because of the bile has a lot of fat-related elements in it. The pancreas is very high in fat, almost 60% fat. It will have a high level of toxins. Look at the diabetes that's growing now. How many millions of people in the United States are considered diabetic? 53 million people. And out of 280 million people, 53 million are diabetic now? Pretty amazing, isn't it? How did 53 million people become diabetic? Because the pancreas is mainly fat, and a lot of toxins are going to that pancreas, and it's malfunctioning. Like I said, that pancreas doesn't make just insulin. It also makes a hormone that calls out and leaches nutrients from every cell in the body whenever you eat a cooked food. So you're robbing from Peter to pay Paul. How long do you think your bank account's going to last? And you don't have a Federal Reserve System that just puts out blank money. There's no magic in the body here. When you've spent your reserve account, that's it. There's no more unless you get it in your food and your air. So spending that bank account every time you eat a cooked food, is that frivolous? Might be. Depends on what quality of life you want. So fats are so important. You need to eat a lot of fats, and you need to be fat if you want to get well fast. Say, Aajonus, you're not fat. Look at you, skinny. I am not skinny. I'm telling you, I'm fat. I'm 22% body fat. But I don't look it because the fat molecules in my body are very tiny. When you cook a fat molecule, it swells 10 to 50 times its normal size. So I look like somebody who's maybe 10% body fat. An athlete that's 10% body fat. And I don't exercise except I carry my groceries once a week and I pull my suitcase around. And that's about my exercise. You know, I maybe do, when I'm in my hot tub sometimes, I'll do a few push-ups like that, you know. Because I get bored just sitting here sometimes in the hot tub. But that's my exercise. 22% body fat. When I ate crap food, I was 22% body fat in this size. He's probably about 25% body fat. That's fine. That's what I want. When I got well the fastest, when I made my greatest progress, I was 27 to 30% body fat. So I was bigger than he was. And fat is healthy because those fats grab the poisons and remove them from the body. So I get to be fat without looking it. Everybody will get to be that. The women that I have on this diet that have been on it from 12 to 14 years, they're all fat and slim. Fat and slim. How do you like that? You get to be fat and slim. It's like a misnomer, isn't it? Or a dichotomy, you know? Fat and slim. You get to have all this tiny fat on you and be very protected and very happy and healthy, but be slender at the same time. I mean, I saw one woman that came to me, what was in 1988, I think it was, 89, and she had breast cancer. She had 3 teenage children. 2 teenage children. And one was 14 and one was 16. And thought she was going to die in a few years. This is now 2008, and I saw her about 2 months ago, and she looked so trim, slim, you know, as slim as you are. And I said, my gosh, you're so thin. And I put her on the scale, 27% body fat. 27% body fat and as trim as this young lady. It's wonderful. You just have to stick it out.
How much time?
That took her 14 years.
Wow.
But that was when you got cancer. When you got cancer, you've got a lot of serious problems. A lot of toxicity that's accumulated in a lot of areas. Probably most women would take, if you haven't had a cesarean, would take 10 to 12 years. Woman who's had a cesarean may take 17 to 20 years.
Wow. Does age matter?
Age doesn't really matter.
It's irrelevant.
No. In fact, the younger, the fatter they get usually and stay fatter longer. I think it's because of the poorer quality of fats, poor quality of foods, you know, in the younger generation. It's just not given, you know, you're given soy milk and rice milk, which is absolute garbage. You know, it's not part of the human diet. And so children raised on that, of course, are going to have a poor beginning, you know, in their lives, and they're going to take them longer, and they have to get swell up longer and get fatter.
Why does a cesarean make a difference?
When you have a cesarean, it cuts and changes all the membranes, so it blocks all the circulation in these lymph glands. Remember, your lymph gland, major lymph gland network is here in the neck and face, all the way down into here. Your next network is all under here, all of this area. Your network is all here. And when you have this cut off, this cuts off the whole area from here to here, from getting the proper nutrient flows. So it causes a mass amount more fat to be necessary to protect the intestinal area, because now these lymph glands won't be helping up here. They've been dissected.
What if you have, like, I had one taken out of my neck, is that going to affect me at all?
Well, yeah, it lowers your chances of cleaning that area. You know, a lot of women say, oh, you've got lumps? You better have lumps. That shows your lymph gland is swollen and working. It's taking toxicity out. Unless your gland is hard as rock, it's not involved in cancer. You should expect to have cancer cells in every lymph gland. Everybody has cancer cells. This is pharmaceutical says, once you have 50 per gram of tissue, you have diagnosable, treatable cancer. And that's how they determine it. 50 per gram of tissue. So, of course, when you plug a lymph gland, 80% of the time you're going to find 50%. 50 per gram. You've got to have that. That's part of the lymphatic system, cleans out tissue. So you expect to have cancer in the lymph glands. You better have cancer in your lymph glands. It's part of it. It's natural. So you're going to have them all lopped off and taken out in a lumpectomy? What happens? What are you going to do now when you have dead cells in collection? You have no lymph glands to clean that area. So you're going to metastasize, and you're going to lose all your breasts, maybe your lungs. Something else is going to happen.
And you get lymphedema.
Pardon?
And you get lymphedema.
There you go. Yeah.
Which my mom asked.
Yeah, lymphedema. Yeah, you get swelling all over. And that can cause lupus or MS, because it'll break down the connective tissue, because all the toxins remain in the connective tissue, because there's no lymph glands to break down it and allow you to perspire it out. It's got to see the lymph glands take those toxins with that and reduce it to a fluid that can be perspired to the skin. If the lymph glands can't do it and it dumps the toxins in the connective tissue, it can't be perspired out. So it can cause lupus, deterioration of the connective tissue, or hardening of the nerves, which is MS. They're the hardest diseases to treat. It's like that girl who had the mercury and formaldehyde come out through her skin. That was a combination of MS and lupus.
Wow.
Along with the paralysis that goes with advanced MS. But hers came overnight. I mean, she had, 2 weeks, she was in a crippled position in 2 weeks from those vaccines. And here it's been 2 months, and she's reversed it by, let's say, 20% in just 2 months. And she'd been treated by the MDs for 3 years with no reversal, only getting worse. Again, they know nothing about health. They only know treatment with drugs. They know nothing about how to get well. You do now. So take matters into your own hands. Do not be an evangelist. Be an example, because you go try to tell people, to do this and do that and the other without being an example, and then they tell you, because it's the exact opposite of what you hear in the news and the media from the medical profession, and the news and the media parrots the medical industry, the pharmaceutical industry all the time as the brightest, smartest people, only credible people about health in the world, which is the exact opposite. So when you tell somebody something, don't lean on it, suggest it. You can give them my book as a present. And if they aren't seduced into it with the story, and I wrote it to seduce people to open their minds, seduce them into opening their minds to another reality. If the book doesn't do it, nothing's going to change their mind at that time. Leave it alone. I'll give you an example. I had a couple, a man that came to me, 51 years old, all gray hair, losing his hair on top, digestive problems his whole life, diarrhea or constipation. It's constant to his whole life. So he had IBS and Crohn's. So I put him on a diet. You know, I was 30 years old at the time. Put him on a diet, 1978. So I'm almost 31. And he was on the diet 10 years. Now his wife, he was a ballroom dance teacher. And his wife is a librarian. Very bright woman, very learned, reads a book a day, in the library. So when he went on my diet, she thought he had gone off to the deep end. But she had seen him suffer all those years, so she was just going to close herself to it, and that's it. It was 10 years before she got so sick, she went on the diet as a last resort. It changed her life overnight, literally. She went from 165, 170 pounds down to 125 pounds in about 4 weeks. And she hadn't been that small since she'd been a teenager. At this time, she's 62 years old. So, it changed her whole life. It wasn't until that event, it took her watching her husband 10 years on the diet before she opened her mind. You never know what people are going to do, and you're just going to have a hard time if you try to push people into doing this diet. Don't do it. It'll be agony for you, and it'll break up relationships. You let people do what they have to do. You suggest, you be an example, that's the best way to do it. I stopped being an evangelist, years ago. Right? When I went on to the raw meat, I got that reaction about brain flukes. I said, screw it. There's no way I'm going to convince anybody to do anything unless they see what I have. And then they're going to be open to it. So it was one person at a time. I would say the first 5 years that I was eating the raw meat, I probably only talked, and that was because they asked me. Because I had this vibrant health from eating the raw meat up until even the poison mushroom. I still had that vitality, even though it was only in spurts. And people say, how'd you do it? How'd you live through that? And everything. I told them. So I probably maybe had 100 people eating a little bit of raw meat and lots of raw foods at that time. Not many, but now thousands, probably over 1,000, probably 2,000 people a year are affected by your experiences telling other people, or they seeing you as an example. So it's just contagious because everybody wants a piece of that health, that change in their life where they have some control over their physical being. So fat is so important. Don't worry about what people think about how you look. There are lots of men out there that are jerks. There are lots of women out there who are jerks about, you're not beautiful anymore because you're fat. Okay, so I'm happier, I'm healthier, I feel better, I'm more in control. Who the hell are you? And that's what you have to say. Who the hell are you that doesn't ask me or doesn't realize that I feel better, that I am better because I'm this weight right now? And if you don't have the patience, you're a deranged, sad creature, and that's what you have to think in yourself. You don't have to get angry about it, but that's usually where you go to first. So deal with it. Have the anger, and then just be compassionate and say, I love myself, I'm going to take care of myself, let these people fall off on the wayside, I will be stronger, I will be healthier, I will take care of my life. And that's what you have to do. I was a hermit. You know, nobody wanted to have relationships with me unless they were very sick people. So all the people I got involved with were very sick people, people who were dying, you know. So those are the only people who loved me, who were dying people. You know, now it's healthy people and sick people, you know. So, and that's okay, that's fine. But I was very much a loner for a long time, and hey, I was worth it. You know, I can't be somebody else for somebody else. You know, it doesn't work that way. I can't take care of myself. I'm going to suffer because what they think I should look like, or what they think I should eat, or what's comfortable for them. Everybody thinks you should be doing anything other than what you're doing because they're all experts. You know, I have all these doctors tell me every time, you know, oh, you can't eat stuff like that, you can't eat raw meat. Show me the evidence. Show me all of the tests where you've taken animals, fed them raw meat, even with parasites in them, and they contracted parasites. Show me one test, just one. Not any one of them has ever shown me any proof. I can show them plenty of proof. I can show them 20,000 people who eat meat, even with parasites, high meat, rotten meat, all kinds of ways who never get parasites. Probably, I've only heard of maybe 5 cases of parasites out of all the years that I've been doing this, of people who've had parasites while eating this diet. Do you realize how few people that is in the incidence? And the normal people out there are getting parasites every day, and they're eating cooked foods. What does that tell you? That tells me that the cooked foods are causing parasites, causing more toxicity, more damage. Parasites need to get in there and do their janitorial work. So you're eating garbage that creates an environment for parasites. Raw meat doesn't do it on its own. Now the reason I would love to be very convenient, very easily, and live on raw milk. But raw milk makes me be lazy. If I live on just a raw milk diet, it makes me very apathetic, lazy. All I want to do is sit around and read and do nothing. Very comfortable, very cool. If I were a gorilla, it'd be great. But, you know, I've got to make a living. I've got to, you know, help people, and I have to have energy to do that. And also to heal faster. In my laboratory work with animals, the groups that were fed raw milk and raw butter and cream and kefir and yogurt did not heal as fast as the one who were fed raw meat. The same with human animals. Found the same thing. The people that I would put on raw meats with some milk or equal portions always healed faster and were stronger and healthier than the ones who just were on the raw dairy products. So that doesn't. When I'm talking about meat, I'm not talking just red meat. Meat is any kind of flesh food, whether it's poultry, seafood, fish. That's all white meat. Now, white, the misnomer, okay? I meant it as a class, a category. So don't think of white meat as a color. It's just a class of food that all poultry fits into and fish, seafood fits into. So it's still meat. So I found that when people eat meat, they produce cells quicker, reproduce cells quicker. It like maybe stimulates the pituitary gland, so you have more growth hormones, more reproductive hormones, but it works. People who eat dairy does not. Now, a baby will thrive solely on fresh, warm, raw milk. They do pretty well for a few years, but if they're suckling directly off of the cow and the milk is never refrigerated, it works properly. But once the milk is chilled, it is never the same. Those growth factors are lost to a great extent. So, on the infants that I tell them, almost exclusively raw milk, from a cow. If it's chilled, put some, liver in it, blend some liver, buffalo liver or something in it to get some other concentrated meat protein into it for that infant. And I always tell mothers, and a lot of them get very upset about it, I said, that cow's been raw all of its life. You've been cooked and eating junk foods all of your life. What makes you think that your milk's going to be better than a cow's for your baby? What makes you think that you are so unusual that as a toxic person who's eating toxic stuff all of your life is going to produce better milk than that cow? So I tell mothers, don't breastfeed. I go back to the 50s when they wanted to do it because Gerber's wanted to sell their baby food. But I say it for a different reason. If a mother's been on a raw food diet, eating lots of raw dairy, raw meat all of her life, her milk is going to be the best thing for the baby. But unless she's been on that kind of a diet, that's not the best food for the baby. The best food for the baby is going to come from an animal that has been on raw food its whole life. And that doesn't mean processed food that's fed to these lot-fed animals, because most of that food is processed food that they're getting. It's the byproduct of cereal industry. It's the sludge that's left from processing grain to make it into cereal. They feed that to these big dairy lot farms.
Factory farms.
Pardon? Factory farms, yeah. And it's very, very toxic food for these cows. That's why they have to give them antibiotics all the time, because they're constantly getting infections because of the toxicity and the chemicals that were used to process that grain to make it a cereal. All kinds of toxins in it. If they use pesticides and herbicides, on the crops, that's also in the food. And it's more released when it's cooked, because you fractionate all the bonds that the grain has produced in its own lifetime to defend itself against those toxins. When you cook something, you fractionate all of the molecules and you release them. And that's why people say, well, cooked food is better because it releases all those molecules to be utilized. Yeah, but in what form? That's like saying, okay, you want to build a great car, you go into a junkyard that's from a junkyard that's been in a demolition derby, and you're going to take parts and make a pretty, wonderful vehicle in your dreams. It's not going to happen. It won't happen with this toxic food. So, milk, when it's fresh out of the teat, unrefrigerated, has lots of growth factors in it, but they are terribly diminished once the milk has reached cooling temperatures below 40 degrees. As soon as they hit 46 degrees, you're starting to diminish them. Within a day of refrigeration, most of them are neutralized. So, fresh, warm milk is always preferable. If you don't have that, you're going to have to eat some kind of meat in order to get stronger and healthier and to live a more vibrant life. Now remember, I gave you the example of the old person who's walking across the street. There's nothing you can do. You have to be patient for the person to walk across the street, because you can't put the Energizer Bunny inside them and get them across the street faster. It's just impossible. It's like expecting a drunk to be sober. This is an unhealthy person with very few cells alive in their body and not many nutrients in those cells. And you're just trying to get across the street. They're trying to get through their day, a little at a time. That's not many cells alive. If you want to turn that around like I have, and here I am working on my 62nd year, and I've got the vitality of a teenager, and I only have to sleep 4.5 hours a day, and I can be alert and conscious the whole time. This is what I get from eating the way that I do. I regenerate those cells. I keep a lot of my cells in my body alive. At least 90% of the cells in my body are alive at any time. And that's the same as any infant that's born. 90% alive. That's the best we can always hope for. But that's a great ratio. 90% alive. Most people, when they reach 60 years old, are lucky if they're 30% alive. And usually people drop dead when they're 22% alive. 22% alive, that's a lot of work for 22% of the body to maintain this whole frame. No wonder they're walking around. How would you like to have the work of an entire factory and you're the only one doing it? There are 20 of you in a whole factory having to do all the work. Won't be a happy environment, won't be a happy body. So, meat is very important to regenerate and become more alive and stronger. We have carbohydrates. Now, the big hype, carbohydrates. Now, this was a meat and butter and milk with some potatoes in it. This what kind of country this was from the early 1900s to the mid-1900s, from 1900 to 1950s. That's the way it was. We weren't a meat and potatoes. We were a meat, butter, milk, and potato race here in America, a country. We thrived on that. Then the cereal company wanted to have more power. So then they started saying carbohydrates, started putting pressure and giving money to the USDA to say that this was a major part of our diet. Grains and breads have only been predominant throughout history in the poor communities that couldn't afford to eat a chicken every day. They couldn't afford to eat eggs every day. They couldn't afford to eat meat every day. So they were fed grains to absorb all this hydrochloric acid in their stomachs so they wouldn't be hungry all the time, and they'd be hyperactive and they could work hard. The Egyptians did it. The Chinese dynasties did it. The poor peasants, they were allowed 80%, this was what was allowed, this was deemed as their diet, 80% grain diet, 10% meat at the maximum, and 10% vegetables. That was a worker's diet, a lackey's, a stupid person's diet. They wanted to keep them stupid. The military was 50% meat, 50% carbohydrate. Very little fat, lots of meat. Meat fat they were allowed. But they were not allowed to have their body relaxed because the more carbs you eat, the more fat you need to relax the nervous system. So what they had was, men with lots of meat and beef fat, but no cream and milk fat. And the Egyptians did the same thing. Their wars the same way. But the elite, the Senate, the hierarchy, the pharaohs, 90% animal products is what they fed on. Only 10% grain products or none. Lots of dairy. Cleopatra even took baths in milk, raw milk. When I go to Singapore, I've got a lot of Chinese in Singapore on the diet. In fact, the main Chinese paper in Singapore did a whole front page spread on this diet. They put both of my books pictured on the front page in color I mean, I wasn't advertising. What they had done was they met all of these skinny, sick Asians who were so ill, and then all of a sudden they looked like beefed up and strong and healthy after only a few years on the diet. So they did a whole spread on it. And when I go to Singapore, guess what milk I get? Cleopatra's bath milk. It's the only way you can get the raw milk from Australia. That's what Australia gets beyond their laws against raw milk. It's Cleopatra's bath milk, so it's for bathing in. And it's legal to bathe in. And it says right on, you see a picture of Cleopatra and Cleopatra's bath milk. So just drink it away. So we get it, in Singapore, in Australia.
Is that in the soap section then, or?
Well, they keep it refrigerated.
Refrigerated?
Yeah.
Is it with the other milk, or?
Yeah, it's with the other milk, but it says right on it, bath milk.
Because I would be going in June.
Oh,
It'd be nice.
so that's what you get. Where, you in Singapore or Australia?
Singapore.
Singapore, there you go. Now, you only get in a few health food stores, so you have to call around and find out which one's carried. And you have to get it ordered for you. Because they get so, they have such a big order, so it's, you have to be ahead of time, because there's always new people getting into the raw milk, so they never have enough. Because there's people getting onto it all the time. So, the grain thing is just like I use it when I'm in Asia and I'm 6 weeks without raw cream, and my hydrochloric acid is making me hungry, and I can eat all the meat fat that I want, and it satisfies me for a few hours, and then I want to eat and eat again. There's something about raw cream that just settles the body, settles everything, settles the nervous system. And I start eating grains, like I say, only a cup a week for every 3-week period. But still, I eat that much grain just to absorb all those digestive juices that are causing me to be hungry all the time. It's starting to get a little bit like an animal hunting. I remember I went to this little town called Wichanburi in Thailand, which is planted right in the middle of the country, in mid-northern, northern part of it, not in the south belt. It's kind of boot. It's like Italy, but right in the middle, central area of Thailand, and probably a town of maybe 5,000 people. And I was telling this one woman that I met that I needed raw milk, and she said, "You're not going to find raw milk." I said, "Take me to the different markets, the outdoor markets, and we'll ask some people." I ain't speak enough Thai to get by. So I asked a few people. By the 4th person we asked, send me to this one place where they make milkshakes and smoothies for people with raw milk that they get from this dairy in the next town. Very expensive milk, as much as I pay for it here. And in Thailand, that's frightfully expensive. But it's for their confections that they sell, their milkshakes and stuff. So of course they're going to sell it to me as the price it would cost to have one of their milkshakes, from raw milk. So she and I went the next morning on her motor scooter and motorbike there, and I went to the dairy, clean, everything is really nice, and they have a special vat that had a circulation of air going through it, passing through air to keep it circulating, and a warmer that never went over 100 degrees. So they kept it at cow's body temperature, about 101 circulation. So I got to have fresh, warm milk that morning, raw, still at 101 degrees. So I got 10 kilos of it for $10.
Oh, wow.
10 American dollars, 10 kilos. You realize how much that is? A kilo is 2.5 pounds. So I was paying $1 for 2.5 pounds. So you're looking at 10 gallons. I paid $10 for like $1 a gallon. So I was so happy. And I was feeding all the kids in the neighborhood. I put some honey in it because they liked it sweet. So I was feeding the whole neighborhood all this milk. We had a great time feeding all this milk. And I was able to separate some cream and get some cream. So that was another 3-week period where I didn't have to eat grains, because I was able to get all this cream. And then I let the neighbors make cheese from the milk that had no cream in it. It makes a great cheese to absorb toxins. And that's what we need to talk about next. Milk is an incredible product in every form that you can find it, and it is medicinal in every different form. Now, you can take milk, you can take the cream from it, like I say, and you have a product to make cheese. Let the cheese sit, and you can drink the whey. The whey is good if you're exercising and you have cramps in the body. It contains a lot of lactic acid that breaks down the lactic acid that builds up from the end product of metabolism that cause cramps in the muscles and soreness. You drink the whey, it's a way to get rid of it. So for people who are hard workers, laborers, you can utilize the whey to let them drink it. If they drink water, they're going to have more cramping. What happens when you have sometimes somebody's dehydrated and you feed them water? They go into cramps. Because water has no nutrients in it. The body's dehydrated and starving already, and you're going to feed it water, which is no nutrients. The muscles are going to go into cramps all over. So bad it cramps that it can kill them. That's why they say, don't drink it fast, you can only sip the water. You shouldn't be feeding them water at all. So these athletes who drink all this water could drink the whey instead of it. Lots of electrolytes with the high natural lactic acid that will help remove and dissolve those byproducts of cellular metabolism or muscular metabolism. Good product for them. Anybody who has cramps, anybody who's had a baby, the whey is very good for that. It's also something like a vinegar. You can marinate things in it, make pickles from it. You can marinate and use your whey as a fermentation, to help break the food down, especially if you have problems digesting anything. You can make your pickles with it. This cheese as a byproduct that's fatless, what does it matter? When you eat raw cheese with no salt in it, guess what happens? The body won't digest it. There's no enzymes in cheese. Your body, when it's raw, will take that cheese, use it to absorb toxins from the body. As soon as it enters the mouth, poisons start dumping from your gums, tongue, salivary glands into the cheese. You swallow it, it'll absorb them all the way down. Just remember, your blood, your neurological system, and your lymphatic system travel throughout every part of the body. So if the cheese is moving anywhere through the digestive tract, those systems can dump their poisons at any point into the digestive tract with that cheese.
It's raw cheese without salt.
With no salt in it, raw cheese with no salt, will not be digested in the human body unless it's absolutely starving. There's nothing else. Any dry food, any dehydrated food is enzyme absent. No active enzymes. No bioactive enzymes for digestion. I don't care if it's dried fruit. I don't care if it's whatever it is. Your body will not digest it properly, and your body has to take fluids to try to rehydrate it. But the human body, I found, only in starving cases will it digest the cheese. Otherwise, it acts just as like a magnet and a sponge, and it holds on to poisons. One of the most important food substances for our toxic environment, especially if you've had any kind of injections and vaccines, because that mercury, the formaldehyde, and the aluminum will store in the stomach lining. and it will just put a little bit into your food every time you eat.
What happens to the enzymes?
Enzymes, whenever you dehydrate, enzymes get lost.
Because those are the
They evaporate, they go. Doesn't have to do anything to do with temperature. It has to do with dehydration. If I dehydrate you, are you going to be alive? Because all the enzymatic activity stops. So what happens if you dehydrate? Same thing with any other food. You dehydrate it, it becomes indigestible.
What if they claim that, you know, the raw fooders suggest that, claim that dehydrated foods are...
You tell me what raw fooder is healthy.
Where you're just saying they claim that the enzymes...
Oh, we're not talking about what they claim.
No, that's right.
Yeah, I know what they claim. Pardon?
Rehydration just store the enzymes later then?
Hydrating it?
Rehydrating.
No. It's like let's say you're dead from dehydration. If I soak you in water, are you going to come back to life? No, it doesn't happen. What happens is it starts dissolving. It starts digesting itself. It starts breaking down into fermentations when you rehydrate it. That still is high in alcohol. It's high in sugar. It doesn't mean you're going to digest it properly. It can act as a buffer and nutrient temporarily. Now, the American Indians, all through Canada, northern United States, and Alaska, all the Indian tribes used to make a pemmican every year, and some of them still do, like in Alaska. And the pemmican, what they will do is take meat and they will dry it out. They'll beat it into a flour, and then they'll mix blubber with it. Now they cook it in cauldrons, because it's so fast. But what they used to do is lay the blubber out and let it get real soft by the sun, and then beat it into the powdered beef or meat, and mix it in like that, and then they would let it dry, and then into cakes. So they have a 90-pound cake. Each person got a 90-pound cake every winter in case they didn't get any food. If they didn't need that pemmican, guess what they would do with it? They bury it in the spring, because they know that they are not going to digest it well, and it's going to rob their body of a lot of nutrients. So here's all that precious food that they spent, a month preparing and making for a whole month. That was part of their life, developing and making this stuff, and they just bury it. Why? Because they know it is enzyme deficient, and it's going to rob a lot of enzymes from the rest of their body, leached to digest it. So they're robbing from Peter to pay Paul. Why are they going to do that? These are intelligent people that their health is a matter of life and death through that cold winter. And they're people who can put a 2-day-old baby on an igloo floor naked and crawl around. How many of you do without your baby? I don't see a hand up. 2-day-old baby crawling around on an ice floor. Who would let them do that? Oh yeah, theirs do. They even hold their heads up when they're born. I've seen several women that were on this diet, and their babies were holding their heads up the moment they came out of the womb, holding their heads up. Ray Allis, where's Sherry isn't here? Little Forrest Allis is one of them. Held his head up the day he was born. Ray Forrest Allis is his name, A-H-L-E-S, in New Jersey. When Forrest was born, his head was completely held up and strong the day he was born.
How long was she on the diet for?
3 months.
She's only on for 3 months?
She was only on it for 3 months. Young woman, young
Oh.
20s, early 20s.
If cheese can hold the toxins, if you have someone that you know is detoxing through their heads, and if they don't want to eat the cheese, could they just put in their mouth for a couple of minutes, then
It'll help, but you got to eat the cheese to get in there too. Most of the poison's dumped from the stomach. Yeah. So if you have the cheese going through all the time, you're always going to have cheese absorbing toxins no matter where it's all the way through the intestinal tract. So I tell people, it's a good idea to eat just a little sugar cube sized amount every hour. If you have nausea, every 20 minutes, every 10 to 20 minutes, just a little sugar cube sized amount, start drawing up all those. Remember, when you're nauseous, you're always dumping poisons into the stomach. That is your cue. You're dumping poisons into the stomach. Nausea is dumping poisons into the stomach. You want the cheese there to absorb it, or you can do like we used to do, take a raw egg and you upchuck. Not as easy and comfortable as eating the cheese and let that absorb it and pass it through. Your body will not digest raw cheese without salt, no salt raw cheese. I've seen it in all my laboratory tests with feces. It's not digested and it's full of toxins when it comes out. Pasteurized cheese, just the opposite. Remember, it's fractionated by the cooking process. So all of it gets absorbed, so it absorbs the toxins, and all goes right back into the body.
Will raw cheese help headaches, people with headaches, or not?
Yes, it will, absolutely. It helps, absolutely. Now, you can digest raw cheese. Now, here's another way that dairy in another form can be medicinal or health-giving. I'm not allowed to say medicinal because that puts me under the FDA and cheese becomes a drug. Blueberries is now a drug.
No.
really,
Yeah, blueberries went under the FDA's law as a drug because it helps in bitter cherries went under the law as a drug because it helps people with cancer, helps reverse cancer. So now they're calling it a drug.
So do you need a prescription to buy them?
Just about. Within the next few years it may get to be that way. Because the pharmaceutical wants to control everything. So they're going to want to process cherries and make it a drug. Then you won't be able to get fresh cherries.
Like cherries in the pitcher?
Just like 90% of the herbs that they use to make their medications are illegal to buy and use. They're considered drugs. Every time they go around the country and find some other plant that has a medicinal purpose, they'll get it marked as a drug so nobody can take it unless it's in their form, pill form. There are over 2,100 plants that are under those kind of rulings under the FDA. 2,155, 56 plants, and they grow about 10 every year. 10 more are added to the list every year. You cannot go out and use those plants without getting arrested. It's like picking a mushroom. That is under or eating, unless you're in a tribe that uses the cactus, the mescaline cactus, as a tribal remedy. You cannot touch that. You cannot grow them without severe threat of what is that? Not misdemeanor, but felony crime.
So they're going to try on my cherry tree someday?
Pardon? Oh, they're going to try. I guarantee you, they're going to try anything.
Is that a recent classification?
Yeah, that was, it just came out on the news that they did it secretively. A certain company put out that cherries, we found in the scientific explorations that bitter cherries help reverse and stop cancer. The FDA sent a letter to this company, said, because you named it as a curative, as a medicine, it is now a medicinal substance.
What about plants? Is that a recent?
No, the plants thing, that's been going on for 60, 70 years. That's why they added up to 2,150 something. That's been going on. So nobody's out for your health. So you have to take it on. They're against you being healthy. So you have to take it all in your stride. So this pasteurized dairy will absorb the toxins and then be distributed right back into your body, because cooking fractionates everything. It unleashes all of the ion attraction, the bonds, the fat and the ion bonds, the protein bonds to all of that, to keep it into a smorgasbord of nutrients. It fractionates and isolates. Let me give you an example. When you eat cooked foods, what happens? You get leukocytosis. Most of the white blood cells leave the bloodstream and enter the digestive tract. That's called leukocytosis. If you don't eat any raw food with that meal. Why does the body take phagocytes, which eat toxicity and take care of toxins that are in the blood, invade the digestive tract if that food weren't toxic? So toxic it has to leave the blood at a vulnerable and enter the digestive tract for sometimes 10, 12 hours till all those toxins are neutralized, and then the white blood cells can get back into the bloodstream, but you lose a good percentage of them. You maybe lose 10 to 20% of those phagocytes in the digestive tract. So your body's constantly building white blood cells. A lot of people need a lot of white blood cells these days, and they're getting diagnosed with anemia and blood and bone cancer, and they don't have it. I've got one individual man who's in his mid-50s now. No, he's in his mid-50s now. He came to me 12 years ago with leukemia. And I looked all over him and everything. I said, you don't have leukemia. You're just a person that has an extraordinarily high amount of red blood cell and white blood cells and a very low amount of red blood cells. But you're an athlete. He's a very intelligent man. He speaks French fluently. He's got a doctorate in business. And he's got a doctorate in something else. Very bright man. Runs 7 miles a day, and when he's going to run a marathon, he does 7 miles in the morning, 7 miles in the evening, getting prepared for the marathon for about 4 weeks before the marathon. Does that look like somebody's got anemia or leukemia? No, his body is structured to have an inordinately high amount of white blood cells and low red blood cells, and that's normal for him. But the pharmaceutical loves these measurements to say, oh, you need to be treated. I would say 80% of the diabetics that I get shouldn't even be taking insulin. They're naturally going to have a high, sugar content because they're eating the wrong kinds of sugars. So the body's throwing all the sugar into the blood. That doesn't mean they're getting stupid and getting dizzy and passing out and having problems, but they put them on from 1 or 2 tests. They put them on these on insulin. It's an absurdity. These people aren't diabetic. It's all a scam. So never look at your measurements. I've got a Hall of Fame basketball player that has a cholesterol level of 673 to 676. Oh, you're going to die of a heart attack. You're going to have a brain aneurysm. Oh my God, the sky's going to fall. He's incredible. I had an Olympic gymnast who retired a few years ago. While she was working out, her cholesterol stayed at 357. I don't know why, it was 357 all the time. And when they put her on a lower cholesterol diet, she would get sick every 6 weeks. And she couldn't work out for 2 weeks, sometimes 2.5 weeks. And then she could recover quickly. So they were getting ready to drop her off of the Olympics. So Paul Cohen, who was McEnroe's coach for 10 years. He's been on this diet for about 12 years. He called me and told me about this, so they sent her to me. And I just put her on different, fats. Pardon?
What name did you? Paul McEnroe?
No, coach was Paul Cohen,
Oh.
who was McEnroe's coach for 10 years. Paul Cohen was a champion tennis player in his younger years. He's in his 70s now, mid-70s, late 70s. So they sent this gymnast girl to me, so I put her on a heavy fat diet, kept her level at 357, never got sick. Got a silver medal last time she competed. And she had been in the Olympics 3 times and never won anything. But she was good, but she wasn't consistent. When she went on a raw diet, she could be consistent. She had a high cholesterol level. So what? People need high cholesterol levels in our toxic environment, especially if you're an athlete. You better have a lot of fat there to deal with the toxins and your energy level. So fat is ultra important. So, cheeses, back to the cheeses. You can digest the cheeses if you eat honey directly with the cheese. So you can mash the cheese and honey together. You can make it like my cheesecake fill, where honey and butter and cheese are together. Or you have the honey and cheese in your mouth together at the same time. You will digest all of those minerals in the cheese. You will digest some of the fats and some of the protein if the honey is in it. The honey provides the enzymes to make you able to utilize it. You can put honey into any dried food and you will digest most of it. But you should be careful about eating honey with fruits that are high in sugar. That's too much sugar in the body. We're going to get into that next. So the best mineral supplement, if you have a question, write them down, because we're going to get sidetracked here and we're going to be here till midnight. That's what happened in New York City one time. I was there till midnight. So if you have honey with the cheese, you're going to get a good mineral supplement, the right kind of mineral supplement. We're not going to talk about rock dolomite, that people take as a calcium supplement, or magnesium gluconate, or any of those oxides which are rock. Even if a mineral has been taken from milk and isolated and extracted and separated and cleaned, you are not going to digest it properly. It's got to be in a proper combination with all the other minerals. So you have the cheese with the honey, you get your best mineral supplement. Very high in calcium, magnesium, phosphorus. Even the iron is released nicely. You can rebuild the bone. I've had many cases of osteoporosis that with that combination, having 1.5 tablespoons of cheese with only a half a teaspoon to a whole teaspoon of honey, tablespoon of cheese, 1/2 tablespoon of cheese, 1/2 to 1 whole teaspoon of honey. Very small amount of honey. In 6 months, completely reverse osteoporosis. We're talking about going from 20% bone loss to 12% bone loss in 6 months. That's pretty incredible. And that's the only substance you can use that won't cause brittle bones. Because if you use dolomite or calcium oxides, you're going to cause brittle bones. Then you're going to be like one of these old ladies. You fall and it'll break, it'll shatter, it'll be like glass. You're dealing with rock, a processed rock. Plants eat rocks, we don't eat rocks. We need a food substance that's been made into a food first by plants than an animal that eats the plants. Even the minerals that you use in your vegetable juice that I'm going to talk about is mainly for vitalizing the blood and cleaning the blood. It's not to revitalize the bones because those minerals won't allow you to revitalize the bones. It's to increase appetite, to get digestion going. Those are the good quality minerals in vegetable juices. So your cheese is the best thing for that. The cream is the only fat that completely soothes and relaxes the nervous system. Butter doesn't do it, but a little bit. Coconut cream does it a little bit. Oils never relax and soothe the nervous system. I don't care if it's coconut oil, olive oil, peanut oil, any of the oils do not relax and sedate the nervous system. Cream in milk does. That's why when you get upset, how many people go for ice cream? When they get upset. When you get pregnant, how many women go for ice cream? Why is that? It's a natural thing. Those fats will relax your nervous systems and the baby's nervous system as it's developing, the fetus, as it's gestating. So, cream is a very important substance. It's most difficult fat to digest, though. It takes a whole complex. It takes all 60 varieties of bile to make the 60 varieties of cholesterol that cream can be made into. So it's a lot of work on the liver. So it has a tendency to coat meat, so you never want to eat raw cream with meat unless you've got onion with it, or garlic, or some other fat like butter. It can only be part of it. Like all of the recipes that I made with cream and the sauces for the meat, cream is never alone. If cream is a large part of that sauce, it has to be, sorry, got so close, I'm yelling in your ear. It has to be soured. Soured cream to be utilized and won't coat the meat. If you see your meat come, if you eat a lot of cream with your meat, and you see meat come out of your butt, pearlized, you didn't digest the cream. It coated the meat. You did not digest the meat because you didn't digest the cream. So you only eat a small amount of cream in any sauce, unless it's sour cream that's already pre-digested.
Only cream does it?
Pardon?
Only cream will do it to the meat or other fats?
No. Only cream does it to the meat. Sometimes if you have way too much olive oil or coconut oil with meat, it'll do the same thing. But not like cream will do. So you want to limit the amount of cream. Cream will also cause a lot of water retention because it starts helping clean out the nervous system. A lot of circulation is needed for that. So you'll get swelling from cream. Cream causes more bloatedness, but it also helps you get well faster in your nervous system. So you have to look puffy for a while. Something you have to go through. Should have seen me when I was sucking down a quart of cream a day with a quart of carrot juice. I was in pig heaven. Sure, I slept 12 hours a day, 10, 12 hours a day, but I felt so good and felt so happy. Finally, my nervous system was getting the amount of cream that it needed. I did that for almost 6 months. Then I couldn't eat that much anymore. Then it went down to a cup a day, with carrot juice. Very heavy mixture, carrot juice, because you get all this fat in the carrot juice, too. It's carotene, which is water and oil-soluble fats, like in the cream. Tremendous amount of fat together. So it's better to use something a little bit more fluid than carrot, but my nerves were fried after the radiation and chemotherapy. So for me, it was medicinal. It was something that I needed to go through. And I mean, I was puffy. I looked like the doughboy. You know, full. I mean, puffy everywhere. Some women were still attracted to me. Who knows why, but they were. So, I never thought I was appealing because I was such an idiot. So, when any woman was attracted to me, it always amazes me. So, especially when I looked like that. So, butter is the most utilized fat throughout the body. It can be utilized the easiest. That's why it's the main part of the lubrication moisturizing formula. But, like I said earlier, the intestines and the glands and the organs will absorb every bit of fat unless you can get it in a mixture. They'll rush it into the body so quickly that that fat will get to the extremities. Skin, the bones, the connective tissue, the lymphatic system, quickly. So I think Awanza created this formula, gave it to me, or we worked on it together, which was egg, butter, and honey base and lemon juice together. The lemon juice with the butter helps the liver manufacture different sorts of biles quickly. Why it works, I can theorize, but that's something that I really can't tell. All I can say is that it works. So this formula was so important, I gave it two names. Moisturizing formula, lubrication formula. And I did that because it has to be appealing to men and women. Women love moisturization, men love lubrication. And I found when I used lubrication with men, they were all for drinking it. When I used moisturizing for women, they were all for drinking it. Only the athletic women were into lubrication. Every woman wants to be moisturized. So that would get them to eat it.
So what is the proportion?
Well, it depends upon the person, but I would say, the average would be 1 egg to 3 to 3.5 tablespoons of butter, 1 tablespoon of lemon juice, 1 teaspoon of honey. Now, some people should have 3 or 4 of those a day, so they make one big batch. Other people should have 2 of those a day.
Blend and drink?
Pardon?
Blend and drink?
Yeah, well, now I suggest that people put, let's say, a tablespoon of coconut cream in it, and maybe a tablespoon of dairy cream, just to get other varieties of fats in there. And that tastes like a lemon meringue drink. If you like lemon meringue, you're likely to suck it down. Do not suck it down. You need to break it up and have different portions of it of the day to force or fist. So you keep the body giving its high-intensity moisturizing lubrication formula throughout the day. So even though it tastes so good and your body's starving for it, don't suck it all down at one time, because it'll throw your diet off for the day. Even though it will certainly be enjoyable and relaxing for many hours, it'll imbalance you over the whole day, and you won't be quite as focused and energetic and active in other areas. So that lubrication moisturizing lubrication formula is what I call it in both books. Moisturizing is more important, ladies first, than lubrication formula. Okay, so very important mixture, and usually have it with or after a meat meal, a small portion of it, like 1/4 of that formula, 1/4 to 1/5 of the formula should be with or right after a meat meal. Now, if you have it with a meat meal, that's great, as long as you're having a small amount. If you have the recipe book and you want a sauce with your meat, then you have that lubrication moisturizing formula after the meat meal, about 10 minutes after the meat meal. If you have problems digesting your meat meal after having the lube formula, moisturizing formula, then you wait 20 minutes after your meat meal the next time before you have the moisturizing lubrication formula. Okay, 20 minutes pass. When you have that cheese with your honey to strengthen your bones and remineralize your body, and if you've got any kind of psychological problems, heavy mineral concentration is important. So you need a mineral substitute, a mineral supplement. You have it 30 minutes after your meat meal, it's always more effective. Because you need lots of proteins to help utilize those minerals properly. When I fed it to animals with osteoporosis, after a meat meal, the remineralization of the bones was almost twice as much as when I fed them the cheese and honey at other times of the day, when it wasn't fed after a meat meal. Well, even when it was fed with a meat meal, it still wasn't digested like it was 30 minutes after a meat meal.
It doesn't matter if it's white or red, does it? Just as long as it's meat?
No, it doesn't matter. As long as it's flesh protein. It digests better. Yogurts, keepers, because they're pre-digested, always help people who are in more physiological problems, more disease, more digestive illness. Those are pre-digested by the bacteria, so they will digest it easier and be able to absorb it easier. If you're going through a week's process of detoxification where you need to spend your energy less on digestion and more on detoxification and neutralizing those poisons, then you eat foods that take less digestive abilities. Your keepers and yogurts, and raw eggs. Raw eggs, because all the protein and fats are liquid, they digest 23 minutes. Can you imagine digesting anything in 23 minutes? Milk takes 6 to 10 hours to digest. Eggs will digest in 23 minutes. That's why you can eat an egg and say, my God, I'm more hungry than I was. Eat another egg and, God, you're even hungrier. You start losing all this weight. Because your body can do everything else because it doesn't have to spend all that time on digesting all the proteins in the egg white and all the fats in the egg yolk. So don't take that in a bad way, you women who want to be thin. Yes, you eat raw eggs by themselves, and they will take weight off rapidly. But you can also find yourself very sick, going through a heavy detoxification quickly. You need fat to protect yourself until you've been on the diet a long time. My weight loss program in the recipe book takes weight off gradually, not like the eggs will. But if you're gaining too much weight too fast, you can spend a couple of days eating eggs in between your meals. Eggs by themselves will cause tremendous weight loss. Eggs with dairy and other foods add weight. You can gain weight very rapidly by eating milkshakes. It's good. Good. Especially if you're ill. You need a lot of fats on your body to arrest those poisons. If you don't, let's say you're feeling pretty good, you're thin, all of a sudden you go through a heavy detoxification. You start pulling lots of poisons out. You don't have the fats available, extra fats available. So it starts pulling all them out of your nervous system, your bloodstream, and your lymphatic system. And then what happens to you? you're a real bastard or a real bitch. For how long? For as long as that detoxification is going on, and you can't control it. So everybody in your family, everybody around hates you. Because you're a bastard or you're a bitch, you know?
Yeah, but you're detoxing, it's good.
No, because you're damaging your nervous system and body. If you had that fat, the fat would be binding it and you could be having a jolly time. The fat mitigates all the symptoms. Being fat mitigates your symptoms. Like I said, when I got puffy and full drinking all that cream, I had somebody come up to me and read me the riot act and bitch and bitch and bitch, and all I could do was just laugh. And I had never been like that before, because as a skinny vegetarian, you got in my face, and let me tell you, I went crazy, you know, literally crazy. I would have you on that floor and beat your head into the ground, you know. But I was a spiritual vegetarian. And that's, you know, I mean, you have to take a look at that behavior and say, wait a minute. That guy was absolutely out of his mind. He's a diehard, angelistic vegetarian, and he wasn't calm like he said you should be when you're a vegetarian. And I have people come up to me and say, you're eating this raw meat, what's the matter with you? You don't know that creates violence and all that. And they're foaming at the mouth, and I'm sitting here having a jolly time. You know? You have to take a look at that. My symptoms, my back pain, everything that lingered for like 18 years after that radiation therapy was so much easier. I could handle the pain being fat. All of that. Every symptom mitigated. And when that guy finally attacked me, I mean, he literally attacked me because I didn't do what he wanted. He was the manager of a different part of the health food store than I was, and he wanted me to follow his rules. I don't follow anybody's rules unless they're good for me. So he got in my face. And he came, I mean, just in my face, and I just smiled the whole time. Looked at the head manager, was right there, and David just went off, you know. And he came up and hit me in the chest. And, you know, he was a little guy, so I just picked him up and threw him all the way across, 12 feet. He landed on the counter, flew over the counter and out the door. Oh,
okay.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's no big deal.
That's a good egg.
It really went over the counter.
You should have sucked that egg, right? Yeah, I was still laughing. You know, and everybody was laughing, and he started laughing after that because he realized how out of hand he got. But he was one of those skinny vegetarians. You know, and I wasn't a vegetarian at that point. He thought that I was way out of my head for going from vegetarianism to eating this way. And he got to see firsthand that he was my best friend after that. It's so strange. But that gives you an idea. Fat buffers the toxins that are traveling through your body. When you're detoxifying, it mitigates the toxins, damaging your system. That's a very good thing, unless you like suffering. Some people are masochists, you know. That's okay, as long as they look thin, right? So you have to take a look at that. And if your household is a wreck because you're a bitch or a bastard, you know, is that better than being fat? I don't think so. But it's your choice on how you want to live. Fat buffers toxicity, mitigates symptoms.
Does that include cottage cheese?
Pardon?
Does that include cottage cheese?
Cottage cheese does not digest because the enzymes are inactive. All the enzymes are in the way. Bioactive enzymes are in the way. All the electrolytes are in the way. Cottage cheese, even at that state, is too dry, too dehydrated. So it will act as a buffer again. It will absorb toxins. Any kind of cheese will do that. Even if you make kefir cheese or yogurt cheese, it still will not digest unless you have honey with it. Even though it's broken down and pre-digested, you've still got lots of ionic bonds in there. When you fractionate a food, you disperse those bonds everywhere by cooking them. So, what happens when you cook foods? Okay, so you know, first of all, we have the leukocytosis that happens unless you eat a raw food with that cooked food. Then you've got enough enzymes in the raw food to prevent leukocytosis, but still you have to deal with the toxicity that is produced from the cooked food. So what happens, the pancreas creates a lot of these hormones to go ahead and leach from every part of the body enzymes. Now, a lot of your medical professional scientists say, well, your body throws all these enzymes into the intestine, so it creates them. Yeah, that's like saying money grows on trees. It robs it and leaches it from somewhere. Enzymes don't grow on trees. They come from one substance to another. One chain of life feeds another chain of life, feeds another chain of life. And it doesn't come from nowhere. It's always a combination that causes some kind of growth. So when you eat the cooked foods, you have lots of toxicity that it forms. You have protein toxicities, which are your, what do they call them? I think I need to suck an egg. The brain says, wait a minute, I don't have the fuel to make that connection.
Is it heterocyclic amines?
Heterocyclic amines. That you have lipid peroxides. And the worst toxin with carbohydrates are, what do we call those?
Acrylamide? Acrylamide? Acrylamide?
Acrylamides. She's done her homework.
Paying attention.
I've gotten a little bit more excited this time, burning up more of my nutrients. I'm getting healthier every day. I don't understand it. Maybe I'll be an athlete for the first time in my life. So you have all these toxins formed, so you have the pancreas making all these hormones to leach all these enzymes from throughout the body, so you're spending your bank account, like I said. That just makes you, in the long run, makes you more tired. You're going to have less energy the next day, or even that day, that evening. That's up to you. If you want to spend it on some food that takes you 10 minutes to eat, and you want to lose energy for hours or a day or two, to me it's not worth it. For you, it may be. For some people, they would rather spend that 10, 20 minutes eating something that is so delicious to them that it's worth having no energy and having cancer. So, and you have to look at it. Can't really judge it as a bad thing. It's just the way they want to live their lives. But you have to remember that you created the situation. You chose to do that. So everybody's responsible for their disease from here from now on. Can't blame anybody else. You have to avoid it yourself. So, cooking causes all kinds of sorrow effects. When the nutrients get into the blood, even with all that enzymatic activity, you've got couplings that don't belong. If in a raw food you've got, let's say, 5 molecules of calcium, 2.5 to 3 of magnesium, you've got a couple of phosphorus and potassium, all in this intricate balance with all of your vitamins, enzymes, all these nutrients that equal 97 or 92 to 117 couplings of nutrients in one smorgasbord of foods that a cell can eat all at one time. Can you imagine having 92 to 117 different substances to eat at one time? That's the way cells get to eat, and they're all staying on primal diet with this kind of balance. But when you eat cooked food, you get all of these imbalances. Your calcium is cauterized, so you've got an imbalance of maybe 15 to 2 magnesium. Magnesium you've lost because they're too cauterized. They're like glass. Potassium, and the phosphorus. The phosphorus is damaged as low as 98 degrees. Lost. Phosphorus. Very important to help electrolytes in the body. Very helpful for keeping the bones soft and malleable and not brittle. So you have all of these ill changes that go on, and you have concentrations of salt, sodium molecules, all these imbalances, deficient in vitamin D, vitamin E, all of these imbalances that go. And when they feed a cell, your cell gets about a third the nutrients it's supposed to have. In a raw diet like the primal diet, you're getting, each time a cell eats, it's getting a smorgasbord of nutrients. Everything it needs to create an optimal health. Of course, if it's a sick cell, it's going to take many years to get that one cell well and start reproducing healthier cells. According to Pottinger's and Howell's work with animals fed cooked and raw foods, they found that after animals got sick, it took them 5 generations to get optimally healthy. 5 generations. Of course, they took, a cat or a rat. Howell worked with rats. Pottinger worked with cats. Pottinger worked with 900 cats over a 10-year period, many generations. So he would slaughter them after they reproduced, looked at their organs and vitals. But if he'd let them fill out their lifespan, like Howell did with the rats, because rats only live 3 years. On a cooked diet, they live 2 years. Unless they eat their feces, then they live 3 years with disease. So he shouldn't live. True story. Howell did the test to, Pottinger did them in the 50s. Howell did them in the late 50s and 60s, or in the early 60s and mid-50s, 60s. He just wanted to see if, he didn't want to wait cats to have a longer lifespan. He just wanted to see what the lifespan was. So he chose rats. They have a 3-year lifespan. Yes. Pardon? Pottinger what?
Pottinger was 30s. He was dead by
30s, that's right, yeah. 30s, that was a long time. And Howell used the rats that lived 3 years. So the cats lived a shorter lifespan. He let a few of them live. About 20% of them live a full lifespan. They all had disease. The more processed the food, like dehydrated, evaporated milk, created the worst diseases quickest. The more processed the food, the worse the diseases of those cats. So Howell found that when he fed rats the cooked foods, they all had the diseases, but they lived their full life, 3 years. He figured there was something in the rat that wasn't in the cats that allowed them to, even though they got all these diseases, to live their full life of 3 years. So it was almost a year, he kept beating his brains out, doing experiments with rats, testing the different chemicals in different areas of the body, looking for different hormones that were produced. Couldn't find anything. So he's just breezing over the notes and noticed that the rats that were fed the cooked processed foods ate their feces, ate the feces of the other rats. They didn't eat their own feces, they ate the feces of the other rats. So he said, okay, I'm going to redo the experience, redid the experiments and put a screen underneath the rats that eat cooked foods. They couldn't eat their fecal matter because it dropped through. They only lived 2 years instead of 3 years. So eat shit and live.
Yeah.
Literally, eat shit and live. You have to take a look at it. How many animals go around licking shit and eating shit? They lick each other's behinds and all of that. Why is that? Why does it increase life? Because the E. coli is very important to break down the fats and the proteins to feed the brain and the nervous system. And we are so toxic that we destroy our E. coli very easily. In other animals, they may drink water and they may have a problem with E. coli for a while because they've consumed water. So they'll go around eating manures from other animals.
So it can be other animals, because my dogs eat goose poop all the time. They
Yeah.
love it.
Yeah, that's
Same thing.
Yeah, it's the same thing, absolutely.
So let them eat it, don't stop them.
That's right, you let them eat it.
But
Goose poop. Your dog.
I pick it up and throw it in the water.
And I was at the hearing in Sacramento on raw milk at the Senate, because they passed a law that made the coliform count drop to 10, from 50 to 10. That means that no cream would pass inspection. That means no butter. So Organic Pastures and Clareville, the two commercial raw dairies there, where you get their milk in any health food store that carries it, had to file an injunction against the state to prevent them from utilizing the law AB 17 of the 10 coliform count. So I was at the hearing in the Senate. The Senate is thinking about reversing it because they know they're facing a huge lawsuit. Lawsuits from the two dairies and my Right to Choose Healthy Food, which is going to sue the state for damaging the people who couldn't get cream or butter for those 3 weeks that we were unable to get cream and butter because of that law. And at that hearing, the or the anti-raw milk board that they had called in with these food specialists, on bacteria, and all of them admitted that coliform didn't do anything to make milk safer. You have to check for pathogens, so-called pathogens, like E. coli 157, listeria, things like that. Checking the coliform count doesn't make milk any safer. So they admitted it right there. So they knew that they were in trouble. So I was giving, my testimony and my background and my work with raw milk and dairy. And Sally Fallon gave hers right before mine. We were up on the panel together. And she said, and this is the first time, I've been saying this for years, the first time I've heard it come out of her mouth. She said, there's even a case recently where this woman was so ill and not recovering and not reacting from any kind of medical therapy that they infused her with fecal matter. And she recovered almost overnight. Infused her with fecal matter in her throat.
So she
Down
ate it
her-
willingly, or they made her?
It was from her grandchild.
Pardon?
It was from her grandchild, right?
From her grandchild, I think it was, yeah. So,
Better with the family?
yeah. So it reversed her condition right away. Hey, you should live again. I keep telling you, it is a product that is a very good thing. That, of course, it has to be pretty fresh. It can't be dried because then the E. coli is dead.
Is it possible to encapsulate it in one
Pardon?
Is it possible to encapsulate it just in these little capsules, or is that enough?
Well, that might protect it from dehydrating, but you certainly don't want to eat the capsule.
let's suppose you have somebody that ain't gonna get that any other way. Is it worth what's inside the capsule?
You can try it, because the toxicity in the capsule, they usually make it from either cellulose or from bone marrow. Bone that they've made into a gelatin and hardened it. Either way, it's a toxic substance, and if it coats and damages the E. coli, then there's no benefit.
Do you have any suggestions on how to get it done with someone who really has a problem?
Well, probably the best way to do it would be to have them just wash it down in some milk, put it on their mouth, on their tongue, and just wash it down with milk.
Plug their nose in the process.
Pardon?
Plug their nose in the process so they can't
Yeah, you can put a swimmer's nose clip on so they don't smell it.
But now, shouldn't it be from a raw animal?
Oh, it should be from an animal that's a healthy animal, yeah. They used it from this baby. This was the granddaughter of this woman who was dying, and they used her wet feces, fed her. That was not a raw baby, but still the baby was producing enough E. coli in its colon and broke down enough nutrients. See, the E. coli is responsible for releasing all of the B12 and most of your B vitamins in the meat, in your protein in meat. The E. coli is responsible. A lot of people say, well, E. coli manufactures the B vitamins. It does not. It eats it in the meat and then releases it, because it's already in the meat. There's no higher proportion of B vitamins in the meat before the E. coli eats it, and there's no more after. It's exactly the concentration that's in the meat that is released by the E. coli eating the meat and breaking it down properly.
So how do you do this?
They're raw.
With the meat?
It's all raw, yes. This is fudge, brownie.
You recommend a lot of things separately. If you're going to do this particular treatment, it's better to be right because it's how long do you wait after you've eaten? How long do you wait? What foods do you eat at the same time, or do you eat it?
Well, it's better to eat it with meat or milk, anything that's going to have an animal product that the E. coli normally feeds on. E. coli mainly feeds on animal products in the human body. In a cow, it feeds on, the digested vegetation and grains. But in us, the E. coli breeds on animal products.
Why is it different between the animals? I'm sorry, I missed.
Pardon?
Why is it different between the cow and us? Is it just they have different vegetation that feeds on something different?
Yeah, they're an animal that's supposed to feed on vegetation, and we're feed on animal tissue, animal protein. It's just the way, it's the chain of what eats. Just like, let's say, a lot of people say don't eat, crustaceans because they eat fecal matter. That's their diet, Lobsters, shrimp, they eat shit. That's their life. That's their food. And it feeds them wonderfully and they're healthy. It's okay to eat those. It's good to eat them.
Raw.
Yeah, only raw.
Right.
Absolutely.
In a brownie?
Pardon?
How much do you give it once? I'm asking a lot of questions. I've got a boy in the house with seizures, and I'm in the back of my mind. How much would you give a person at once? How often? Is it a one-time thing? Is it once a year thing? I mean,
It all depends upon the individual. But some people, one time is all it takes to get them out of that critical state. But if they want to get healthy, maybe they have to have it more. They have to have it more frequently.
so like every day for 2 weeks, or?
Well, I've never had anybody eat it every day. I've suggested it for some people 2 days a week for a week, and then after that once a week for a month, and after that only if they needed it. And the way I tell that, if somebody's got depression, depression. We're not talking about anxiety, but depression. If you got depression, you've got an E. coli deficiency. You're not getting the B vitamins, you're not breaking down the fats and proteins to feed the nervous system properly. It's mainly an E. coli problem, a deficiency in B vitamins, a deficiency in fats and proteins for the nervous system. So, it'd be a good time to eat fecal matter, or it'd be a good time to eat kefir and yogurts and eggs, anything that's going to break down easily, and the E. coli has plenty of time to work on it because it's already dispersed in such, in such fractionated elements. So, if you're in high anxiety, that's because your body's producing a lot of hormones for physical activity. You need to exercise. Even if you don't have the energy, you better exercise. The easiest exercise and the most strenuous exercise that'll burn more hormones faster is singing.
Singing?
Singing is the hardest activity in the world. It's the most strenuous. Sex is the next.
Scrubbing the
So singing and sex. Singing and sex. Those are the best. Singing, 20 minutes of singing is an hour on a treadmill.
As far as getting rid of anxiety, not spending calories.
As far as
Calming the system.
spending hormones for physical activity that put you in anxiety.
You can say it right now.
Take a look at your opera singers. I don't know a skinny one that's alive that's out there working on a daily basis, singing. It takes a tremendous amount of nutrients to be an opera singer. I mean, you'd never hear Mick Jagger if he didn't have a microphone. He sings and he's hard in his singing, but let me tell you, very little comes out of him vocally. He has that mic right against his mouth. And I've seen him sing, in a recording studio. And let me tell you, without a mic, without that mic on, you can't even hear the guy. He puts that mic right against his lips to get that full loud volume that he has. So that's somebody who's skinny, burns up a hell of a lot of nutrients, and he doesn't have any to burn. And that's why he stays so skinny and dry. But he's a good singer. I mean, I like his stuff. I mean, it's funky. Good stuff. But it's not, and it does exercise him, it does release it, and he's very relaxed after. He can come in, the 2 times that I saw him, he came into that irritable and angry and bitchy and nasty to everybody, and within 2 hours of singing, he was the happiest, nicest guy in the world. Because he was burning up all that adrenaline, testosterone, and estrogen that were just built up in his system that make people irritable and full of anxiety. If you don't burn it off in physical activity, you're going to burn it in anxiety. If you're depressed, E. coli deficiency. If you're full of anxiety, you exercise. Burn off those hormones. Everybody getting antsy here? Does everybody need to take a break? This will be the last break before we end this and go to the mini readings. What time is it? 6:30? Oh my God. Wow. Past the break. I carry on. See, I've got too much energy.
You can carry on, we only have 3 minutes on tonight if you want to.
Oh, okay, all right. Then we'll take a break, and then we'll come back, and then we'll do it's gonna take me about 30 minutes to wrap it up, then we're gonna have about 30 minutes of Q&A.
Those are awesome.
Food combinations. When you mix, I've been talking up about the carbohydrates. Our systems are low carbohydrate systems. You know, of course, the FDA and the USDA is telling everyone out there, high carbohydrate diet, especially grains, nuts and stuff like that, cooked of course. You know, that's just to keep you sick. What happens in the human body, you produce a lot of carbohydrates that make a lot of glycogen. Glycogen is what runs the brain and nervous system. It's a sugar that runs the brain and nervous system, glycogen. Your body if your body uses insulin to bind with it, it's a storage of glycogen. It's storage of sugar that can be used to run the brain and nervous system later. In a body that has high carbohydrate-activated glucogen or manufactured glycogen, the blood and the neurological system get very sticky from all that sugar. The cell, the firings, the synapse firing, the axons, the synapse, when they fire, they can misfire. They can send the charges in a wrong direction. A lot of people that lose their train of thought are either deficient in blood sugar or it's too much sugar and they're firing in the wrong areas of their brains and it's not getting to where it should get to pull the memory or to have the analysis work properly. So glycogen is very important for the brain and nervous system. But when it's high in manufactured from carbohydrate, it causes a lot of stickiness and a lot of malfunction of the brain and nervous system. The only place where we can get a sugar that is in a high concentration of sticky fluid as a result of that particular glycogen is from pyruvate, which is a protein sugar. Now, we can handle about 12% of advanced glycations. Advanced glycation end product is what's left over after your body uses glycogen in the brain and nervous system. AGEs, they're called, advanced glycation end products. That's what causes everything to be sticky. Now, our bodies can handle about 12% of that. And when your body uses pyruvate as the glycogen to manufacture glycogen with the help of glucagon, there is very little, there's about 7 to 8% advanced glycation end product. Like I say, we can have about 12 to handle about 12%. So it's under what we can handle. When your body uses carbohydrates as the glycogen, 70 to 80% of that turns into advanced glycation end products that we cannot discard and handle properly. And according to Columbia University in New York, the advanced glycation end products store in the human body for a lifetime at a rate of 70 to 90%. In people with kidney problems or diabetes, they said that it's stored at a rate of 80 to 90%. And people who were relatively healthy, as great as 70%, but not even under 60%. So it's 60 to 70% in healthy people it's stored. So that causes a lot of sugar reactions in the body and toxicity because it has a relationship to acrylamides. It also is a factor in developing cancer. So you want to keep your carbohydrate intake low. If you're having carrot juice, it should only be a couple of times a week if you've got a lot of bile in your body. If your skin is very yellow, carrot juice can help remove that, especially when you have it with coconut cream. Like you'd have about 4 or 6 ounces of carrot juice with about 2 ounces of coconut cream, 2 tablespoons of dairy cream, and about 2.5 tablespoons of honey. Very sweet and rich drink, but it'll help get rid of bile. Now, a lot of people who drink carrot juice, their orange skin is not from the carotene. When I've done skin scrapings and looked at it under a microscope, it was not carotene, it was bile. So that orange look is detoxification of bile. That's how I found out that carrot juice will detoxify bile. I wanted to see, when I was looking under a microscope at it and analyzing it, I thought that it was like a vitamin A toxicity, that the carotene was being transported into vitamin A, and it was too much, and when the body becomes toxic with A, it will throw it out the skin and usually cause some kind of skin irritation or rash or problem. But yet people who drank carrot juice didn't have the skin rash very often. Sometimes they'd have hives, which is a skin rash of a kind, but not eruptions. So when I looked under a microscope, I saw that it was bile. So whenever you use something that's going to detoxify, if you're using coconut cream, which is one of the best detoxifiers there is, it is always best to put a animal fat with it to protect your cells.
Like cheese.
Like butter or dairy cream. That's why I said you got 2 ounces of coconut cream with the carrot juice and 1 ounce of dairy cream. And then the honey, because it has a tendency, because it's a high carbohydrate in the carrot, for some reason it causes a loss in blood sugar. So if you put enough honey in there, you have to put a lot of honey, because honey is not a high carbohydrate when it reacts in the body, as long as it's not been heated over 93 degrees. The bees will allow the honey get no more than 82 degrees, 82 and a half degrees that I've seen. Even in a hot desert, it was 120 degrees. Even John Poleo of a certain beekeeping company in California, he put his thermometers inside too on a hot day, and the hottest it ever got was like 82 degrees or 83 degrees in the desert, in a hot desert. Now the bees, what they will do, they will colonate to the upper level where the heat is beating on it, and they will fan it to keep it cool. If that goes over a certain temperature, they abandon that part of the hive and will only eat that honey if they have nothing else. And then they take care of the rest of the hive to make sure it stays cool. The bees, when they collect the nectar, they swallow it. They produce an enzyme, a hormone-like substance that's like insulin. So it converts 90% of the carbohydrates into an enzyme active substance, which helps digest fat and protein. So only 10% is sugar. Once it's heated over 93 degrees, between 93 and 100 degrees, when it goes in between there, the insulin-like substance is destroyed. So then once you hit 100 degrees, it's 100% sugar again. It's all carbohydrate, honey. So in order to keep the blood sugar high when you're doing a bile detoxification, that's why I put 3-4 tablespoons of honey in that mixture with the carrot juice, which is already high in carbohydrate. But because you've got all those fats in there, for some reason it lowers the blood sugar level and can cause nausea, diarrhea, or vomiting. So the honey brings the blood sugar level up. You have to use a lot of it because only 10% will go into sugar. So it keeps the body from detoxing too much. Always a good idea, if you've got yellow skin and you want to do that, to eat cheese before you drink that. Cheese maybe during and cheese after, to absorb all the bile that's going to rush into the digestive tract and stomach, make you nauseous or have diarrhea. That's not going to go after the skin. Now, one of my patients, when she took that formula, she had an orange spot come out of her chin. It was just like it was painted orange, bright orange. It was like somebody painted it on. It was that orange. But it was actually that coming out of her tissue that way. And then over the next few weeks, 3 weeks, it turned into a birthmark, a brown birthmark. Then took 6 months to evaporate and go away. So you can have odd things happen like that because the tissue's damaged inside. So as it detoxifies. So you have to be aware of all these little signals. It's not something to panic and run to a dermatologist or some quack to try to get them to figure out what's wrong and, you're going to develop some kind of disease. You just have to be patient and get through it and do the right things. If you got something that terrifies you, give me a call. 10 minutes is $20. $25 now. So it's nothing. You get a hold of a doctor, it's going to cost you $100, $200, $500, $800 to have tests done, and they're not going to tell you a thing that'll get you toward health. But most of the time, all you have to do is do what I say in the books, and be patient. And you'll get through whatever it is. Like, Renee couldn't be, you got to grow back in 2 minutes, 2 weeks. No, it'll take a year for that finger to get normal, but it's going to get normal with patience and a good diet. It works. You just got to be patient. Don't panic. Nothing's worth panicking, because when you panic, you run up to the quacks, and they'll just put more poisons in you, and you're going to be worse in the long run. And think about it, when they'll always give you antibiotics for everything. 90% of the treatment involves, 90% of the treatment for anything is antibiotics these days. Antibiotics is the so-called cure-all in the medical profession. But what does antibiotics do? It destroys all of your bacteria in your body that is involved in every good, healthful thing that happens in your system, including digestion. So you basically lower your health, you poison yourself, and what's going to happen? Your body's going to deal with the poison and the fresh damage from the antibiotic and stop detoxing the old toxic stuff that was trying to get rid of so you don't get cancer or some other disease. So what you've done is caused the body to stop detoxing the stuff that was moving you toward a bigger disease, a greater disease. You've stopped it and added more toxins to it and complicated the body, and maybe it'll take you 6 months to recover. Years if it's penicillin to recover. Because penicillin is grown on grain mold. Penicillin is grain mold. They sterilize it. It destroys the RNA and DNA, which tells the fungus to go into hibernation. So when you are injected or given penicillin, that fungus will live in your body forever, unless you know how to get rid of it. And I have not seen one person's eyes in 30 years that didn't have signs of penicillin growing profusely in their bodies. I've seen some people with a smaller amount than others, and some people with a mass amount. And the people who have the largest amount are the people who have a lot of fibromyalgia and chronic fatigue. They usually have either heavy metals all over the body, or they've got raging penicillin growing everywhere throughout all the tissue. If you have yellow color in your eye, you're full of it. If you've got blue or green eye, if your eyes are supposed to be blue and they're green, you are full of penicillin. Massive amount of penicillin.
How do you know what color they're supposed to be?
You have to blow up the eyes to see. So now I can tell. The people with brown eyes are loaded with it too, even dark brown eyes. Brown eyes should be amber. Shouldn't be dark brown or black. Brown eyes should be amber.
What if there's a discoloration?
Pardon?
So if you got blue eyes and there's like a discoloration, like a brown spot?
Yeah, that's toxicity that's stored in that particular area of your body. It can be from penicillin injection if you got a brown spot. If it's black under the brown, it's from vaccines or other injections where mercury is stored. and your body has used oxidized iodine or iron to seal it. Sometimes your body will use a lot of iron and iodine, oxidized, rusting iron and iodized they call it, when it's oxidized, to destroy penicillin molds. It's like a unnatural chemotherapy. And it can cause a lot of problems. It can cause anemia because it causes a great loss of iron in the body. The best way to destroy penicillin molds, I'm going to give you a formula. Only have it 2 days a week if you're rampant with fungus in your body and you need to mellow it. You can have it 2 days a week, never closer than 3 days apart. You have equal amounts, so it depends upon your size, anywhere from 3.5 tablespoons to 6 tablespoons each of lime juice, coconut cream, and honey. No matter how much you're having, only a teaspoon of lemon juice to that. That never changes. Blend that together. Add it to, depending on if you have the low amount, 2 ounces of sparkling mineral water up to 4 ounces of sparkling mineral water. If you have, 6 tablespoons of each, you have 4 ounces of sparkling mineral water. Now you pour that formula into the water, not the water into the formula. It will foam up, so use a large glass. It will foam up like a float. It's quite delicious, and do not guzzle it. You have to sip it so it permeates everywhere. Otherwise, it's going to go in and irritate your kidneys and bladder. You want it to irritate the fungus, not your kidney or bladder. So gradually, let's say if you've got a terrible case, maybe for 3 weeks you could have it 2 days a week, and then after that, 1 day a week for 20 years. Keep the penicillin from growing and destroy it a little at a time.
2 days a week for how long?
About 3 to 6 weeks, depending on your situation with penicillin.
If you breathed in mold from like a basement,
that would destroy it. That particular formula is an anti-anything. It's just like an antibiotic. It will destroy the good and the bad. That's why you only have it a small amount. Occasionally, the body will use it efficiently and appropriately to destroy the stuff that it does not want. But if it gets overloaded, it's going to destroy all the good stuff too, just like an antibiotic will. It won't have the side effects that an antibiotic will, but it will still lower your digestive ability, lower your ability to heal. Now, a lot of people have a lot of formaldehyde and chlorine in their system from baths and water. There's a formula to help get rid of that. I suggest you don't have that over once a week. And that's a half of a mango, a semi-ripe mango, so it's tart, and a kiwi. 3.5 to 4 tablespoons of coconut cream, tablespoon of dairy cream, 1/4 teaspoon of butter, just a small amount of butter. You blend that all together. It's a delicious drink. Again, don't guzzle it. Take 15-20 minutes to sip it.
Can you repeat this, please?
Pardon?
Can you repeat this, please?
Half of a mango, 1 kiwi, 4.5 to 6 tablespoons of coconut cream, 1 to 1.5 tablespoons of dairy cream, a 1/4 teaspoon of butter. You blend that all together. Oh, I forgot one more thing. You need about 4 tablespoons of honey. Again, this is something, even though it's carbohydrate, it will lower a sugar level. So the honey keeps it up, because once you start detoxifying, the sugar level goes down because the body will rush toxic sugars into the area like glycogen, and it robs your brain and nervous system of fuel. Then you need to eat a lot of honey to bring it up. So that's why you have so much honey in there. So it's very delicious. Again, don't suck it down. You know. In fact, I suggest you don't suck anything down. People see me, you hear the noise I make when I'm sucking this milk? I got my teeth together and my lips together, so I learned that when I guzzled, I got more thirsty and didn't digest my nutrients as well. And when I do that, it's like, I guess it's like an infant. There are certain kinds of juices that form when you're sucking hard, and I drink half of what I used to drink when I suck like that. I'm more satisfied. I don't drink any water anymore. I used to drink maybe a couple of ounces a week. I haven't even had any. I've had 1 tablespoon of water in 3 weeks. She brought me some water, so I had 1 tablespoon this morning, just to see what it was like.
I'm the senator.
And it wasn't, I used it to clean my face, because I don't like to use the, Chicago water, to clean myself. Like I say, if you have a question, save it for the end, because I'm getting way behind again by answering questions. So combinations of food work to help slow down sugar into the body, because we want to keep sugar down and low. Eat fruits that are unripe. Always eat fats with your fruit. Now a lot of people say, wait, but we're a primate. There are monkeys that live on fruit. You ever know a relaxed monkey? You ever see a monkey that wasn't masturbating all day long, male or female? That's what fruit does to you. It makes you a nervous wreck. So, if you want to be hyperactive, eat high sugar. Look at the, fruitarians. They're quick to anger. Monkeys are very temperamental. And the killer monkeys, you know what they do? They go on a 24-hour fermented fruit binge. They'll eat somewhere around 2-3 pounds of fermented figs or guavas or bananas, highly fermented. They get all this alcohol rushing in their body. 24, 30 hours later, they go on like a stream of locusts, and they kill everything. Rabbits, butterflies, anything, other monkeys. They kill everything in their trail. It's like the black jungle. The ants, when they go through, the locusts they go through, they eat everything in their track. And the monkeys only do that after that binge on ripe fruit, all that fermented fruit. It makes them crazy. Okay? So, and take a look at alcoholics. They how many deaths are caused on the road because of alcoholics? And they're worried about marijuana. We've got alcohol, people on the streets. Alcohol should be outlawed, for the amount of damage that it does. So, you have to be careful about the amount of carbohydrates. Cherries and berries are very low in carbohydrate, even when they're ripe. However, if they're overly ripe, they still have lots of alcohol that are formed and lots of acids. If you have stones, if you have plaque in your system, vinegar is the best way to dissolve those impactations. You could put And if you don't like your vegetable juices tasting like vinegar, then take about 2 ounces or 1 ounce of your vegetable juice, put about a quarter or a third to a half a teaspoon of vinegar in it, drink that, and then drink the rest of your vegetable juice. That will help dissolve plaque in the system.
You're talking about apple cider vinegar.
Yeah, raw apple cider vinegar. Raw, unpasteurized apple cider vinegar.
You drink it separately from the juice, or you mix it with some?
You mix it with all of the juice or a small portion of the juice if you don't like your juice tasting like vinegar. So, that helps read. That's a very good medicinal thing that's not in the book. That's something I've been experimenting with off and on for the past year and a half. And it's working well. So, I usually don't like vinegar because it can cause a lot of mineral imbalances. So you have to use it in small amounts and be patient to dissolve the plaque fast. Everybody wants to do everything overnight. So they do all the chelation therapy that imbalances the whole body, destabilizes the bones and the bone marrow and the entire cellular system, causes skin to get very thin. So chelation therapy is not a good thing. And most of the DHEA that they use and the DT, whatever it is that they use, it's derived from vinegar anyway. Just use the vinegar and using the chemical extraction of those particular proteins. The vinegar has it. But they're trying to sell a product again. So it doesn't work as well without that elements in vinegar.
How often? When you're
You
trying
do
to
it every day.
Every day? Once a day?
Yeah, once a day. I would say if you had a heart attack, do it twice a day. Use a whole teaspoon a day. Teaspoon of vinegar, break it up into thirds. If your heart attack is congestive heart failure, if your heart attack is from some kind of anaphylaxis shock from some kind of chemical that you've inhaled or eaten or breathed or injected, vinegar's not going to help you there. It's only for congestive heart failure, where plaque is building up, or crystals are building up in the body. Vinegar helps relieve that. If you find your teeth are getting sensitive, that means you're demineralizing. You need to eat that cheese and honey together to remineralize. Okay, let's talk about how to make the best of your day. And that's about eating what, when, and how much. First thing in the day when you awaken, your nervous system has detoxified all night. If you sleep during the daylight hours and the sun, you're exposed to sunlight, you will not detox the nervous system except in your waking hours. But most of your detoxification of the nervous system is done at nighttime when most people sleep. As long as light is out, the nervous system cannot detoxify. So if you're on the night shift, you're going to detoxify in your working hours, so don't expect to be as happy as normal as the average person who works in daylight time. When you awaken in the morning, if you've been sleeping at night, you're going to have a high amount of toxicity in your blood. It's going to be highly acidic. So you need to neutralize that toxicity with a vegetable juice. Since 95% of the people I see have those toxins in their stomach lining, first thing you do in the morning is eat a piece of cheese. Anywhere from a half a teaspoon to a teaspoon of cheese. If you normally wake up without much energy and nauseous, a little irritable, have a whole teaspoon of cheese, not a half. Then 10 minutes later, you have your vegetable juice. If you find you get heart palpitations from a vegetable juice, you mix an egg in it, that first one in the morning. If you have a tendency toward constipation, you'll either want a little bit of coconut cream or butter with that cheese. Or you want to do that suppository that I started this whole thing off, the workshop off with today, with the equal portions of butter, coconut cream, and dairy cream with that tiny bit of honey and injecting it into the rectum to feed your E. coli. Okay, that'll prevent constipation. Then after you have your vegetable juice, what the vegetable juice does is it alkalinizes the blood. It balances the whole level of the body, the homeostasis, it's called in technical terms, and it prepares the body to digest. Pardon?
Carrot juice?
No. In the recipe, I'm not going to go over the juices, but they're in the recipe book, mostly green juices. Now, what I found in the last 10 months of some experimentations with about 50 people is when I looked at under a microscope, and I was looking at cucumber, I was trying to find a way to stop women from having all this collagen injected into their, skin to make them look good. Because I've got a lot of directors and movie stars and stuff like that ask for suggestions to make them look pretty. So I was trying to find some other collagen source because they start blowing up. Look at William Shatner, that's from having all the collagen pumped into his skin. Sure, it gets rid of the wrinkles, but he goes around looking like the doughboy, And a lot of the women don't want to look like that. And they go through a period when that's injected of looking like that for up to a year and a half. None of them want to look like that. So I found that the cucumber has a lot of collagen precursors. So what I'm suggesting now for a vegetable juice, and it isn't in either of the books, is that you puree about 30 to 35% of your juice is cucumber puree. Always peel them unless you've grown them yourself, because the FDA and the USDA lets these people coat their cucumbers with 15% petroleum in the wax, and it's all paraffin anyway. It's not a natural wax. So they let them seal it with that and still call it organic. So unless you're growing them yourself or you grew it, peel the cucumber always. Slice it, cube it, put it into a jar, have your other juice, your celery, your parsley, your cilantro if you need to get rid of some heavy metals, carrot juice if you have a lot of bile and you need to get rid of your yellow skin. Then you pour that into the jar with the cucumber, diced cucumber in there, screw it on, blend it. Then pour that into all the other vegetable juice and stir that. Put it in the jars right away so it can last you 3 to 4 days. Otherwise, you're going to have, the cucumber is going to start separating in your juice. And then you're going to get a lot of cucumber pulp in one juice and not another. So you divide it that way. And that way it'll be all separated. You may have to shake it a couple of times while you're putting it in the jar, or stir it either way to get it out evenly. And I found that the skin, I've only been doing it 2 days, sometimes 3 days a week, just as to see how it'll work with me. Because other people have to do it every day, all of their juices. But I was curious. And these lines are diminishing a little faster. So it works very well, and you don't have to go around looking like the doughboy, to get the collagen replaced.
Why not juice the cucumber?
juice of cucumber doesn't have the collagen precursors in it. It's in the pulp.
You started to say something about the skin, so if we're growing our own cucumbers, is there some benefit to being able to use skin?
Well, there's some vitamin A in there, vitamin D and vitamin E in the peel, and you can get a little of that juice in the oils from that peel, so it's always better if you grow them yourself. However, sometimes the skin will make it difficult for a man to get an erection. So, if you're a man that has that problem, you might want to peel the cucumber. Yes. I think it makes the penis very relaxed. It's getting all that collagen and vitamin E and vitamin D. So the cock says, oh God, I'm just going to relax. The hell with that. So, that's my interpretation of what happens. Well, you know that women have been putting cucumber slices over the eyes to get rid of wrinkles for a long time. That's been since Cleopatra did that too, so probably, but I'm dealing with the internal right now. Anybody who wants to experiment with on their skin and you can't take it internally and know what it's going to do on the skin if you do both. You have to do one or the other to see how it's going to work. But in all the people that I've seen that done it, use the slices, and use it as a poultice in all the spas, it doesn't last long. So I don't think it absorbs the collagen precursors because it's in the pulp, and your body can only absorb the juices through the skin. So my thoughts is it will not be long lasting. You have to do it all the time. But I've only been doing it, 2 days a week. One time I did it 3 days a week, and it's making a big difference. And I like to do everything small just to see what changes go on with me.
Is that better than putting a piece of the meat on there, like you suggested last time?
Pardon?
Is that better than putting a piece of meat on the eyes, like you suggested last time?
Well, it's more temporary when you do that, but it does help. But I have stopped doing that because it's such a pain in the face. Keeping the meat on and having to wear a mask to keep the meat on. It works, but it's difficult to do it. I'm trying to find the easier ways. Of course, sperm and bone marrow works very well also to get rid of lines and wrinkles. Remember that sperm and bone marrow contain stem cells. Those are the only two places. Please don't talk. Those are the only two places where we can find concentrations of stem cells. In sperm, you can find them in ovum, but how do you manufacture ovum? So in healthy sperm, that doesn't mean toxic, heavy metal sperm. If a man's got testicles full of mercury and heavy metals and the sperm smells like metals, it's not going to be very good sperm to use. But I sent out in my newsletter, I think it was back in fall of 2007, about the Japanese scientists who were using mice sperm, for the stem cells to regenerate all kinds of tissue. Well, that works with any sperm. You don't have to go out and jerk off a mouse, to get the sperm. It happens with any healthy sperm. The bone marrow has that same ingredient. It isn't, if the man is healthy, the sperm doesn't stink. I've smelled some, a moose's sperm, woo! It smells like, once it's processed, it'll smell like musk oil. But when it's fresh, it's really a heavy, nasty smelling odor. And the female love it, female moose. They can smell it for miles and they'll come around. But for my nose, it was not a pleasing odor until it sat a while. But bone marrow, it goes off quickly. And it has a foul odor So if you're putting that on your skin's going to smell a little stinky. You know, so it has to be very, very fresh bone marrow. What you can do is cut out that that's, you know, starting to turn brown on the outside. Eat that, scrape off the inner stuff, and put that on your skin. At room temperature, it's an oil, like I said earlier. It's like butter. When it's room temperature, it's very soft and blends in. So those are the two places where you can get stem cells to help regenerate skin. So you're having the collagen precursors from the cucumber, and that you're going to get rid of your wrinkles much, much quicker. And you remember how deep these were? My mother said, "What are you doing? Are you getting some?" She asked me if I was getting some skin burn. You know, the acids, skin work done, because my creases here, ever since I was 2 years old, they've been very deep. And over the years, they've gotten deeper and deeper. So I've been putting sperm, when I feel like I'm excited, I put sperm here, or some bone marrow stuff on there, and that's the only thing I was using, and I wasn't even using the collagen with the cucumber for that period. And very quickly, it mitigated the deepness of my wrinkles and thinned my skin. My thin skin was very thick on my forehead, and it thinned it. We're talking about a 5-month period.
Plus you do
It did that.
drink, right?
No, I'm saying I didn't do them in combination. I've been doing cucumber juice with everybody else. Only in the last month have I been using the cucumber for myself.
Do you bottle
Other
and
people
sell
have been
it?
doing it longer. Pardon?
Do you bottle and sell it?
Bottle and sell my sperm.
Yourself is...
Well, you go to a sperm bank. Go to a sperm bank.
But it has heavy metals.
Well, you smell it and see if it does. If it smells like it came out of a tin can, don't use it. It's probably easy to use bone marrow because you have a mate that's willing to share it. I've got a problem with some of my girlfriends, some of my female friends, my friends who happen to be girls, that are my patients, told them about it. They start using it from their boyfriends, and their boyfriends find out what it does for them, so they want it themselves because they manufacture it. So there's a big battle for the sperm. And I get calls, "Don't you think you should share that? I'm helping them produce it." It's all this weird argument. I say, "Take it to a judge." It's funny, but people won't do for beauty. So I'm sharing all these things to you. I don't care that it's a little risque and odd. It's better than you injecting chemicals into your body. So I will use anything that works. I don't care if it's manure, sperm, or whatever it is. Urine, if it works, do it. If that gets you what you want.
Suggestion therapy?
Just in some cases. Not very often, because when somebody gets on this diet, usually the amount of toxicity in the urine, the acidity is too great. If somebody's having a digestive problem that's not reversing easily and they have mass constipation, I will suggest drinking their urine 1 time a day, 2-3 days a week, and it has to be 6 hours after a meat meal. Because the whole purpose of drinking your urine would be to recycle your proteins. Because a lot of people can't digest their proteins well enough because their E. coli is not good. So that they get a second chance to digest those proteins. That's why drinking urine in India is a natural, frequent thing, because they're vegetarians. The only way they can process their proteins is by drinking their urine, and they drink all of it, especially the monks. They'll drink all of their urine throughout a whole day. Highly acidic if you're on this kind of a diet, and then you're likely not to do so well with it. But once in a while, it's probably an okay thing. It just tastes like flat, warm beer. I was never a beer drinker. Okay, so you have your vegetable juice in the morning. Then take your time drinking vegetable juice. Don't suck it down. You still want a little bit of that ptyalin enzyme in the mouth with that cucumber pulp, so you can get that collagen from it. So you want to keep in your mouth to chew that a little bit. Swallow it. Then, so say it takes you 10 minutes to have your vegetable juice. Hopefully you will take at least 10 minutes. Then 30 minutes later, have another little sugar cube sized amount of cheese. Not a whole teaspoon, just a sugar sized amount. Absorb those poisons. You wait 10 minutes again. Now the reason for the 10-minute restriction after eating the cheese is when you eat something, the stomach will automatically dump poisons from the stomach lining into the stomach. You could be even detoxing the nervous system, the blood, the lymphatic system directly into the stomach. As soon as something goes into your stomach, your food, your body wants something there to protect you in whatever way. Those poisons that are dumping. So it dumps it into your food. You lose a lot of the nutrients. Sometimes when you're eating cooked foods, a lot of times you just reabsorb those same toxins because you cooked the food. You fractionated everything. So when you eat the cheese, you wait 10 minutes. If you haven't continued eating for 10 minutes, the body stops dumping the toxins. Every situation that I've seen it. No toxins are dumped after 10 minutes. Then you start eating. You have 20 to 25 minutes to eat whatever you have to eat before your body starts dumping again. If it takes you longer to eat your meal, like if you're eating meat and it's taking a long time, then you have to start eating some cheese again with the meat meal so it doesn't get into the meat. And you want to wait a half an hour after that to have the cheese and the honey, because you don't want it to be used to absorb the poisons. Always have butter or some kind of fat with a meat meal. If you don't, your body's just going to turn the protein into a pyruvate and burn it all up. And most of it will not be used to help regenerate cells for cellular division. I recommend anywhere from 1.5 to 3 tablespoons of butter per meat meal. Sometimes I have 5-6 tablespoons of butter with a meat meal. If I've got onion or garlic or something in it to help me digest the fat quicker. I won't just have butter like that alone. If I'm having butter alone, it's usually 1 to 2 tablespoons maximum with a meat meal.
What about olive oil?
Olive oil is a heavy oil, no more than usually 4 tablespoons with a meat meal. And you can have it with sauce, you also have it with onion, will help digestion. Remember I told you about the gorillas eating the meat once a month, about every 28 days? They eat so much meat, 14 to 28 pounds in about 48 hours. You know what they do to digest that? They sit down and eat whole onions. Speed up their digestion. They just sit there and eat onions to digest. And that's the only time they eat onions. It's when they eat the meat. So it speeds up and helps digestion of protein.
Wild?
Like an egg?
Pardon me?
Onions grow in the wild?
Oh, where do you think everything comes from the wild? They always started in the wild, and then we cultivate them. Fruits are the least likely thing to find in the world, in the wild. When I lived in the wild, very rarely did I find fruits. Only when they were cultivated. In Hawaii was the only place in some of the tropical areas, but they were planting the guava. They brought in horses that weren't normally there, And horses love guava. And they won't digest all the seeds, and they'll go around and, like in Waipio Valley on the Big Island, in the east side of the island, and that whole valley, they have wild horses that go around eating guavas all day long. So the guava tree is growing every, 10 feet. You got 2 or 3 of them. Just full of guavas. And these horses have these distended stomachs and backs that cave in because they're eating too much sugar, too much alcohol, and they're drunken, crazy horses. They're not healthy at all. No, it's not a beer belly. They just descend. Their back slopes in and their stomach slopes down. It's like it's 2 people in one of those, sack horses with stomachs drooping. But these are live, real horses, and that's not a good diet for them. They're vegetarians. They're herbivores. They shouldn't be eating all that fruit, and their teeth are not good either. So, anyway, that's the only natural place that I've seen fruit grow in intensity except with agriculture, humans growing the fruit. So it's not a normal thing. The monkeys will go around planting seeds. They have their fruit. They cultivate. Monkeys will cultivate, especially the killer monkeys. They are agriculturalists, but they are also crazy. So if you want to behave like a monkey, eat lots of fruit. You won't have many friends, but you'll have an exciting life. So, after you have your meat meal, like I said, a moisturizing lubrication formula is always the best to have every day, at least for 20 years of your life. If you get tired of it, cut it out for a week or so and eat other forms of fat. But if you want to get well faster, get your liver in better shape quicker, and your pancreas, and your skin, and your bones, and your connective tissue, you can't do better than that moisturizing lubrication formula every day.
How long after?
Well, you can have, like I said earlier, a fourth to a fifth of the moisturizing formula with or right after a meat meal. If you've got a sauce with your meat meal, then you have the moisturizing lubrication formula 10-15 minutes after your meat meal.
What if you're having pain formula?
Pardon?
What if you're drinking pain?
Pain formula is the same as the lubrication moisturizing formula with bee pollen in it. So it's fine to have that if you're in pain. You can use it both as a moisturizing lubrication formula and to get rid of pain. And you can always eat a little bit of cheese with that. It makes it more mineral concentrated, so it helps get rid of pain even better. Then let 2 to 3 hours pass. And let 2 to 3 hours pass. And during that time, sip on milk, sip on a hydration drink, which I have in We Want to Live. You can alter the hydration drink and put more cucumber puree in it instead of so much tomato puree. But it helps hydrate the body very easily. Remember, water is a solvent. You should not suck on water. You should suck on things that have nutrients in them, like vegetable juice, bland fruit juice, and milk. Things that have food in them. Just remember, you don't need water. Maybe a little bit, because you need some solvent reaction in the body, but mainly you need nutrients. Milk is 82% water. Vegetable juice is 96-97% water, except when you have the cucumber puree in it. Then it's like 86% water. Even meat is 55% water. You are 55% water, even in your muscle, your meat. That is all good H2O that can be utilized 100%. The water in that in your vessels, that's only going to dehydrate your cells if it gets into a cell. It's going to dry it out. It's going to make you thirstier. And like I say, if you suck on the milk, if you suck on the vegetable juice and not gulp it, you're not going to be so thirsty. That is something that I found out in the last year practicing this. And it works. I mean, I drink so much less milk. I drink so much less everything. I'm not as water-filled. I'm thinner yet fatter, because I don't have all this bloated water weight. And I drank very little water. I was drinking maybe a quarter of a cup, half a cup a day. Except in the winter, then I usually didn't have any, winter and fall. And I found that even when I was in Thailand, sucking on the vegetable juices and the milk, I was drinking less in an environment where I normally would drink a lot of water if I couldn't drink milk. And I found I didn't even need to do that. So, if it's liquid, suck it down. Be like a baby who's just come out of the womb, and you don't really, the muscles aren't quite working, so you have to work hard to get the milk out of the nipple. So just make your mouth work for it. And there's something that happens, there's some kind of enzyme activity, maybe even hormonal activity that's involved in the digestion of that food and that fluid to make it much more satisfying. I mean, I would drink, cup and a half of milk, just guzzle it down. And I'd find that I was more thirsty. Now that I'm sucking it out, I can have 2 ounces and I'm satisfied for an hour. Remember how I used to suck on it all the time? You don't see me sucking the milk much anymore. Because I'm not guzzling. It works. All these little tricks, Here I've been working at this for 40 years and I'm still learning so much every year because I don't stop practicing and experimenting. And all these little clues will help you make your life easier and better. So, after you have 2 or 3 hours after the meat meal, you suck on fluids, like I say, and then have a milkshake. Calm and relax the body. Now, a lot of people think a milkshake is a smoothie. No, it has no fruit in it. A milkshake is milk, eggs, cream, could be coconut cream as well as dairy cream, and honey. No fruit, that's a smoothie. Once in a while, if somebody's very toxic in a particular situation, I might give them, a little slice of banana or some berries in a milkshake for a particular condition. Like somebody with prostate cancer, I'll say put about 10 berries in your milkshake, blueberries in your milkshake. If they've got some other kind of cancer, I'll say put a few bitter cherries in your milkshake. Just medicinal things that will help. Otherwise, just have the milkshake. Coconut cream always helps to clean a little bit. So 1.5 tablespoons of coconut cream in your milkshake is good. Then, and also have the cheese 10 minutes before you drink the milkshake. Be sure and wait the full 10 to 12 minutes after the cheese before you drink the milkshake or any of the juices or foods, because you want the body to stop dumping the toxins. Just want to dump it into the cheese, not the food that you're going to eat after. Then 2 to 3 hours after that, again, you suck on your fluids, and then have another vegetable juice. Again, you're starting to break down because of all the toxicity in the body, not going to be digesting as well. So you deliver all the enzymes, minerals, vitamins, That's all your vegetable juices are your supplements. Your vitamins, minerals, and enzyme supplement to help you digest everything balanced to create a better state of consistent homeostasis. So remember, you're sick all the time. You must regulate it all the time. If you're like the Maasai and Samburu who grew up on nothing but raw meat and raw blood and raw milk and other raw dairy products, you wouldn't have to schedule your day like this. And you wouldn't have to have vegetable juice. Maybe once in a while you chew a few leaves and that's it. And you spit out the pulp. That's what they do. But that's the level of their toxicity. They never drink water. Even the Aborigines in 140, 134, 140 degree desert do not drink water. Anybody see the rabbit-proof fence? It's about 3 little half Aboriginal kids that are taken from the Australian authorities because they don't want half British kids, Australian whiteys, Caucasian kids, living with primitive savages. So they go in and take all the all Caucasian kids from the tribes and put them in Catholic orphanages. And they treat them terribly. And they won't let them go back to their homes. 3 little girls, the oldest one is 10 years old, the youngest I think is 5 years old. And they go off in their Aboriginal desert, and they've got 1,100 miles, 1,200 miles to go before they reach where their mothers live, the Aboriginal mothers live. And the rabbit-proof fence was a fence that the Australian Caucasians put up because the rabbits that they introduced to breed and eat go into the desert and they eat everything. And there's nothing in the desert anyway. So it was robbing the Aborigines of their food. So they put this rabbit-proof fence up so the rabbits couldn't get across the line. So they went the wrong way on the rabbit-proof fence because they knew if they followed the rabbit-proof fence it would take them home. They went the wrong direction. They went 300 miles, 350, 400 miles in the wrong direction. If they had gone the right direction, they would have been caught because that's where they were looking for them, all along that way. So as they went the wrong way, realized, like 2.5 weeks later, they were going the wrong way. So then they footed it back. Never drank water. They took plants and they broke them and then let the vegetable juice drip into their mouth. They took the roots and they grated them and wrung them. So they were going 100 miles, 50 miles to 100 miles on nothing but 4 ounces of vegetable juice a day. That's pretty incredible, isn't it? Well, if you train your body properly, that can function that way. And it should function that way. So, after you have your second vegetable juice, you let 1 to 2 hours pass and you have your fruit meal for the day. This is a detoxification. Remember, fruit causes detoxification. Your body will make a lot of alcohol with it and make a lot of solvents to dissolve toxic tissue in your body. So the best solvent, the fat to use with that is coconut cream. And we have some friends here that make it. It's one of the most difficult things there is to make when you just have a small juicer. It's coconut cream. The way I handled it before I imported the Thai coconut juicing machines, I put a 3x5 card up at a high school gymnasium and said, I need somebody who likes to break things, $8 an hour. I got over 50 calls from athletes. Everybody wanted to break things. So I told them what was involved, and all of them, some of them thought, oh, well, it's just breaking coconuts and fun. But I got quite a few of them who wanted to do it, male and female. So I hired a skinny African-American in on the football team, hyperactive, because that's a lot of work. You have to break the coconut, you have to milk the coconut, you have to juice the coconut, take the water out of it, milk the coconut. You have to break it apart, you have to cut it up in slices, you have to put it in the food processor to grind it, and then you have to juice the grated coconut. And then you have to put it in little jelly jars, maybe mix a little lime juice in as a preservative, depending upon how long you're going to keep it. And I would hire this guy once every 5 to 6 weeks. He'd do 10 to 15 coconuts at a time. So I only cost me about $65, $70 each time that I had him in every 5 weeks. But I had 5 weeks supply of coconut cream.
He did the whole thing?
Pardon?
He did the whole process?
He did the whole process for me, so it took him all day. So I paid him $8 an hour for about 8 hours work. So,
It doesn't turn,
pardon?
it doesn't become sour?
Yeah, but it's even better when it's sour. It's more active when it's sour for cleansing the body. But it doesn't sour, if you put a little bit of lime juice in it, it doesn't sour very quickly.
Renee doesn't
Could take
sour very
weeks.
quickly either, even without the lime.
Yeah, well, they have a quicker process. When you're taking all day to make it, they can do 5 gallons an hour. With their machines. We're lucky if we can do, a gallon in 2 hours. Yeah, but it's done faster, so it doesn't get as hot. And they chill it faster. Because, in small juicers, it gets hot faster and warmer for minutes. So, the coconut cream is very important for cleansing. But remember, you need some animal fat with the coconut cream to make sure that it arrests the poisons properly and protects your cells. So you always put a little bit of coconut cream and or a little butter to mix in with that. So you have your fruit with some coconut cream, a little dairy cream, and or a tiny bit of butter in that.
If you're not doing milk yet, and I know all this discussion about that, is it possible to use animal fat? Just eat a piece of animal fat, raw?
It won't detoxify.
Won't do the same thing?
Won't do the same thing.
So butter is good.
The butter won't do what? See, cream and butter aren't majorly used for detoxification. Pressed fats are. Coconut oil, olive oil, flax oil, coconut cream has a small amount of oil in it, all the water soluble, so it's the most favorable cleanser. If you use the pressed oils, which are concentrated oils, it's going to concentrate on a certain kind of toxicity that it can eliminate. So it doesn't eliminate a balance in the tissues. It focuses on specific parts of cells to detoxify.
If you really are not doing it with egg, would the fat and eggs?
No, the eggs won't do it either. It'll be a little bit better, but then you're going to have some stinky gas. You're going to go around smelling, sulfur farts. And that's not bad unless you're around people. Nobody's around anybody, are they? Everybody's isolated and alone?
So you're combining with the fruit?
Pardon?
Is that you're combining it with the fruit?
If you talk, I can't hear.
Is that because you're combining it with the fruit that you're getting?
Yes. Yeah, you got the alcohol that's going to be created. That's why you eat the fruit. It's a cleanser. You want the alcohols, the sugars to be made into solvents to clean. So, you have your fruit meal, which detoxifies the system. It's better if you use different fruits, and in the book it tells you what fruits to eat for whatever conditions you have. So if you have 5 conditions, you could have 5 different fruits a week. Maybe 2 of them twice a week. If you've got a lot of digestive problems, a lot of lymphatic ingestion, you use pineapple about every other day with the coconut cream. If you've got severely congested lymphatic system, you want to do the lymphatic baths that I talk about in the book. So you take the hot baths to help melt it down a little at a time. And those hot baths are very important. They can turn a sick person around very quickly. All they have to do is get their lymphatic system moving and cleansing the system. Let me give you an example. I had a 69-year-old man come to me with prostate cancer, a failing thyroid gland, and they were going to put him on tons of hormones. And he was standing in line at the pharmacy and looked at all the people who were collecting their pharmaceuticals. He never lived on drugs in his whole life. And he said, I'm not doing this. So he went home, and a fluke happened. A friend of his called, an architect, young friend of the family, said, how are you doing with that diet? He said, what diet? He said, the primal diet. I said, what primal diet? What are you talking about? He said, that book you sent me for Christmas. He said, I didn't send you I sent you an architectural book. He said, yeah, but you sent me another book with it. It's called We Want to Live. He said, this diet is phenomenal. It's doing all kinds of things for me. You know, he says, you send me my book. And he says, no, you gave it to me for Christmas. He says, it was a mistake. I'm not sending it to you. You get your own book. So he got his own book. So he came to me, and I said, you've got a major lymphatic system problem. So I said, once you start doing this diet, and you take hot baths twice a week, where it's an hour to an hour and a half, you have to stay in 102 to 103 temperature. In the first write of the book, and I think even the second printing of the book, there was a typo. I had 101, and it came out to 110. Somehow it got inverted. So people were getting into the hot 110 bath and not making it to 1 hour because they were getting heat prostration. Okay? So it was supposed to be, I figured out it should be 102 to 103. If you can keep it constant 102, that's all it takes. But if it vacillates anywhere from 101.8 to 103 degrees, that's where you try to keep the temperature. And you stay in there an hour to an hour and a half. And this is how it works. If you took a cold stick of butter and put it inside a jar with air space all around, and you dip it into hot water, what's going to happen? The outer edges of the butter are going to start melting a little at a time. It's going to be very slow. That's what happens is with the heat. You have to be in it for an hour to get it deep into the lymphatic tissue, to start melting it, to get it to soften. Then you have the coconut cream and that mixture that you take, the coconut cream and the pineapple mixture together before you get in the bath or as soon as you get into the bathtub. So that's mixing into your system by the time that hour is moving. So we'll get into the lymphatic system, and then you take a walk, after you get out of the bathtub, take a little time to cool down, but then you bundle up as if it's winter, even if it's a hot day, and you take a 45-minute walk. Slow pace is fine. It's just to get everything moving so that that pineapple coconut cream mixture will go in there and mix with that softened, loosened, melted, hardened, that used to be hard lymphatic, and keep it from turning hard at body temperature again, because it will all of a sudden go hard again as soon as your body temperature goes back down to 98.6 and lower. So this man, he was chronically fatigued, he was retired, he couldn't do a thing, wasn't thinking about doing anything else in his life except for enjoying his retirement. Did the diet, 6 months, started doing the hot baths about a year later, and then all of a sudden, from doing the baths for 3 months, and I told him on the days where he wasn't doing the hour to an hour and a half bath, on the other days he does 35 to 40 minutes, because once the lymph system starts neutralizing and dumping it into connective tissue, you need to get it out of the connective tissue before the next bath that dumps it into the connective tissue. Otherwise, you're going to get lupus or MS. So you've got to perspire it out. So a 35, 40-minute bath will move it out for the next few days. Then when you take the lymphatic bath again, that moves out of the lymphatic system into the connective tissue. You got 2 or 3 days to get that out with the shorter baths. So it keeps the process going. He felt so well after 3 months on the baths, he started an international stem cell company where he was working 16 hours a day. This man is in his 70s. So that for him, that was the key to get his lymphatic system moving. And for a lot of people, it's a key. There are many keys here which can help certain individuals in big ways. And when I come to the end of this dietary program, I'll tell you another. So, after you do your fruit meal, you let 2 to 3 hours pass, suck on your juice, your fluids again, then have another vegetable juice. If you have trouble digesting, then you make sure that's a small amount of vegetable juice, maybe only 4 ounces. If you're a physically oriented person, 8, 12 ounces would be fine. Then you let an hour to 2 hours pass, and you have your second and last meat meal. Now, if you're a diabetic or have sugar problems, you'll want to stick a meat meal in before that fruit meal in the afternoon. After your juice, you only wait an hour, have your meat meal, wait 2 hours and have your fruit meal, wait 2 hours and have your next vegetable juice. That's if you have diabetes or hyper or hypoglycemia. So you need more meat a little bit more often. Or you could stick that meat meal in the middle of the night. Have some meat in the middle of the night. Wake yourself up and have some meat. So you can do it either way. Then after your meat meal, of course, you have your moisturizing formula after your meat meal. Then before you go to bed, you can suck on milk and other fluids during the evening. Time to go to bed, half a milkshake, half a cup of milk or kefir yogurt, one of those, with another quarter of your moisturizing lubrication formula. Then during the night, very important, a key for some people, a lot of people. If you go 5 hours without eating, your red blood cells become cannibalistic because the protein level completely drops. So the only place, and you could be 700 pounds, you could have all the fat in the world, but it's the protein the red blood cells need. So you could be 700 pounds and still your red blood cells won't eat each other. If you sleep 8 hours, you've lost about 6 tablespoons of red blood cells. You'll wake with anemia. Coffee and tea and soda with caffeine are no remedy for anemia. And that's what most people do. They go for coffee in the morning. That's not a remedy for anemia. Eating properly is a remedy for anemia. So if you're a hyperactive person and you wake after 5 hours and eat and you can't go back to sleep, you set the alarm for 3 hours. Nobody but me is rested after 3 hours. That's about what I sleep at a time, 3 and 3.5 hours. And I'll take a half an hour to 45-minute nap in a day, and some rare times when I'm really tired from working 20 hours a day, then I'll sleep a whole hour at that spot. But what you do is you set your alarm for 3 hours, you get up, you eat, you go back to sleep, you got 5 hours of sleep. And your red blood cells won't be eating each other. But if one fellow was on the diet for a little over 2 years, and he said, Aajonus, he said, this diet is, he was a vegetarian. It was like this. He was only like 44. This, what's that, Carosella, what everybody's talking about. Pardon? No, great Carosella, what is that?
Salmonella?
Pardon? No.
Giardella?
Pardon?
Giardia?
Giardia, right, Giardia. Everybody's saying Giardia. Oh, you got to get rid of it, And what's the other one that everybody's talking about?
Salmonella?
No. This is, everybody has it. It's a fungus. Candida. So everybody's talking about this yeast infection. Got to get rid of the candida. No, that's your janitor trying to get rid of sugar-damaged tissue. Yeast infections. Those are trying to get rid of the sugar damage in your uterus. The fungus in your feet. Your body's discarding a lot of toxins and damaging those cells. The fungus are eating it up. They're your janitors. You want to help them, not destroy them. If you're eating properly, you can also put, like I said, there's some remedies to ease the itching, like douching with some kefir, putting coconut cream on the labial area, putting the coconut cream on your feet, putting the primal facial body care cream on your feet. Any of those will work to mitigate that itching. But it's a good process. And if you're not eating cooked grains and cereals, you're not going to keep feeding it. The people who keep eating that stuff, breads and pastas and pizzas, are feeding those fungus. That's what they live on because it damages tissue. So they feed on those sugar toxic tissue. That's what yeast eat. Other funguses will eat some other damaged tissue, like in the feet. Doesn't have to be just, like the tribes who eat cooked meats. They do have some athlete's foot because of the toxic substances in cooked meat can cause a problem. They can cause certain kinds of fungus. And it's usually just athlete's feet is all they deal with. That's the only deal that they have, even though they eat only cooked meats. They have very few diseases. So if you're going to go on a cooked diet, a good cooked meat diet would be your least offensive, according to human structure and anatomy and the results of disease in those tribes who do that. But if you don't want any disease at all, it's the primal diet, the thing to do for us civilized people. You want to get out of that. Now, virus, everybody says, you see it all in the newspapers now, oh, we got a live virus, it's contagious, all this shit. That is absolute nonsense. Even when I was, reading about biochemistry, 38 years ago when I first began, virus is not alive. It's their protein structures which dissolve certain tissue and it's specific. It has no nucleus, they have no respiratory system or digestive tract. They are not alive. They cannot be contagious. Pardon?
You're talking all this in my biology class.
Yes. They are not alive. They can be contagious. Yeast can be contagious. Crabs can be contagious because they live on the skin. They live on the surface. So yes, I can transfer them to another person. But in yeast infections, if they're internal, cannot pass on. Viruses cannot pass from one person to another. They're specific. Viruses are created by individual cells. When the body is so toxic that it cannot use parasites, bacteria, or fungus to clean out an area, the only thing left is, because the toxicity will kill them if they eat the tissue, the only thing that's left is the cell to create solvents. And that's what a virus is. It's a protein structure that is a solvent. And a cell can make 300,000 varieties of viruses for specific tissue. Of course, the medical profession puts these cells in a petri dish, which is not a natural environment, destroys, poisons the cell, the tissue, animal cells that are in the petri dish. Then they put a virus in there, and the cells start manufacturing all this other virus because they're contaminated. That's the only way they can cleanse themselves. So that's their natural reaction in a petri dish that is not a natural solution. They start building viruses. Oh, then they say, oh, see, all the viruses are self-replicating. That's like saying Tide soap self-replicates. It's an absolute absurdity. It makes me want to curse. It's insane. It's stupid. And everybody believes it because they don't look at the basics. Virus are not alive. They're not contagious. Herpes is not contagious. A lot of people get herpes. Why? They've got a lot of metal toxins. Metal toxins lead to the nerve endings. You're going to have herpes. There's a doctor in Beverly Hills which is considered the foremost expert in contagious venereal diseases. And when I had a private conversation with him, he said that 85% of everybody I've tested, whether they have sex or not, whether they're a grandmother that's never sucked anything in her life sexual or done anything but just sex to have a child, herpes. 85% of everybody has herpes. So it isn't contagious. It's a natural disease that we all have because of metal contamination. Metal gets into the nerves. It bypasses. The nerve ending tries to throw it off, and what happens? Causes mass swelling. White blood cells rush to it. The nerve gets pushed, and the tension on it, so the pain is excruciating. It's like a headache. You don't have a brain ache because there are no nerves in the brain. You have neurons. We can do open brain surgery on what I'm talking to you. And you'll never feel a thing. The meningi of the brain, which can be from 8 to 11 layers thick, that is where you have the headaches. The water, the fluid in the brain swells, collects, presses on the meningi against the skull. That is a headache. It's always in the meningi, wherever it is around the head. So you want to decrease a headache, you allow the fissures to expand, the bone to expand in your skull, so that the skull will expand with the brain. Very simple. You lie down, you head back, you put 2 hot water bottles at the side, not pressing against because you don't want pressure there. You just want the heat there. And then you put a towel over that. Leave your nose or mouth out so you can breathe. And that heat, for the first 5 minutes, the headache's going to get a little worse because the brain fluid's going to expand, and the fissures that keep, the tendons that keep the fissures buckled together, it's going to take them about 10 minutes to relax. Once they start relaxing, the skull swells and expands. 80-90% of your headache is gone, just like that. Then you have one of the headache formulas, and almost all of it's gone. 20 minutes. People suffer with headaches all day long, migraines, and all they have to do is simply lie down for a half an hour, 20 minutes, a half an hour. The hot water bottle's there, tent the heat into their head, have the headache formulas, the headache's gone. All this suffering. Be why the pharmaceutical knows that the people who have a headache down more toxins, medication than anybody else. People who have headaches take more medication than anyone else. People will take whole bottles of aspirin in a day with a headache. And they love that. It's good money. So of course they don't get rid of headaches. So anyway, swelling in the nerve endings causes all that herpes pain. It's a nerve ending stretched to its limit. Pressure on it causes severe pain. Again, you want to put heat in the area. You want to eat cheese that will help get the toxic minerals out other areas so the nerves can dump it out, not into the nerve endings out the skin, but into the intestinal tract, into the digestive tract somewhere, whether it's in the mouth, the esophagus, the intestines, the stomach, the duodenum, the bowels, wherever it may be, you want it to dump there. So you won't have all this herpes outbreak. Everybody's going to have herpes if they have metals in their nerve endings. It is not contagious. You can't get rid of it with antibiotics. 30 years ago, if you told the doctor they had to prescribe antibiotics for a virus, they would have said, why do you want me to do that? It's the stupidest thing in the world. Do you know what happens now when you go for a virus? Antibiotics is always what they give first. And this is a virus. It is all about marketing pharmaceuticals. You have to remember that. There's a natural way out of all that garbage. Okay? So, salt is the next worst thing to cooking. Let me give you an example. We got a new, in Los Angeles at our co-op, we got a new chicken supplier. And I like my Amish guy because he raised the chickens exactly the way I wanted. Fed them maggots, spoiled meat and everything. These chickens, I would spend a day at his farm when I was in D.C., went to Pennsylvania to his farm, Amish farm, and he throws, when he butchers an animal, he throws the carcasses out to the chickens. The chickens have their own tent in this whole field, and the chickens are they don't peck each other, they don't fight, they are the nicest chickens in the world. They're like sheep. Very friendly. They'll follow you around, they'll rub up against you like a cat. Because when he throws the carcasses out, the flies lay their eggs, the maggots form, they eat the maggots, they eat the meat. They have all of this food that makes these chickens full and relaxed and happy. So we get all of our eggs that way from these chickens, and we get meat once in a while. There's so much of an egg need that, we don't get as many chickens. But anyway, we got this new supply of chickens in, and the man who runs the co-op, said, oh, this chicken's great and everything. So I took one home, ripped off a leg, and skinned it, started eating it. And it tasted very salty. And I called him, and he said, oh, no salt in it, I'm sure. I said, oh, I must be dumping some salt from my brain. And all of a sudden, by the time I finished the chicken, I started having salt reactions. Very bad ones. I started getting hard bumps all over. Dehydrated my intestines. I had constipation from the age that I can remember all the way up to about 4 years ago. Then I got a tapeworm that I forced to happen, and they feed on, high carbohydrate. They don't feed on animal tissues. They feed on a diet that is high in carbohydrate. That's why all your Africans who live on, aid packages of cereals and processed dehydrated milk in water, they have a lot of tapeworms because they're feeding on this excess sugar that could deteriorate their whole system, because that's not the proper diet for them. So I imbibed a lot of excessively fermented milk and some maca root to induce this parasite, this tapeworm, because I was a cereal eater. Like I said, I could eat 2 boxes of cereal a day sweetened cereals with sugar on top of that. And, sometimes in RC Cola, and I wanted to detox that stuff. So I got a tapeworm, and it lived for a few days. And then I started, the way I saw it was I had these little noodles that came out with the feces, a couple of them every time I had feces, and they were floating, like a stingray. And I realized it was a, tapeworm. A tapeworm is not one worm. Each worm is a segment, but they attach together much like the jellyfish. It is a colony that work together, and they attach to each other and do this whole thing of eating all this sugar product that we shouldn't be eating. So I got this craving. I had done all that there. By the time I went to Vietnam, and I was in Hanoi when I noticed that it was there. So I just got to Hanoi, and I got hives all over the place from all this on the plane over to Hanoi. So I was going through all this detoxification from that fermented milk and maca root together. So a few days later, I got this craving for an onion, like the gorillas. Sat down and ate a half an onion. Just sat there and ate a half an onion. And I don't like onions. It's too hot for me. And here I ate a half an onion. Within 10 hours, I shat out 45, 47 feet of a tapeworm. And I pulled it out of the toilet. Of course, I'm spreading along the floor because I want to measure it, you know. So I'm spreading it out, lining it up from across the room. And it was this is Hanoi. The room was, I guess, pretty big. Wood, everything is wood. We're not talking about wood fabric, fabricated wood products. We're talking about real parquet wood, ceiling, walls, furniture, and everything. I'm paying $12 a day for this. So I had a good wooden floor to spread the tapeworm out. And they shrivel up pretty quickly. In about 10 hours, one segment will shrivel up and look just like a rice. Just like a rice. No, they don't pass through your feet. You ever see a piece of rice pass through your foot and give you a tapeworm? The bullshit that goes on that the medical profession feeds you, and you believe is the most ridiculous shit in the world. You don't get it through your feet. You get it because you're feeding these care packages of nothing but garbage cereals, the worst products. I mean, they go and make these deals with General Foods and Purina for all this discarded cereal that they can't sell here, and this poorly packaged, dehydrated, evaporated milk, and they send it over as care packages. And all of these nuns and these doctors and these caretaking people believe that they're helping these people by feeding them this garbage. They get tapeworms. They have all kinds of diabetes created from it, all kinds of ill reactions, bowel disease, diarrhea profusely, vomiting. And they think, oh, they're primitive, it's from their water, and they didn't have these diseases before. The white man came in, damaged their whole food supply, especially the British that went into Africa and planted all the peanut fields and destroyed their whole villages and all of their land. You can't grow peanuts without destroying the land. And it only takes 10 years to destroy land where it will never be functional again for over 200 years. That's what a crop of peanuts will do if you're consistently growing it every year. It'll take 200 years before that ground can be used to grow anything properly again. And that's if you've got other vegetation. But it destroys any other vegetation around, so you've got nothing biochemically to break down, to compost into that. So you just have to hope that seeds drift in, that are primitively and grow when there's occasionally some rainfall, because usually it creates tremendous droughts in these areas. And almost all of Africa is that way because of what Egypt did when they were growing all the crops in northern Africa. They made a desert. They cut all the timber down. They clear-cut everything. So the Egyptians made a mess of northern Africa. And then the British go in there and make it worse with their peanut growing, their peanut fields. So you got all this kind of damage done. Now, when I had the tapeworm, I had constipation, like I said, from the day that I can remember, as early as probably 3 years old, maybe 2 years old, till I was 57 years old. And then I got this tapeworm. I had not experienced constipation from that day on. Everything was loose, nice, and then I had that frickin' chicken. That salt went in and destroyed my E. coli, and I'm back to constipation now for 2 months. That's how bad salt is. My system is worse than other people's, but salt goes in and destroys good bacteria, it dehydrates cells, it causes, thickened skin, it causes bumps, causes moles, it causes all types of reactions. People say, oh, well, it's Celtic salt. It is concentrated sodium. Sodium molecules clump. There's no way around it. It causes excessive dehydration. Two little bitty grains of salt will kill 2 million red blood cells. Because what happens is the red blood cell goes to eat, and when it opens, it's expecting that 92 to 117 different substances in that smorgasbord. And I mean, it's so tiny with all those nutrients, goes into the cell and the cell eats. A whole smorgasbord of nutrients. Wonderful. But when the sodium molecules clump like that, can't get inside. So what happens is the ions that are inside the cell that attract those molecules outside to bring in the smorgasbord, the magnetism is so great from the clumping of the sodium that it rips the ions, pulls them right out of the gut of the cell. The cell will never eat again. It will shrivel like a raisin, like a grape to a raisin, or a plum to a prune. And that cell will never eat again and die. That's what salt does. So, in my book, the only time you ever hear me or read that I state that salt is a remedy for anything, it's for true adrenal exhaustion. That's if you can't get out of bed. I prefer you use whey. I've found that whey can do the same thing with that, and it provides a lot of electrolytes without having salt. So now I would say if you've got adrenal fatigue, you can't get out of bed because you have so much exhaustion and fatigue, then you have some whey. It's a liquid for making cheese. You drink that, it'll start providing the electrolytes to get your body moving again without the salt. And in there I said only 2-3 grains of salt a week as a medicinal supplement for that particular condition. Okay, we're going to do Q&A now. Anybody have any questions? Yes. Well, if you put salt in your baths, it's not absorbed into your body. And when I say for people to put salt in their baths, I say 2 tablespoons of sea salt is very good in a bath, but you're not putting salt alone in there. You're putting vinegar and milk as well in there. And if you're very lucky to have coconut cream, keep your skin very soft, you put 3 tablespoons of coconut cream, and it stays at the top. And it just drips over your skin and keeps it nice and moist. It's a dream. Coconut cream is a special stuff. Pardon? Like I said in the book, 3 to 4 tablespoons. Okay? Yes? Pardon?
Once you told me to put some salt in my carrot juice and cream and coconut cream and drink.
Yeah, but that was a certain mixture to do a certain thing, pull something out of your body.
Right.
Yeah. That you had a lot of crystallized minerals that were bound with bile, and I was going to try to dissolve them. And that's the way I was using to try to dissolve them. Now I would use vinegar instead of salt for that. So I learn things all the time. I try to get away from using salt in any situation. Sometimes I've learned the salt will do that, and I haven't learned another way yet. Now I have. Yes?
You had mentioned, before you finished going through the daily routine, you said there was something else special that you had found out that you were going to tell us afterwards.
Well, it was the eating at night. That was a key for some people for their exhaustion, where they didn't get energy in the morning because they didn't eat at night. They went 8, 9 hours without eating, and they got anemia. So that was a very big factor. That is a very big factor in a lot of people's diets. You've heard it before, but
Yeah,
you didn't hear it
I thought it was new in the last.
No, it's not. For some people, it was new. And for some people who didn't hear that, it was new. Like John, he didn't hear it for two workshops. Yes?
When you talk about cooked food and the calorization of the minerals and the fractionation of, what is the part that gets fractionated?
Every particle that groups, everything gets fractionated.
Is vitamins?
Everything that used to be a couple to make it that living substance, whether it was an animal or vegetable, it's all fractionated and breaking down. That's why everything goes limp and wilted after it's cooked. It just starts deteriorating. It dissolves because everything is broken down. And the more fermentation that happens, the more it just dissolves into a liquid.
I asked a question earlier.
Yes.
Right then. Have you ever seen anyone that was so hyper that in their exercise they actually managed to ruin or seriously impair the function of an exercise machine?
To hurt the exercise machines or themselves in the exercise?
Either one.
Yes, I've seen people damage their bodies very badly. They get feeling so great on this diet, and they all of a sudden think they're Superman. They can take bullets. They can take everything, and then they over-exercise. I've seen people strapped for a week on their back, because all of a sudden they think they're well. And it's a period. You will get times of wellness and detoxification. But don't think it's all over until you've been on the diet 40 years. I still have, I start counting my time on a raw diet only when I started eating meat on a daily basis. That was the 19th December of 82. So I don't count my journey starting until then. So 82 to now, that means I still got, 14 years to go or 12 years to go. 14 years to go till I'm finished my 40 years of getting better. And that's why I said it takes 5 generations according to how Pottinger's work with cats and rats. The rats, when they were diseased, it took them 5 generations to get well. Well, 5 generations of cellular growth to replace every cell in the body, it takes 7 to 7.5 years, depending on how dense your bones are, how quickly you can clean and replace the cells in your bones. But that's 7.5 years, 5 times that. So we're looking like a minimum of 37.5 years. 40 years, basically, to be on this diet. So I still have many years to go, but boy, I'm pretty satisfied already. So it isn't that you get well all after the 40 years. So there's some people, they've been down and out for so long, and all of a sudden they go through a great period of feeling Superman. And they start acting like super people. And then they damage themselves. So you have to be careful about that. Be patient. Know your limitations. Yes, or discover your limitations.
I think you said early on, after you did a lot of reading, you had a nutritional counselor to help you for a while.
Two.
Who that was?
His name was Bruno Carigliano, as stated in the book.
And he had a lot of food combinations. Was that real helpful?
Well, he introduced me to that theory. But because he was probably 20% to 30% cooked fooder, not everything worked, because there was that isolation there. But he was, like I said, paranoid against too much fat. He thought a little fat was okay, but I needed a lot of fat, and he wasn't open to that. So that was a big, disagreement that we had for many years. And that's why I finally left, because I knew without a doubt that every time I had a bunch of fat, I felt so much better. But he didn't want me getting fat like him. So, yes?
Can not eating the fruit on daily basis be bad for you?
No, it just slows down detoxification. That can be very helpful. You may need to spend, like I said earlier, a lot of time healing and strengthening your body and just relaxing and not dealing with any detoxification. Just remember, fruit is a forced detoxification. And the Psy tribe don't eat fruit. It's against their law to eat it because it causes emotional reactions. It causes an imbalance in the whole nervous system. But they're a very thin tribe. I mean, they're ultra tall. Like, the tallest is something like 8'4", and the smallest woman is something like 6'1". So these are very tall, big people. And I hired one years ago. He came in to my health food store, and he had to duck down to get into the door. He was 7'4", and he was the shortest one in his family. They were all house painters. They never used ladders. Painted the ceilings and everything without ladders. It was marvelous, And I hired him because we had, all between the rows of, food and vitamins, we had plants hanging from the ceiling. Decoration. So we had to have one of the employees take a ladder, take everyone down, take it to the back sink, and water them. Wait till they drip dry, and then put them back up. With the ladder, you have to take it up, put it up. So I said, this guy can reach up and take it down, take it back, do all that reach with the ladder, out interfering with the people in the aisles and stuff like that. So I hired him on the spot. It was great. Yes?
How do you explain a family comes down with the same thing all at once, viruses?
You're eating the same thing. You're going to have the same toxins. You have the same tissues. You have the same weaknesses. It's not necessarily genetic. If you do the same habits, you're going to have the same symptoms. Yes? I was behind you.
You said to avoid grains, but what about homemade bread where you make your own starter, that's fermented with just water and flour for 10 days?
Like I say, it will still cause toxins. You can use it as a supplement if you're, let's say, very hyperactive and you're very irritable and you're not exercising enough. You can arrest some of that excess adrenaline or that toxic adrenaline that you may be getting rid of by eating the cooked starch, the breads, to help absorb it. But breads still are a toxic substance.
Even if you use, some of these bread starters can take 2 weeks to make. This is natural bacteria with the...
You're cooking it. You're cooking it.
Your wheat is genetically modified today. It was genetically modified way back somewhere between the 1900s and 1950s, a lot further closer to the 1900s. They used the nuclear radiation process, and that's where the wheat is that we eat.
What about rice? Rice thing?
I don't know, but I do know about wheat. And they all have gluten that's causing huge problems.
Yeah.
Most
of your rice is not processed. Most of your rice, if it's from Asia, is not processed.
Gluten grains are just simply very bad.
Yeah. It's all. I say in some remedies that certain people need to use it for certain drastic times. But I found the cheese is much better.
But see, like Sally Fallon, in her book, she says if you're going to eat grains, you just need to treat them in certain ways. You need to soak rice for...
Have you seen Sally Fallon?
No.
I was just with her. She looks like the doughboy.
She's not giving enough attention to gluten.
Let me tell you, I didn't recognize her when I saw her. 10 years ago, I thought she was a delicious-looking woman. And I didn't even recognize her when I saw her. I was floored. Now, I don't mind somebody being fat. I like that. but she had water puffiness from all the fermented and the cooked stuff. She did not look well to me. It's my opinion, and most people take it from whatever, wherever that comes from in me. But I like Sally. She's helped a lot more people than I have. But her diet is not good in the long run. It's a good stage to go on to maybe get to this one. And she used to say, after she first, found, my books and everything, when she was at the Price Pottinger Foundation, president there, the board of supervisors, 9 of them were all for my book and going more toward Pottinger's work and supporting that rather than Weston Price. So there was a big battle between 9 and 3 that sided with her. So she left and formed the Weston Price Foundation and left the Price Pottinger Foundation. So, and during that time she used to have her lectures say, if you're really in a serious disease, go on Aajonus' diet. Why do you wait till you get a serious disease? Doesn't make a lot of sense to me. So, and it's like David Wolf too. He had to wait until he got into a situation where he started eating raw dairy. And he was adamantly against raw dairy, he would never touch it. So cooked foods cause problems, period. That can be, for certain people, a method of stopping heavy detoxification. And that may be a person's respite. They may need to get out of heavy detoxification. But if you want to have the optimal, that's not the way to go. But like I said, everybody has to choose their ground for what they want. I have a lot of people that choose to have cooked breads. That's the only thing they eat, cooked breads. But they eat it. That's the only thing they have cooked. But they still love their bread. Put lots of raw butter on it to lessen the effects. But they still eat that as their cooked food. And they remain on it. But that's their choice. And they will have eventually the problems that can cause.
I happen to have a website about gluten intolerance. I know a lot about gluten intolerance. I'm sort of a bit of a mover shaker in the community. And it's my opinion that the Weston Price movement is not paying enough attention to gluten problems today. The grain has been genetically modified. End of story. The fermentation, it may help these fermented sourdoughs and so on, and there has been some research that is not conclusive. And it's way too serious a problem to play with. Gluten is very dangerous. Very risky.
Rye has low gluten.
But
my ancestors grew the old-fashioned rye bread, which they lived to be in their 90s, and we're still running around.
Right.
But you're not living to 150.
Yeah.
So you have to take a look at, there is a sacrifice. But your family may be some of those people who can handle it more than other people. And for you and for them, that may be fine. I'm not telling you not to eat it. I'm talking about physically and structurally, there will be a price to pay for it. You may pay less than I will for eating that, but still, you're not going to go without paying for it. It could be in your longevity, it could be in your energy level, it could be in many things. For Sally, she is blown up. She looks like she has a gluten allergy right now that is tremendous. And I love Sally. She's a sweet person. She's kind, she's gentle, she's helpful, she's giving, and all of that. But you have to face the facts. She is the result of her diet. And if you look at that fatness, it's not a healthy fat. It's a white, watery kind of gluten reaction fat that she has, puffiness.
Our bodies have changed so we can't handle it. The toxins in our diet have made our gut so permeable that the gluten is slipping through before it should and causing an autoimmune reaction in many, many cases. It's not just that the grain has been changed, it's also that we're so full of trans fats and toxins that our bodies are different, we can't digest the bread anymore. It's just, gluten is a huge risk in the barley, wheat, barley, rye, and oats are a question. They're a question that most of us won't take the risk on. But gluten can kill you. It's just well known in the community.
There's a lot of people think that gluten has a lot to do with Crohn's disease. I haven't found that. Most Crohn's indications from the irises I've seen created from penicillin.
But that's a toxin.
Yeah, but that's also from the grain that is from gluten. So
the toxin
indirectly.
makes the gluten intolerant. The toxin is
Yeah.
causing the gluten intolerant. So you a double package.
Penicillin is grown off of wheat grain. So
What it can do, it can paralyze the nerves all the way through your whole neurological system, including parts of your intestinal system. So you may have, like the duodenum, the peristalsis, the nerves are actually paralyzed. And that can cause constipation. You can have other parts, like in the other parts of the intestinal system, can have paralysis there, even all the way down to the rectum. Kids that were enteropretic, which means that they soiled uncontrollably and they couldn't potty train, would improve. They would get over it after they went gluten-free, and that's just one thing. It's not the whole thing they should be doing. But it can affect the central nervous system and the whole nervous system throughout the whole body in different parts.
But gluten probably affects more people than any other toxins besides coloring, food coloring. The test done in Canada in the mid to late 60s, they took children and they took them off of all additives that were in food. And they found that food coloring caused the most digestive problems and behavior problems. The children that got all organically grown stuff had good learning abilities and no behavioral disorders. Only the children who were fed additives in their food all of them had behavioral problems. And the comprehension and the learning disorders were very high in those that had additives. So there are many things that cause problems, and of course our race is getting worse and worse and worse because more and more things are highly processed. There's not just, pasteurization now. Everything is ultra-pasteurized, which means they take it over the boiling point. So everything is completely cauterized, whether it's in vegetable juice, fruit juice, or milk. Everything is getting worse and worse and worse when the food industry is interested in higher profits, more shelf life, when they are involved in the food regulation process, it's never going to benefit your health. That's period. That's it. Yes.
We have a friend who's a young mother. She just found out she's got an aneurysm. Do you have any idea what causes that and what could help that?
Well, aneurysm is a blockage, so you need to use the vinegar with vegetable juice and some, cheese to help remineralize the system, because the vinegar is going to go and start eating away at any tissue that's attached to that deposit. So if she had a break because of the blockage in the brain that caused the blood bleeding out in the aneurysm, that was because there was a block there to push on and break the vessel in the brain. So, got to have vinegar there to dissolve it, and then the cheese and the honey together to remineralize the body to rebuild that vessel. Yes?
I have heard that yeast follow heavy metals, and you're saying the sugars. I would, doubt that it would probably be both, but is the heavy metal, is that correct? That usually when you have heavy metals in your body, you're going to have yeast, because they're trying to get them out?
No, you'll have fungus like you do athlete's foot. Athlete's foot lives in a heavy metal environment, but your yeast do not. They thrive on sugars, sugar dampers. In fact, in my laboratory tests, back in the 60s, when I was playing around with it in the late 60s, when I returned to civilization, that was the late 70s, return to civilization. I put metal solutions in yeast and they killed it. Metal kills yeast, but fungus like that is in athlete's foot mainly lives in a metallic environment. A lot of people mix those up. Oh, yeast is a fungus, therefore it lives in a metal. No, there are different yeasts. The yeasts live on a sugar-damaged environment, just like yeast in bread. Brewer's yeast, it lives on the sugars in the brewer mash, which is high in carbohydrates. The yeast grown in milk, it lives on the sugar molecules in the fat, the milk sugar. But you have other funguses that deal with heavy metals, and they are more like those funguses are more like algae. Algae digest metals. Your moss eats rock. It eats the metal in rock. So I keep I have a hot tub that was made of concrete. And of course it's got oxides in it. So what I do is I have no chemicals in it. I have a 300-pound Hayward filter that's full of sand. It's a Hayward sand filter. So my water goes through and cleanses itself only through sand. And a 300-pound Hayward sand filter is for a huge swimming pool. And my 500-gallon, 10-foot diameter Greek-like hot tub is only 500 gallons. But I don't want to change the sand but every 10 years. So I've got lots of sand in there. And it keeps the water crystal clear. But it allows, because they don't put any chemicals in it, allows the algae to grow. So the algae is eating all the heavy metals that are in the oxides in the cement. So it doesn't affect me. Algae and, mosses, they all eat rock. They eat metal. They put them just like all plants eat rock and metal. That is, and it's like a fungus. Certain kinds of fungus that live on metallic substances that are not normal in the human body, nor is penicillin. It belongs in the bird community. Birds eat grains, lots of grains. Some of them mainly live on grains, the vegetarian like birds. They mainly live on grains. That kind of yeast infection is normal for them, penicillin, but it certainly doesn't belong in our bodies. Yes?
You mentioned before that drinking out of silver cup would be very toxic.
Drinking what?
Out of the silver cup.
Yes.
What about silverware? Does it matter what silverware we use?
Silverware is very toxic. Anytime you put an acidic solution with it, I don't care if it's tomato juice, raw, you're going to start releasing the mercury and the thallium from it. And they're both very toxic metals.
So what kind of forms do you use for eating?
Stainless steel. If you're going to, I use wood or bone.
If you were to use pot, I know you don't, but if you were to use pot,
stainless steel.
Is the safest?
Yeah. Stainless steel. It's the most stable.
That's not going to lead to...
Surgical steel would be better, but you couldn't afford it.
Just one more question, then we're going to have to move along. It's,
Okay.
getting close to closing time. We've got
Okay.
3 mini consults to do.
All right.
What time does the store close?
Store closes at 10 o'clock
and
now.
it's,
Not 9 o'clock anymore. It's
in
10
what
o'clock.
room are you in? I know, but it's after 9 now.
Oh, it is? Okay, then we better...
9:11 right now.
Okay, so we're going to take 2 more questions and that's it. Yes?
Many people are saying to me that the caveman lives only 40 years and people live...
Oh, they were living for the caveman era. They know.
And they are saying
Absolute bull crap.
that they say that 200 years ago people lived much less than with the new technology.
Nonsense. Nonsense.
I did research on that.
Yeah.
Fairly conclusive research that was done and then repeated about 20 or 30 years later. And And the bottom line was the mean age was 47 years, which means people died just as much before as after you've got to include infant mortality and accidents, because you have 911. So you had people just as much on the other side of 47 years as
Yep.
you did below. That's
Exactly.
not really that low.
No, it's not any different.
And a short one. How does the bacteria that you're saying that if we eat the E. coli, when it meets the hydrochloric acid, how come all these bacteria is not dead from the acid and it can go furthermore into the body, into the intestine?
Because when you eat raw foods, your body can identify and prevent certain things from happening. The body's very intelligent. The body can, let's say, discharge a hydrochloric acid that doesn't affect it, or not discharge hydrochloric acid at all when fecal matter goes into the body. The body when you feed the body raw food, the body is very intelligent. When I did laboratory tests with cooked and raw swordfish to see the absorption of metal, because highest mercury content, they say it's like 11 point to 15 point, levels of mercury. That's a very high contaminated level for human beings even. When you go over 11, they consider that highly toxic in mercury. Well, swordfish have that kind of toxicity, that kind of metal so-called toxicity. But when I fed the same swordfish to a group of animals cooked and raw, we found in the feces that the feces in the urine kept from the animals that ate it raw contained 92 to 98% of the mercury passed through in the fish fat molecules relatively unetched by digestive juices. So it went into the stomach. The stomach had the hydrochloric acid to go in there and dissolve all that food, but it didn't. It didn't dissolve those particular fat molecules that were attached to the mercury. In the animals that ate the swordfish cooked, only 8 to 12% passed out in the feces and urine.
No, the rest was...
That means the mercury was absorbed into their bodies. So that's how the body, when you feed it properly, it's highly intelligent. When you cook it, it fractionates, and the body has no real choice because it's already dissolved. It's already fractionated. The body just has to deal with, just catch and release, catch and release. What can it do with all that? Okay? And there's another thing, there's a lot of myth that goes on. When I was traveling along living, I mostly slept in graveyards because people left me alone. And I was looking at tombstones, and there were people that are 110, 115, 117 years old people who died that were even older than that, didn't even have gravestones because they had no relatives, around to be with them. Some of the stories I got. Sure, there were babies that were stillborn and stuff like that, and that brings the average rate down. But I saw tombstones that are much older if I go to a graveyard now from the last 60 years, I will find that the death rate is about 47. The lifespan is about 47. The same thing as they're predicting for what it was before, but that was the mean age. But they're not counting the farmlands in these places. They're talking about city dwellers. Because when I was in these remote areas, the average lifespan was like 57, 58. So it was much older. So again, it depends on where the statisticians get the statistics and what are they leaving out. And in a city, you're always going to have more toxicity. There was no refrigeration in those days. You had to transport food longer in wagons with no ice, no cooling devices. So your food broke down more. And people cooked more because it stunk. Meats would stink, so they'd cook them more to get rid of the stench. They cook them before they, with the what do they call that, blanching. Blanching started 200 years ago. They would blanch the meats before they would deliver them into the cities of Rome and all the other areas because they didn't want the stench in the city. There was no refrigeration. So they partially cooked them, brought it into the environment, and sold them into big, huge cities like that. Now we have refrigeration, so nobody does things like that anymore except for food manufacturers. They'll blanch your foods. They're already cooked before you get them in the package. Okay? So a lot of that statistics is to make industry look good and to make you think they're taking care of us better. But it's nonsense. Absolute nonsense. Okay. Thank you everyone for coming. I hope you learned enough. Thank you. All right. If you want to stick around and hear the 3 mini consults, you'll learn some more. It's up to you.